Never mind. You're live.
And we're live down here
Hey,
in New York
see,
City.
That good thing about that was no one saw all the embarrassing stuff it took to get there.
There we go. Now they're just hearing about it after the fact.
Right. Well, just like every good YouTube show, we don't admit any of our faults until after the fact. We edit it out in post.
All right.
See, that's the only thing I hate
Yeah.
about streaming is that I have to hear my voice occasionally, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
I sound dead.
I sound dead inside. I've only been up for I've only been up for I think oh god, what is it? Like 17 hours? I don't know.
That's
Yeah, I've been up since 10 o'clock last night.
Huh.
Hey Lamau, my guys.
Let's just stay up for like a bit more.
Well, yeah, that's the plan.
Okay,
Alright.
so
All right. Do we want to turn off the lights in here?
Yeah.
Spooky.
Spooky.
So Adam.
Yeah, what's up?
So the characters. It says the ghost is a character.
I don't think you played the ghost, but you might be wrong. You might be wrong.
Okay, if when I click on the wiki, there's 7 characters, but the game gave me 8 characters for some reason.
Yeah, there's 7 characters.
Spooky. I don't know if you can see us anymore.
Under T characters.
That's
The
fine.
ghost.
We can do something.
Yeah,
we can
well,
fix something.
yeah.
Okay.
So those are my feet.
Yeah, that is true.
Excuse me, what the fuck? Oh yeah. So
That work? Still
I
spooky
mean-
enough?
I mean, yeah, you really can't see us in the thing, but I mean, like, you know,
Well, you can see Brighton and Adam a little bit. But you can't see me, but you couldn't see me before. So
well.
We could just see our faces.
All right. So the
Ooh,
characters, because the characters I want to play are Zach,
and Luke.
Ashton, and Luke.
There.
Zach Ashton. Okay.
Yeah, because there's Isabella, Hannah, Rebecca, Marianne, and I think there's one more.
No, that's it. Besides the 3 you mentioned.
Yeah.
Well, and the ghost.
So basically, what I'm saying is, I'm gonna play all the dudes, and it's up to the 2 of you to take the other 4 female characters.
All right. I didn't look up the characters.
Okay. That's fine. How many times are we playing this game tonight? Just one?
Just, dude, we'll only get one. This game has I think 18 different endings.
So how long was it?
Like 9 to 12 hours, 9 to
Oh.
15.
All right.
So 3 times tonight. Speedrun.
That's not tonight no longer, Ian. That is a Saturday morning.
Hey, Lamau, dude.
That's an entire day.
It's like speedrunning 100% Breath of the Wild. Alright, well, okay, so here's where I'll say this. A brief synopsis, no spoilers. Isabella is, I think, the first character that you play, and I think you also play that character for the longest. But I'm not sure. Hannah is also someone you play for a very long time. And I think Hannah is one of the characters that you make the most important decisions with. Rebecca, to be honest, Rebecca's just the cutest girl in the game. That's not... Okay, Hannah's technically the cutest girl in the game. I'm a sucker for blonde with big tits. But Rebecca has pink hair and pink eyes, so she's hot. And Marianne is Irish or Scottish or something like that.
I like that.
Well, her name's Marianne McCullough.
Well, there you go.
Is that who you want to play, Brighton?
Maybe. Let me look at their pictures.
Let's say, Brighton.
Hmm.
I say, let's just trade off picking. So, who wants to pick first?
So wait, so there's okay, so yeah. So Adam, you said which one was the first one you said that shows up first? That was like the longest.
Isabella.
Isabella's the first, and then it goes.
So I think the way the story works is I think it goes Isabella, Zachary, Hannah, Rebecca. Then after that, I'm not sure. But I don't also 100%. I'm not... It's been like over a year since I watched this game. I know Isabella starts, like almost 100%. I don't know about the rest of it.
Alright. So basically we get 2 or 3 and then you get 3?
Yeah.
We each get 2.
Okay. And then you wanted Zachary, Luke, and
He wanted all the guys.
I wanted all the boys.
Ashton's a boy?
Ashton is a boy, yes.
You thought that was a girl?
I can't tell from the small picture that's like their thing.
I mean, I'll give him that, except for the sideburns, kind of give it away, but yeah.
It's not really sideburns in that picture, in that photo.
It's not really like he has hair.
That's just hair coming down.
Alright, look. My photo's actually smaller than yours, and in mine it looks like sideburns, so...
See, mine, they're like yours, except it goes a bit down farther. I look at it and I'm like, that's a guy. Like, I'm
Right.
sorry,
Like, look at my photo.
That's the
To be
same
honest-
photo I
to
have.
be honest,
Ryan.
when I was thinking about the characters I want, I didn't even realize I wanted the only 3 male characters. Not gonna lie, Chief. To be honest, if I am 100% playing Ashton and Luke. Specifically, I will never give up Luke because he is a
Blonde and blue-eyed.
Don't talk to me and my son ever again. No, he's amazing. He's an amazing character. I love him. He is evil. I love it. You get to play the bad guy in this game. I love it. So
Alright.
I'm gonna do that. And then I want to play Ashton because he's an ace detective and he wears a cool coat. But if one of you really wants to play Zachary, you can, and I'll pick a female. I'd probably pick Hannah, to be
I
honest.
was gonna say I like Hannah and Rebecca, but like I also like Hannah and not Hannah and Rebecca, Marianne and Rebecca, or I was thinking Marianne and Hannah.
Well, Brian,
Mhm.
who wants to pick first?
You can go pick first.
Okay. Well, I want Marianne. So.
Well, damn it. All right.
Oof! You should have let him pick
I know.
first.
So I thought I was gonna pick either Isabel or Hannah first. Okay. Well then, oh fuck it. I'll pick Hannah.
Okay, I'll pick Isabel.
All right. I'll pick Rebecca.
Yeah,
There we go.
cool.
Quick man.
I don't think I play like Zachary for a decent amount of time, and I don't think I play till the end of the game.
Awesome.
It might go Ashton, then Marianne, then Luke, but
All right. So you're Isabella, and then so you're probably gonna start. So if you want to
you're
switch.
probably definitely gonna start. It might.
Let's do. Adam, how many are there? So this game is one with quick time events, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and failing the quick time events does kill the character off permanently.
Great.
what
This
buttons?
is the game with like, well, things pop up, dude. I don't fucking know.
So it could be any of the keys.
Well, possibly. Dude, it's been a long time. I just know quick time events happen, and I know if you fail the quick times, characters die.
Options. That's not okay.
Well, there was gameplay in the options.
Options.
You could check.
Gameplay.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh, that's just run in the background or skip QTEs. You could just skip quick time.
No, we're not going to though.
Difficulty,
We're not-
easy or normal?
We're not
No.
pansies, dude.
We're not pansies.
And we're also, I mean, like,
Extras.
That's just like once you
Yeah.
get things and unlock things.
Yeah,
So-
this is, yeah. Once you unlock stuff,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm doing some shit. Ignore me for a hot minute.
Okay. So it doesn't tell me. It
So that
doesn't.
can all fit in
Options.
frame.
Okay.
So I'm gonna double check this real quick. So there doesn't tell. It doesn't tell me, which is.
I want to check if I'm in frame. Hold on.
You're
Yeah,
in
you're in
frame.
frame. You're in frame when you sit like that.
Yeah. When I sit like that, and then
I'm gonna get behind you
yeah,
guys.
Just get like right there.
Yeah.
So new game.
Game. I mean, there's no option for continue. So.
Well, there we are. There's a jump scan in the main
click back
menu.
onto the Chrome for the site.
Yeah, Chrome for the stream view.
Move your mouse over to Chrome. There we go.
Ian,
Click
do you
Chrome.
know what a mouse?
Then click that.
Do you know how to mouse, Ian?
No.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Ermagerd.
Turn up the sound, please. I think this game is fully voice acted.
Well, I don't want to be too loud, so.
It wasn't. It's not fully voice acted. For fun.
It was built for Lord William and Lady Elizabeth
Ermagerd.
III of Luxembourg.
Of Edelgard? Excuse me, hello?
Of Luxembourg. Humble ambassadors of peace and beloved by their people. Both were well known for their compassion and generosity, never failing to extend a helping hand to anyone in need.
Dude, if you were ever picked on in school to like read, I would have hated you. I would have been like, Jesus Christ, could you put more inflection in your voice?
Under their influence and wealth, what was once a small sleepy village grew into a prosperous and bustling town. However, the seasons of joy eventually ended, when
However-
the good nobles perished at the hands of a great plague. The pox.
Man, that great plague was
See, what we want to do, what we can do, instead of
Yeah.
having the stream thing up,
Mhm.
if your default Chrome is just the white, we could have the default Chrome up, and that'll probably shine enough white light on this.
Okay,
Try
go
that.
to the plus sign.
Yeah,
Do that.
you
Yeah.
can see that.
Mhm.
Or I might be able to turn the YouTube. I don't know. So let's see. Go back to the stream view, and then we'll see it here in a second. Because that's probably enough white light. I mean, and then click back on the game. There we go.
Well, I was gonna say if we wanted to click back on the new tab afterwards.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see
in
it here in a second.
3, 2, 1. Okay, it is bright, and then
It's enough to see
yeah,
you
that's
too.
yeah, that's not that's
Yeah,
enough.
that's enough. Yeah. So yeah, click back on the thing,
Click
and then
on the
we'll
tab.
click back on the
Click
game. We're amazing.
Woohoo! All right.
Yeah. Yeah, the Great Plague. Their riches and legacy were henceforth passed down to their only child, Lady Charlotte
Ermengarde. I know it's Ermengarde, but it's Ermengarde.
The mansion has stood since the 1620s, a witness to a very long history of joy and pain. Oof.
It's funny that I can't see that I'm streaming.
After Lady Charlotte committed suicide,
Wait,
the
no, I
great
can't.
house was eventually left uninhabited, but it was secretly murder.
That's not what it
Dun,
says.
dun,
Okay.
dun. And that is when
Probably
it
have to get a cord for my phone, but I have the stream up, so we have it over there. So I'll check on it, make sure that it's actually.
Here, let me grab a charger.
surrounding villagers spoke of seeing and hearing unearthly things, cries and howls that filled the night, and heresy of a
What are you doing? So
Hearsay.
Oh no!
hearsay, not heresy. Darn.
Heresy!
Okay, wait, I need to grab a thing for
And
that.
hearsay of a
Is this
mysterious
computer
overwhelming the
plugged
Holocaust.
into this computer, right?
Aimlessly.
That should work.
Right, this is computer plugged in?
Yes, yes,
Then we're gonna plug this in.
Yes, but I was gonna say this is gonna work better for you. Just plug it right there.
Yeah, makes
The
sense.
big oof. There's a ghost.
Well, I mean, there's always a ghost.
There's not always a ghost.
Sorry, well, yeah.
My penis does not have a ghost next to it.
What the fuck is that sentence? Just click on the next goddamn slide. So
I mean, everyone's penis has a ghost head.
just click on the next goddamn slide. So yeah, don't show this again. Fuck you.
People who dared enter the walls were simply never heard from again. White people. Did you not see that meme?
No.
Even after 400 years, the stories remain, much like the house itself. Whispers about the once great house, its legend, and its curse still fall upon the villagers' ears. In spite of this, the current owners are convinced that these stories are nothing more than a hoax. With little regard to truth, they had Briar Realty Corporation place the property back on sale. Like Pandora's box, the secrets that lie inside await to be discovered by brave souls. No matter what happens, take care not to be consumed by the curse.
On Pandora's box, brave is an interesting choice in my opinion, but
The fact that this house was built in the 1620s and it's still like stable enough to be sold is really impressive.
well, I mean, with good upkeep.
It's also made of marble.
But people, whenever someone goes inside, they die. Like, how do you upkeep that?
with ghosts.
Ghosts need to upkeep it.
Yeah, good luck.
Well, no, I got the best answer. Danny Phantom.
I don't think that's the best answer.
I feel like a voice series of that. Okay.
Oh, hey Rose.
Okay, so it's voice acting for the characters, not for the
What's the matter?
story dialogue. Yeah.
What do you mean, what's the matter? It's a mansion, silly. I'm here and you're late. Jeez, we won't shift together. You promised.
I'm at school.
Yes.
Oh my god, please don't tell me you forgot. You were planning on leaving me to check this place out on my own, weren't you? You chickened out.
Calm down. You know I take my promises seriously.
Take promises
I believe
seriously.
that. So hurry up and get here. This place is huge. A bit too quiet since no one's lived here since, like, forever, but beautiful nonetheless.
Why are you so surprised? This isn't the first time you've been there.
I know. I just wish I could live in a place like this. It really takes my breath away.
Yeah,
Rip.
well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Not after the rumors that say it's haunted.
Foreshadowing.
Jeez, never mind those
I actually have no idea. My favorite thing is that the time on the phone's going up.
Yeah, I know, it goes up no matter
Even
what.
if they are, which
Well,
they
no.
are not,
Imagine.
they
You just
can't
sit
do
here.
anything.
Let's see how far the time. Speedrun.
They're nothing but spirits.
Speedrun the
You don't
99
know
minutes
that.
of that
They
timer.
might be listening or watching right now, and they might not
Gotcha.
be happy with you enough to curse you.
No,
No
I'm scared of
offense to you,
ghosts.
but that's a bit of a stretch.
No offense,
Believe it or
sweetie.
not, it's better to be careful.
Right.
Yeah, she has a
You know,
coupon for
not
that.
every
Like,
property
legit.
we sell will end up with a dead body.
Did you
stuffed in a
shrug
sofa.
at that?
I
Wow.
was like, yeah.
Okay.
I
I thought you were like,
another one.
whatever. And I was like, alright.
No, I was like,
Sure.
I was like, sure, yeah.
Don't find ponytails cute and go fuck.
I think that mansion is whatever likely find out they're like
That was one time, Isabella. Loosen up.
We found a dead body.
Nice.
Wait, just get here, Ace, please. I'm getting bored being here on my own.
Loosen up.
Would you like
I would also like.
Okay.
God?
Loosen up. We just found one dead body in that house one time we explored.
Look! She's on the
sorry,
grind.
let me
At
just
least she
finish
ain't
up here.
hoeing herself out. Yes, I am slut shaming.
Wow!
Adam.
Yeah,
The stream's brought to you by Mountain. No, that's not.
Yeah, make sure that you hold it so that the label is not
The logo facing out.
No, the logo facing in. We're not sponsored.
We're not sponsored. Logo facing in.
Now, Adam.
Yeah.
I would like you to take those harmful comments back for me and my lesbian girlfriend here.
What the? Ian, can I officially ban you from words?
She hangs up before you can respond.
You have to call Microsoft and ask for
Word.
I hate you. Why are you the worst?
so charming as ever.
Who was that?
It's me.
Mario.
You look up.
Look, she looks.
She's
She
Rebecca.
gives off some
Becca.
tsundere energy.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah. Becca.
Becca.
Bethany.
God, I
Oh,
would.
that?
Or
It's
Why'd you just
Becca.
click on her tail?
I didn't mean to. No, that's just jokes.
The one who trained you.
Oh, you're British.
For your job back when you started.
You're working together again? Just for this property. We've been scoping out that big mansion down in Anslin Village after the
Takes place
renovations.
in the English Isles.
Today is sort of its
Whatever
grand
it
opening to the
sounds.
public.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
RC wants to give it one
Copy
last
English
check before we
Isles.
let potential buyers
It's not
tour
a
this
very United
afternoon.
Kingdom anymore.
Correct.
After that whole Brexit.
Hold on. Is this the same mansion you've been telling everyone about?
I would imagine. Can we turn the game down a little bit?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
Didn't
pretty
you keep
loud.
saying how it just gave you the creeps?
So I have a strong question for you, Brian. Will the stream be recording the game audio through the OBS and then also recording the game audio through the microphone?
It might.
Yeah, let me check that.
Yeah.
I just had that thought.
All right.
No, it seems to only be recording it through the microphone, which is better than it recording it through both.
That's really weird because OBS should be picking up and not through the.
Yeah, it's picking up the music.
Yeah, it's picking up. Okay.
Here.
You actually went there? And you're going...
OBS and then also recording game audio through the microphone.
We're professionals, everyone watching.
I don't think anyone's watching, and also no, we're not.
You're watching.
God damn it.
You don't have to convince me, man.
Going back?
What?
I was gonna do something. You good.
What do you want it to?
Well, I was gonna do stuff in the game.
Oh, okay.
Well, I want to see what this.
Oh, the journal.
I have new entries in my journal.
I'm just an undiscovered journal.
So I don't have anything. Profiles.
There we go.
Here we go.
All right, here we can read everyone's profiles.
I don't.
Okay, we can
We
read
just-
Isabella's
This
profile. Your birthday is May 28th. You're a Gemini, and you're 26.
I'm not in school anymore. It looks like I'm
College.
in school. I'm at
College.
college. 5'2".
Your occupation is an estate agent. You're Filipino, and you're Roman Catholic. You're a fine arts undergraduate. There you go, college.
Likes cinnamon rolls, dogs, food, police, procedural dramas, and
Teleseries?
comedies and karaoke.
I believe the teleracies are tea leaf divinations. I think. I could be wrong.
We have Google right here.
Ah, God. See, but then it closes the game tab.
Okay, well.
What?
You mean Teletubbies? Yes!
Right. You absolute failure. You just messed every bit of that up.
It's a Filipino television.
Oh, never
drama.
mind. There was a word I heard recently that was like television. That
Oh,
you closed the.
Yeah.
You closed the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just we're great.
We're amazing here.
They're amazing. See, the whole widescreen idea was during when Achievement Hunter streams Dead by Daylight.
Hmm.
They do that. They're like, how do you make your webcam so bright? They just open up a white tab.
She's the third child among 7, daughter of a laundrywoman and a
Jeepney
driver. She went into public school and was an average student, but took to art easily. Eventually, she pursued a degree in fine arts. As encouraged by her father, however, when the man was diagnosed with terminal illness, she had to stop studying to make money. It was Isabel's aunt who helped her get work overseas in order to earn more money than any local job could get her. Rose Cooper became her mentor as soon as she started at the agent at BRC. It has been 5 years since she met her neighbor Rebecca. She met Ashton during an unfortunate incident involving her first sale at Devoncourt, and later Zachary through him. So I only know Rebecca, Ashton, and Zachary.
Well, we also know whoever was on the phone,
That's Rose.
Rose.
So she's not.
Right, but she's not on.
Yeah.
She's not a character.
Yeah. Also, I think it goes Hannah next, then Zachary, then Marianne.
Then Rebecca, then Ashton, then Luke.
Yeah,
Okay,
Well,
got that.
that makes
Branching
sense.
to. No,
Yeah,
cancel. I will not.
Basically, I think we look at that at the end of the.
Trolls.
Thing. Oh, there you are.
Here we go.
All right, there's R and T for relationship, and
Oh,
look, that's just for like opening
save
different
game
things.
controls.
Oh, it
Oh.
looks like the game's not gonna make it easy on you, dude.
The game doesn't tell me. See, control. No,
Also, it might be like mouse things.
actually, okay, so
We can also save.
you're actually going back.
Well, I did promise Rose I wouldn't ditch her. And besides, a job is a job. Gotta do what you gotta do to make a living.
Soon as those words left my mouth, Becca lets out a soft chuckle.
You don't have to be that close.
What's so funny?
Nothing. It's just that I didn't expect you to say that. Coming from you, it sounds so out of character.
Oof.
I can't tell her accent.
Stop roasting.
I mean, no offense, but you've been freaking out ever since you got
British.
assigned to it.
Right, but it's like she has some things that don't sound.
Ever since she got assigned to it, curse,
Also,
rumors
there are
and all.
multiple British
I honestly thought you'd back out.
Right.
Not all the
We go
time.
like a can.
I could
This is
really use a
excellent.
huge amount of cash
British
right
would be
now,
like,
and this
well,
is just the fastest way to get
pushes
it.
up glasses.
Plus, listen to this. Briar Realty wants it sold as soon as possible, and the agent who lands the deal is going to get a huge bonus.
You get a huge bonus when you sell this place.
They never give bonuses like that. Getting that would make life so much easier.
What?
Sorry, I love it when characters in dialogue say things like that.
I'm gonna get this if I do this. They never do that.
Yeah, I love when dialogue like that happens because that never happens in like real life. That's not like that's not how people talk.
You're
Not yours.
desperate, I'm desperate, it's perfect.
Oof, she's desperate. A
Not
sympathetic
your
look
son,
crosses
she-
her face.
Well,
No, if you're really in urgent need of money, you could have just asked me.
You're rich.
all right. Or just
Oh,
more money than
Ashton.
you.
Or Ashton.
I think
We
Ashton
can
is rich.
always
Even
let
slightly.
you borrow, and you can pay us back whenever.
I have to keep myself from groaning out loud. In the years I've known her, I can already tell what to expect once she has that expression.
Becca,
I've noticed that you've been living off instant noodles these past few weeks.
Dude, relate. My God.
She crosses her arm and grimaces at the thought.
Yikes. This is my real life. Holy shit, this game became way too real. Oh no, this is the horror part of the game.
Her voice slightly rises as she begins to scold me.
People offering to help me financially and only eating off of instant noodles? Hell yeah, dude.
No.
Instantly, I'm reminded why Becca excels at teaching
I'm
boisterous teenagers.
Stop eating junk. They're cheap, but they're not good for you. You'll definitely end up in the hospital if you
True
keep
that.
at it.
Man, they got like sodium out the ass.
Yeah.
My,
Do you eat other things too, or you're not my mom?
You're not my mom. No, I think I eat other things too. It's probably smarter in this case,
Yeah.
but it's up to you.
I
You're
mean,
in control of the character.
So it's, yeah, I'm an adult. I'm 26.
hey, I eat other things
This
too.
or that. Relationship status up.
Yeah, you should hit on the heart.
Look at the heart, boyo.
Achievement.
Yeah, it's relationships with everyone.
Becca. Ooh. Oh, I can get Lucas.
So where they started is the line.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if she's ever met Luke or Hannah. I think that's why it starts so low.
Yeah, I've met Ashton, Rebecca. I haven't met Marianne, but hers is just higher for some reason.
Probably because she's also foreign.
Maybe. Also, I don't have a relationship with myself, which is unhealthy.
Man, this game is real too real.
Watch what other characters do.
Man, I'm glad I played the Ace Detective.
I fold my arms across my chest, mimicking her posture and giving her the best frown I can muster. The same one I'd use on my younger siblings when they're being difficult. Instead, she only raises an eyebrow at me.
That's not going to work on me. And I saw it when you were cleaning your flat last week. The instant noodle cups outnumber everything else.
Was eating other stuff.
You're just exaggerating. Did you even see what's in my cupboard yet? I'm not just living on instant noodles alone. I've got canned beans, peas, tuna, ham, and even hamburgers in there.
Becca's wrinkles her
Dude, that was
nose.
such a nice breath of fresh air.
Yeah. Becca wrinkling her nose by the time I get to the end of the small list. She even went a little green on the last one. I would have laughed a little at that if I didn't know it would only lead to more reprimands from me.
Aren't those the same ones you won from the grocer's raffle more than a year ago? Oh, I sincerely hope you're checking the date stamps on those
It's
things
canned, it's
before you
fine.
eat them.
And this is
I don't
botulism.
want to repeat it.
Don't talk to me. If it's canned,
It's fine.
it's fine.
All right, well, there's a bunch of like definitely expired, like 10-year-old canned things outside if you want it.
All right,
Look at
look
my the
That's
keto
canned.
course for science class. It was botulism.
Nice.
So she's telling me those are still unhealthy and they're probably expired. Shakes her head, possibly laughing at some funny distant memory. When she looks up, I immediately brace myself. More words from her. Sometimes it's just better to let Becca talk until she's out of things to say. But when she turns her attention back to me, there's only warmth in her smile.
What am I going to do with you?
She says this more to herself than me, her voice shifting to something kinder, even motherly, if I'm looking for the exact word.
I hope you know that it's impossible not to worry about you when you're like this. You don't have to keep eating the same thing. Didn't I tell you before? You're always free to reheat my leftovers.
Thanks, Becca. I really appreciate it, but you don't need to keep babying me.
I've seen that
Taking
happen like
care of me
twice.
since after
by
I moved
the
here.
houses, and both
You
times
have
I
to
was
take a
like-
break sometime.
Yeah, that's all we call that.
It's like triggered.
Whoa.
Ian, you're
And
missing out.
before you ask
You don't listen
again,
to the game.
no. You know I'm not a fan of borrowing money.
Yeah.
And I'm not
This
going
is more
to ask you
dialogue
to give me
because
what you
it's
earned
fire
hard for
three
yourself.
houses already.
And that's not true.
Uh-huh.
I've listened to the first few chapters with audio.
Oh, hey, look at that. You're improving. I'm proud of you.
Well, I did that my first time playing.
Oh, fuck you. Come on, take the piss.
Don't do it on stream.
Not going to...
Pulling my dick on the stream. Be like every other streamer that's been canceled. I don't know.
No one would ever know.
I mean, no one's ever gonna watch this.
Exactly.
No, I
It'd
gotta ask you.
be YouTube. It's like automatic, like search flags for to do it.
Yeah.
You and your pride. But suit yourself. The offer stays on the table, though.
A non-response if only getting to drop the topic. But I'm pretty certain I will never take that offer. Ever. 'Cause I'm dead!
No.
Or you die!
What?
Or you die!
Oof.
Because I'll shoot you.
What?
We're in England. Guns are illegal. I shoot you anyway. It has nothing to do with pride. I've simply seen plenty of times how friendships can take a turn for the worst, just because of a few unpaid debts. I don't want something like that to happen to me and Becca. We may argue a lot of small, petty things, but she really feels like a real sister. I don't want to lose that friendship over something so trivial. Becca's movements, when she takes a quick glance at something behind me, snaps me out of my
Well,
thoughts.
enough chit-chat. Lunch is ending, and my students will be back any minute.
Wait, she's a teacher?
Yeah, That was part of the dialogue earlier.
Well, I missed that. You were kind of going back and forth.
How much more does that make you attracted to her?
I don't know.
At least a little bit, right? Like, I mean,
I don't know. It's not really like that big of a difference.
So Brian, if I typed in teacher into over here, I wouldn't find a porn file.
I mean, no, you wouldn't.
that's because he doesn't keep porn files, you idiot.
Is that obvious or like a yeah?
Anyway, moving
on.
We can catch up later.
Right, that'll be $20
Good luck with your clients. You better treat us to lunch or something if you get that sale.
You bet.
With a small smile, she returns to her desk and begins shifting through the pages for a rather
Sifting.
Ooh, we do this every time. We're gonna spend 80 hours playing this.
Oh yeah, we are. Alright, I'm sorry. Let's keep going.
She's probably working on next week's lesson plan. I'd let's say history plan.
We know.
Or trying, at least. Her eyes are distant, and she doesn't seem too attentive on whatever is on the page. As if she heard my thoughts, Becca starts coughing heavily. Her hands hastily go to her mouth to stifle the sounds. This is precisely why I followed her here. For someone who makes a habit out of worrying about other people, Becca sure forgets how to take care of herself.
Hey, you sure you can manage on your own? I mean, you're still a bit feverish.
Ah, hush, dear. Don't you worry about me. I'll just drink some medicine and I'll be right as rain.
I level her with a flat look. She has had a cold for a couple of days now. Something about the strange weather not agreeing with her lately. And despite my advice to take the week off and rest, I found her apartment empty when I dropped by this morning. She even left me the medicine her doctor prescribed. Look who's being stubborn now.
You shouldn't even be working right now.
Seriously, you big baby. I'll be fine. For now, just go to work and stop making that Rose girl wait for you. I'll call you if I still feel bad, and you can come pick me up if it makes you feel any better.
She offers me a reassuring smile, and I can only sigh. Why do I even bother? There's no stopping her once she has decided on something. Defeated, I reach inside my bag and pull out the same bottle of medicine she left earlier. She looks at it warily, but I place it in front of her. Unfortunately for her, this is the one thing I'm not letting her have her way.
All right, but don't forget what the doctor said. Drink this on time. I'll see you later, okay?
There's an amused gleam in her eye when she shifts them back to me.
Look who's playing the mother hen now.
Rebecca!
Okay. I won't tease anymore. I'll make sure to drink it, Mom.
Before I can retort, she casts another look at the clock. I take that as a sign to finally end the conversation and my short visit. With a small wave, I leave her alone to her classroom and her thoughts. I hail a passing taxi to take me to the property as soon as I leave the school grounds. Doesn't it look like Davis?
Yeah, I mean it's like old English font.
That's used on so many school things. That
Yeah.
like the D. Davis thing
Yep.
was used on so many things, dude. It's insane. I've
Yeah.
seen it all over the place.
Zarbucks.
I mean, like, you know,
Czars.
join the revolution, comrades. Get your coffee at
Well,
Starbucks.
Czars are, not usually.
I mean, you can save the game. I mean, hang on now. Do it.
I was gonna say though, Czar is usually not. It's not really communist. That's the.
I mean, yeah, I know, I
before.
understand.
Also spelled,
So, but CZ AR.
spelled with a T.
Oh, that's true. That's correct.
No, it's also a C.
Yeah, it's also
Is it?
Yeah, it's both.
It's both because America or like
Yeah.
the Roman letters versus the.
Okay.
Yeah, it's both.
I realized that I was like, yes, there is a TSR, but AR, but like
Yes.
also.
It's both.
Okay.
there's like Tsar, which is like the Russian way of doing it, which is you just say Tsar, and then there is CZAR, which is the way like you would do it in like English or like Latin instead of Russian. So
The mansion is some ways out in the countryside, but I don't have trouble giving the driver directions. Apparently, everyone in Luxembourg City knows of it, including every bit of rumor surrounding the place. In fact, just the mention of the name is enough for the locals to give you cautious sidelong glances. I've learned that the hard way the first time I commuted there, and it was only boosted my belief that there's something more to the house. Even the news of it being renovated and packed back up on the market and placed back up on the market has caused quite a stir.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Thankfully, it died down a few weeks later. The place would have become a lot harder to sell otherwise. I avert my eyes from the window once the buildings shrink in the distance. We get a glimpse of the countryside soon, although a quick glance at my watch tells me we're still a few minutes away from our destination. Might as well get some work done. Rose did ask me to review the mansion's documents. I already looked them over last night, but you never know when things may go wrong. Life has a way of messing things up like that. Halfway through reading the papers, my phone rings again. I want to read the papers. I pick it up without looking, neatly tucking it between my ear and shoulder.
That's giving me anxiety hearing the vibrating from the speakers.
It's probably just Rose again.
Rose?
It's Ash.
Guess again.
That voice.
Ash.
Bingo.
Hey, what's up?
Just checking if you're still cool later this evening.
You mean that thing with Zach?
Yeah. He even called in the middle of the night just to remind me.
No, don't worry. I didn't forget. I'll be there.
Cool. I'll see you later. What time do you get off?
Around 6 p.m.? I don't know. It's the first day of the Ermengarde Mansion's open house, and we're expecting quite a number of potential buyers. I'll be booked the whole afternoon.
Ermengarde Mansion?
You know, the big Jacobean mansion at Anselm Village? I'm on my way there right now, actually.
On your own?
Yeah, well, Rose is already there, but yeah.
I see. Looks like the scaredy cat finally toughened up.
Shut up!
Ash chuckles, and I can't help but roll my eyes upon hearing it.
I'll see you later.
Ashhole.
Give me a call when you're done. I'll see if I can pick you up.
Uh-oh.
what?
Ashhole. Is he being an asshole?
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Whatever. Bye.
Sorry, I'm trying to see.
Stupid Ashhole. Always teasing me whenever he sees a chance. I'll show him who's tough. Man.
Ready to be tough.
Ready to get the toughness feat? It takes a few more minutes until I finally reach the famous mansion.
I think you get Ash's stuff. Journal.
Do I get Ash's stuff?
No.
No, I have timeline.
We're a new day!
So, before we go to Isabella dropped by high school chick, Rebecca, a former...
Basically,
Before
you reminded
we're-
her to take her medicine. You also received a phone call from Ashton.
Yeah. Until you finally reach the infamous mansion. Infamous. I have to admit, the entire property does look wonderful from the outside. Yet, despite all of this, it does nothing to hide that something is just wrong. The surrounding area is unusually silent, and only the rustling of the leaves can be heard as the occasional breeze passes. While Anselm Village is just a few miles away, everyone keeps their distance on purpose. Perhaps I fear the horror of following under the mansion's curse. Somehow, it makes me feel sad. The lack of immediate human presence just makes this place all the more eerie than it has any right to be. If it's uncanny in broad daylight, I can't imagine how this place would look at night.
You planning to go inside that place, Missy?
Thanks, Ren.
The voice nearly makes me jump out of my skin. Without completely taking my eyes off the house, I give the driver a confused nod. A beat passes while I wait for him to say more. but his only answer is a non-communal hum. Belatedly, it occurs to me that he must have been waiting for my payment. I mentally slap myself for spacing out and promptly hand him the fare with an apologetic look. I expected him to leave as soon as I paid, but there's a hesitant expression on it, as if something hasn't been said yet.
Is there something wrong?
Look, Missy, I'm sure you've heard what the people are telling everyone about that place. Nobody likes to be disturbed when they're at peace, and I'm pretty sure whatever they say is in that house doesn't want to either. I admit they did a good job fixing it up, but there must have been a reason why even distant relatives of the family who used to own the house never lived in there despite inheriting it. No wonder they wanted to get rid of it.
Maybe they just didn't like it?
You never know.
He drives off after me, but what he said has left a foreboding feeling in my gut. Foreshadowing. I breathe out a heavy sigh as I approach the house.
No video game, never.
After hearing enough of the rumors, I should expect the conversation to take that turn. But I'm already here. Backing out now is completely out of the question. It's not like I have a choice anyway. If I want to get the bonus and commission one way or another, I've got to sell this property. My friend's dead inside. Boop-a-doop-doo. The house is ajar. The door is ajar when I get to it. However, while my own copy of the key dangles uselessly in my hand, Rose must have left it open when she arrived. That's weird. We may be the only people here early, but I've never known her as someone careless. Let's look. Entering what greets me inside leaves me gaping. They've cleaned every corner, waxed the floor, dusted the antiques, searched every nook and cranny crevice, and made it spick and span. All for the sake of making the mansion more enticing to the modern-day lords and ladies. But no matter how hard they try, the mansion still looks as soulless as ever. As though it is going to eat you alive. If you ask me, they should have listened to what the other people have been telling them and leave this place alone. Some things in this world are better left alone, never to be disturbed ever again.
Rose?
Why do that when you can make sick money?
Call out.
Rose, I'm here. Where are
Can't
you?
Capitalism is flawed.
My
It leads to situations where we put cute girls in danger.
Well, wait, it isn't that good. What if I'm wrong? Comrade.
My voice echoes softly through the hallways. Oh, who am I kidding? In a place this big, I don't think she'll hear me, no matter how deafening the silence is. She could be all the way on the other side of the property for all I know. Quickly, I reach my phone and dial her number. But
The number you have dialed has not been recognized. Please check and try again.
Rose was inside your head the entire time, dude.
what do you mean? Has not been recognized. You're just
Right
talking
there.
wild. It's not like she was eaten by the house, right?
I mean,
Or-
or.
Maybe the ghost did hear us talking and spirited away. Right? Right? No, Isabella, don't be ridiculous. She's just dead.
She just straight up got moided.
No, just straight up just like tripped over the railing and fell over, but it's just like right here.
She just probably just wandered deeper into the house and lost signal or something. Dial number again, hoping to recall what to
The
make this
number
time.
you have dialed has not been recognized.
Recognized.
Check and try again.
But to no avail. Oh boy. I have a very bad feeling about this.
Rose?
Tyson.
If you can hear me, please come out. Come on, Rose. This isn't funny. You know this place gives me the creeps.
No answer. This isn't going to work. This place is big. She could be anywhere. I need to start looking for her. Take a deep breath before venturing deeper into the mansion.
Bum.
Take a couple steps forward. Something move above the grand staircase.
I mean,
What the hell? Rose? Rose, is that you?
Okay, real quick, getting ready to hit keys.
Not funny. I'm leaving you if you don't come out. Not coming out, huh? Fine. I'm going.
Okay, that's a lie. She's my friend. I can't really leave until I know she's alright. Growing desperate, I try to contact her number again. Come on. Please give me something. Please, Lord. Yes, finally.
Hello? Hello? Rose, I'm here at the mansion. Where the hell are you?
She doesn't respond. There's also heavy static coming from sight. She's definitely dead. I sincerely hope that it... What?
The chandelier shaking.
I
What's
know.
this been chugging the entire time?
Oh, it has been?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't.
I think there was
I'm
something...
fucking tired.
I said, when I said there's something moving up the thing, I'm like, look, it's chandelier.
Because it's been moving the entire time.
I sincerely hope it doesn't cut off again before I can get an answer from her.
Rose, come on.
So,
Where are
we need to
you?
figure out, by the way,
Mhm.
this fucking audio, apparently, is the big issue.
Hmm.
The audio's hot garbage. So, we need to figure that one out.
How, like, what's the...
She said it was echo, and I think, like I said, I think the audio is being recorded through the mic and
Here,
possibly
I can
the game.
clear it from the game, but I don't know if that's gonna make it worse or better. So I can hide it so that the game doesn't do video or audio.
We'll see. Can we do it so that the microphone doesn't record the game audio?
I mean, how?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, because I've seen people stream games and they
Right. It's they're
don't
wearing
wear
headphones.
They don't wear headphones.
Well, they just don't listen to the video, the audio that loud, or they have the microphone up here against their mouth.
I guess that's true. There you go.
So we don't have like separate mics.
Yeah, good point.
So I'd say it's either we're gonna have to do only through the to the mic, or it's gonna have to be shitty.
Hold on, let me figure out something.
See, this is what happens, folks.
Yeah.
When we don't
So, well,
have
here's the thing.
set up.
So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't think it's actually recording audio from the game.
Oh.
She just said it was actually because this is what I asked her afterwards. I asked, is it just the echo from the mansion because it was echoing in the game, and she said yes. It's just making them really hard to understand because the audio is really muffled coming from us.
Here, I turned down the audio from the game. Or maybe that's why.
Yeah,
But it's
maybe that is why.
who knows? We'll figure it out. See if it's better.
Yeah.
Oh, well, here's some scary shit.
I'm attic. Oh no!
What? The attic? Why?
Crap, it got cut off. She's dead in the attic.
Dying?
Dying. Man, do I really go there? Or it was just the ghost impersonating her.
Very good.
That didn't sound like her, let's be honest.
But also just creepy.
With how deep inside the mansion the attic is, there's barely any signal there. No wonder I can't contact her.
But let's take a second. Why is she? Okay, why is she in there?
Out of all the places, she just has to make me go fetch her in the creepiest room of this place.
This one Ian dies like 5 minutes in.
It's gonna be Mouse.
Or is she doing this to get back at me for being late? Whatever, I'll just go. The sooner I meet up with her, the sooner I can feel better about being here. I carefully make my way up the staircase.
Carefully. You put your hand over.
My legs wobble as I mentally curse the fact that I've chosen real estate instead of picking a career that doesn't involve strange abandoned houses.
You know?
Upon reaching the
Interesting point.
upon reaching the top, the grand hallway greets me. Why are the windows open? Branches out into two major wings of the mansion, east and west wing. There are two attics here, one on each side.
You better make the correct choice.
The chandeliers are still shaking.
Yes, they are.
But, well, because the windows are fucking open. There's a draft.
But the east one has been converted to a storage room of sorts, and somehow I find it least likely for Rose to wander there by herself. Besides, she never did like going into stuffy storage rooms. Okay. So I head towards the west wing first, where a simple wooden door at the end of the hallway opens to a small room. Inside is another set of steps leading to the second attic. Unlike the grand staircase, though, the stairs to the attic are steep and narrow, made of old stones and covered in a thick coating of dust that kicks into the air with every step. Thank goodness it's still daytime.
God, you're in. Anyway.
If it wasn't for the light streaming through the door behind me, I might easily stumble and fall. With how old this place is, there are no light fixtures to illuminate the cramped passageway, except for the lamps outside. didn't they bother to add ones here when they renovated? Escapes me. Sheesh. They did it with the rest of the house. Sheesh. A small bedroom welcomes me at the end. It looks exactly like it did the last time I've been in here. Full of dust, worn out, and faded by time.
Yeah, this room looks normal. Not haunted at all.
Also the soundtrack.
Especially, yeah, the music just really selling it for me right now.
Odd. I thought they cleaned everything. Did the crew miss this room? Ugh, cleanliness is the least of my concerns right now. The more pressing matter, Rose. I don't see her. Is she in the trunk? Is she in the bed? If not, she's probably not here.
Well,
She's not here.
well, maybe we should click sometime.
Was I dreaming when I talked to her a while ago? Did I mishear her?
She's
No.
in the second attic.
Yeah, there's another attic. Calm down. It could have been a dream. After all, the creepy ambience of this estate is doing such a remarkable job of making sure that I'm alert and awake.
At least the characters realize it. I mean, they also accept that it's creepy and ambient.
And I'm sure she says it's here. She's here. It is here. Is this a prank? Or maybe the phone call was Rose's last message to me before the curse got her. Ugh, shut up, Brandon. You're not helping, but you're right. Don't make it scarier than it already is. But if she's not here, then where is she? What was that? That's it. I can't do this anymore. I'm leaving. Must have angered the spirits living here. I knew disturbing the mansion was a bad idea right from the very start, but nobody listened. Be realistic, they said. they think
Fucking realistic.
they think I'm cuckoo because I believe in curses and ghosts and all that. Me and my outlandish backwater country beliefs. I'm always right to be a model employee, but this time,
How
no!
often has the Philippines been described as backwater?
Maybe she's Philippine, but like she lived in a different country. She has like an American accent.
You make an interesting
It
point.
could be from another
She
family.
was born in the Philippines, moved to like Texas.
Or maybe her parents are just Philippine.
You know what? Shut up. Don't make
I'm turning
good point.
back.
I think it said born in Philippines.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe she was born there and then she came.
But she also might live in the backwater part of the Philippines.
Right,
Right, but like, how would you describe? Why would you describe it
in
as
my
like,
head when you
country?
say backwater, yeah, it's like to me that means like
Country, American
yeehaw.
country. Yeah.
Yeehaw! I'm gonna go fuck up my pig.
Like, never mind. I'm not gonna make that joke.
I'm turning back for the sake of my sanity. Brian Rooney can find another agent who's more realistic to her people around this haunted house.
With more fucking.
Before leaving, I take one last look at the gloomy old room, just to check.
Huh? What's this?
My worries about Rose's whereabouts must have caused me to miss this when I first entered the room. But there's clearly something on the floor. It looks like
Letter?
it's one.
The ladder.
Lying on the ground, it's a couple
I
of
said to turn it on, but it should be okay.
Okay.
sheer curiosity. I lean down and I pick it up. And this is where the memes start appearing.
No, it's the letter.
No, you gotta go
Oh
back
wait,
one.
oh, gotta go because they're not gonna see our faces.
I mean,
Open
I
up
mean,
Chrome,
barely.
Chrome,
Ah!
Chrome.
No, I know. Adam.
Crom,
Robin. God damn.
Don't talk.
I lean down and,
Me or
out of sheer curiosity, I lean down and pick it up. Strange. I don't recall seeing this last time I was here. A few days back, me and a few other agents inspected the mansion to prepare for today.
What?
I had been here last to look inside the attic and leave, and this certainly hadn't been here before. Someone must have left it in this room since then. Did Rose leave it for me? Was she here a while ago?
It's really funny.
I couldn't have missed her though, could I? There's only one safe stairs leading to the attic. The letter isn't exactly interesting because it looks rather ancient. The paper is so thin and rough, I'm worried I'll fall apart.
Because it's just like take You know, all of them.
You're also behind me.
No, well, I'm right actually in the camera's view between the two of you. It says that Ian is blocking all of the
I'm
light.
sorry. I want to have my hand on the
You just
keys.
can't see me anymore. When he leans forward, like, because when you lean back, you can see me because I get the white light on my face.
Right.
When he leans forward, he just soaks all of it.
Adam, I need to be prepared for when the demon
No,
shows up.
Sure, that's fine. That's okay. I'm just saying.
I'll get a time in the spotlight, okay?
I just think it's funny. It made me laugh.
But with great care, I open it, and what I read shakes me to my core.
What? Oh
Just
my
his
god.
war keys.
Justice! Chaos reigns!
Nothing
Fate launches.
Oh no!
by itself.
That would be amazing. No, if it like had code, if you ever had faith in your computer, it just launches it.
Nothing but the words "help me"
Trying to
fills
break
the
the game.
page.
That's just what I wanted to do.
Oh my god!
All of it seems written in a crimson shaded pen or blood.
Well, I've actually seen people write in blood before, and I'm gonna say that's probably blood, not pen.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I gulp. The same phrase goes on and on until send this
Trying to
to
add sound effects.
Send this to
You know.
5 people or else.
or else.
Or else what?
Okay, I said this to you,
What?
you, me, and whoever's watching the stream. There's 5 people. We're good.
It says send this to 5 people. Can I send it to myself 5 times? Is that like a loophole? I scan this quickly. I scan the back of the paper and peek into the envelope to make sure I'm not missing out on a second page. But there's nothing.
No. Oh, please, no.
My hands tremble as dread creeps over me. The room is suddenly getting colder. Oh no.
Panic. So good.
Full on panic.
I need to get out of here. Pull the paper in half. The sight that greets me next has frozen me on the spot.
Oh Jesus.
A pair of blood-soaked feet enters my field of vision, covered in gaping wounds, with skin eaten away with flesh bone, and all manner of things that one isn't meant to see. This is too much. All of it is too much. I want to cry for help, but the words catch in my throat. Even my feet won't move. I'm completely paralyzed by terror. God. I shut my eyes tight, murmuring faint prayers under my breath.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Prayers taught me as a child by Mama and Papa slip out endlessly through my teeth. Because God, oh God, if you have to listen to any of my prayers, please listen to this one. And if God doesn't listen, at least I won't see the thing that kills me. A cold comfort. I wait. And I wait some more. When nothing happens, I dare take a peek. Only to find out the ghost, the thing, whatever it was, gone. Relief washes over me as I shakily get to my feet and back towards the door. Wrenching it open, I slip out without sound and make a run for it, down the stairs and into the hallway. I take a look back to make sure it isn't behind me. Any other person I have stopped, dismissed as a trick of the light, or an overactive imagination. But I'm not taking any chances! Not giving that thing another chance to catch me off guard. I don't think I'll ever feel safe until I get out of here. Whatever it is, every warning bell in my mind is telling me that it's going to jump out at any moment and get me while I'm still in this
I
place.
told them! I freaking told them! Oh man, oh man, oh man!
Racing down the stairs, I breathe. A breathy laugh escapes me, and my shoe slips. I find
That's a
myself
breathy laugh.
breathing until my back hits the ground. Pain racks my body. My head grows fuzzy, and my vision dims, and I fight to stay conscious.
No. Go away.
Last thing I see are those feet before all I know is darkness. Oh no. Oh, new.
There's the letter.
Yeah.
We've only got where it's October 21st. We can't really go past that.
Well, I was going to see if there's more pages on October 1st.
Nope.
No. Yeah. Last thing I see before feet in darkness. Dun, 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 dun.
It's the intro now.
I know, we gotta go.
James Benson.
Right off
Man.
your
I do.
Send letters
Yeah.
No,
goodbye. I won't forget you. So your life fades away as I wither in this world filled with regret.
This is a cool code.
I know. Also, I think at one point he gets like a gun. I want to want that power in my life.
Shoot the ghost.
I want to shoot. I want to be like this fucking ghost hunter.
Where we shed our tears.
That would be-
Darkness
The ghost is probably one person.
The ghost is also pretty bad. So you're all over the
Also, him. Also, her. Also, her. Also, also, her. Why is everyone so hot?
Because it's an anime game.
I don't like it. It's just
That's what it has to
I do
be.
not consider this. To be honest, my opinion, Asher, to be honest.
Who?
Asher, though. Felt like Hannah.
I like the dark haired girl. I like her gloves. I forgot her name already. Yeah. A Buzz Springs.
I start to rouse, pulled into consciousness against my own will. I've never felt this tired before. I just want to sleep, but the instant buzzing, poking, prodding isn't letting me. My old mattress may not be the comfiest of places, but it doesn't
It's gonna be
make
someone
me
else.
any more eager to wake.
Isabella!
5 more minutes,
No, it is
Becca.
Isabella.
I swat away the thing nudging me and persistent beside me. Can't I just get a few extra minutes of sleep today? I promise I'll work hard once I'm up. My hand lightly wraps my cheek. Something cold is suddenly being pressed in the back of my head. The icy sensation slowly spreads throughout the area, giving me an uncomfortable feeling. The fog immediately lifts from my mind. The moment I recognize the voice, my eyes snap open. You're not dead! It's her.
Yeah.
There's there, looking down at me, is Rose. Another woman loiters beside her, but my attention is too focused on my co-agent to even ask why someone else is with me. Rose's posture just screams worry, although she's keeping a straight face, or trying to at least. I can't help but feel bad for making her friend. A wave of dizziness washes over me as soon as I try to get up, forcing me to lie back down again. Luckily, the feeling subsides after a few seconds, until only a mild throbbing somewhere in the
Why does
back of
every
my head
anime girl have
begins.
to stand like this?
She's not. She's holding her arm.
Well, then the other arm is still doing that.
I don't know, dude.
With a little assistance from Rose, I push myself upright. She hands me an ice pack and gestures for me to press it where I suspect a small bump has already formed. If the light ache in the area indicates anything.
Alright, Isabella, where are we?
Where are we?
The Ermengarde mansion. Why? Ow, my head.
And the date today?
October 21st? Rose.
Last one. Can you count to 15 in reverse order?
15, 14, 13, 12. No, that's wrong. Why are we doing this?
She's just checking if your injury is in any way serious.
This time, I curiously regard the woman standing beside Rose. It is impossible to overlook her, with the way she towers over us.
She's not that much taller.
No.
Well,
Here I thought Rose was
I
already
understand.
tall. Who is she anyway? One of the remaining cleaning crews? But with
Yeah,
how
that's what
primly
cleaning crews wear.
yeah, with how primly dressed
Yeah,
she is,
there we go.
I don't think anyone would want to
guys
clean
keep
a
doing
suit.
the game.
Things for us, I get it.
An expensive suit of that. The gloves must have really cost a fortune.
Look, idiots, turn your brain off. Let the game tell you how to.
No, we have to make it an enjoyment for the watchers.
We have to have viewer engagement, Adam.
Yeah, alright, so which one of us is going to take out first then?
Alright,
This isn't Twitch, Adam.
Oh,
that's true. It's YouTube.
you're right. Sorry. Which one of us is going to say the N word first?
Oh,
Well, most likely me, to be honest.
Yeah. Correct. I slowly shift between me and Rose,
But you did say
considering us,
meh.
Well,
The night say me.
with almost unreasonable expression, before finally fixing a sharp gaze upon me. I can't help but fold my arms protectively by myself, as she does so. She may be far from a cleaning crew, but she looks like our supervisor during evaluation.
Just do it, please.
See me what?
I eyed them both warily, but I respect everything she had asked. Rose releases a breath of release once I'm done.
You scared me for a moment there. I was about to call for an ambulance. Are you alright?
No. Exasperations soon replaces a dull headache. The memory is a little fuzzy, but the attic
There was someone, Rose. In the attic.
Someone? You mean a client? Oh, that's unlikely. It's probably just one of the cleaning crews. The boss sent a few of them back this morning for some last minute...
No, not any of those. They're, I'm not actually sure. Wait, didn't I call you? You said you were in the attic when you answered. That's why I went there in the first place.
Both Rose and the lady look like they've just screwed over their head. Did I say something weird? Rose quickly casts an apologetic smile at the woman before the awkward silence stretches further. It's the saleswoman's smile, the same one she taught me back when I was still a trainee. I should show this to troublesome clients or just avoid trouble in general, she advised. It is also the same one she gives me when I've done something particularly absurd that may cause us to lose a potential sale. Her eyes are serious and turns back to me. She takes both of my shoulders, gently squeezes it, and with much patience she can
As much as I'd love to have gotten at least a heads up of your arrival, I didn't really get a call from you. You know, signal here is absolutely horrendous. I was in the garden earlier and couldn't even make a single call. Isabella, I'm going to ask again. Are you really alright? What happened?
I don't know. It's all a bit blurry. I remember I was looking for you, but you weren't in the attic. And there's... whoever it is. Then I must have tripped on a rug or something on the way down. Oh no. Do you think someone came in while you were out? You left the main door open! We are so going to get into big trouble if something gets stolen, Rose!
Perhaps it is a concussion.
Are you sure you feel fine? We could still call for an ambulance. I could cover for you.
No, I'm fine! I'm okay, Rose. I can work.
Wait. Hold your horses, Rose. I can't just miss an important sale because of a minor bump on the head. An extremely minor bump. I've had worse when I was a kid. This is
Besides, if I leave, you'll have to shoulder everything in the open house. Alone. And in a mansion this big?
Well, there's also the part where I may lose the bonus BRC promised, but that's completely besides the point. Rose gives me a skeptical look when I turn the cold compress to her and push myself off the floor. I have to use the staircase railings to steady myself, but otherwise I feel fine.
See? I'm A-okay.
The two of them exchange worried glance, and Rose, assumes a contemplative look. About my lower lip in anticipation, and she says no.
Right, you in.
A smile threatens to slip out of me.
If I see that you aren't feeling well, I'm taking you personally to the nearest clinic to have you checked. Clear?
Clear as day, ma'am. Thanks, Rose.
You insisted. But remember what I said. First sign of you looking not okay, and we're off. No questions asked.
It's just a small bump. Don't worry.
You shouldn't downplay these kinds of things. It could be a serious injury for all we know.
Suddenly, a small cough sounds against the wall of the foyer, interrupting our banter. The woman is looking expectantly at the two of us, her stare making me shrink back a little. She isn't really intimidating. Well, she is. But not in a scary, negative way. Far from it. Actually, her demeanor simply commands the air.
Seductress.
Yeah.
She's sophisticated and respectable, Adam.
Like a step on me, sort of.
In a different world, a younger me would have probably wished to be like her. At our lack of response, she coughs again, lifting a well-trimmed eyebrow at me in question. Words get caught in my throat at the sight of it, and Rose, as usual, is swift to catch my blunders.
My sincerest apologies, Mrs.
Miss McCulloch. Marianne McCulloch.
She's not Scottish or Irish.
McCulloch.
Oh, she just doesn't have an accent. That name.
I know. It does seem that it is Irish. McCulloch, an X-male.
Well, they can't brand an actual email.
I mean, you're correct.
She hands Rose her business card. The words interior designer catch my eye before
I
my
think that's a
partner
real
flips
phone
it
number,
over.
No, because it would start with the.
Maybe.
There's too
That's
many
like
num-
an English phone.
there's-
number.
There's too many. There's too many phone numbers.
Oh, it might be in English. I
That's
don't
what English do.
No.
In England, that's what phone numbers look like.
Oh, probably someone interested in the mansion for 1717 inches then. I won't hold it against her, though. Despite the hearsays remaining uninhabited for years, the mansion's original fittings and furniture have been kept completely intact and restored to its pristine condition. I suppose some people find that trip to the past feel appealing. After all, with that, it offers this place could have been a haven for people looking to live somewhere with a classic historical charm.
Miss McCullough, I'm Rose Cooper, and this is my partner, Isabella Santos. We're just ironing out a few things, but we'll be starting the tour soon enough.
She's not
In the
dead.
meantime, we've prepared some refreshments for you in the parlor while you're waiting. If you could please.
Thanks. There's no need for it, though. I just dropped by for a quick survey of the place. I thought I should check the estate before I meet with the homeowners.
Rose's confusion is impossible to miss when she gazes at me, and I return her with an equally perplexed look. I guess my bedroom, and I blurt out the first question that comes to mind.
I'm sorry. Homeowners?
I should have kept my mouth shut. A flash of irritation crosses her face, but instantly disappears under a mask of professional detachment.
Yes. Hannah Wright? She hired me to handle the interior design for their new home.
What?
I'm just saying.
This is the Ermengarde mansion, right?
It is, but
She pauses, possibly trying to figure out the right words to explain the awkward situation without offending someone. Suddenly, Rose touched me with check with her supervisor. Yeah, that's. In a few moments, a few moments, enough time to clear my head of any nervousness and confusing kind of thought. Was that with?
She went out.
Ooh, yes, because.
It is, ma'am, but we weren't aware the mansion has already been sold.
What do you mean?
I almost flinch when she turns her gaze to me, but I stand my ground. Besides, it isn't like I haven't dealt with awkward situations like this before. I may screw up at times, that doesn't mean I haven't learned a thing or two in the 5 years I've been working in the business.
The mansion is indeed for sale, ma'am. Today's the open house, in fact. However, we haven't heard anything from the higher-ups that a deal has already been closed for this particular property. If you'd like, my co-agent and me can check with them right now.
She nods, seemingly deep in thought after I finished. She appears to be a reasonable person anyway. Given the proper explanation, she'll surely understand.
I thought something looked odd. Excuse me, I need to call my secretary.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Santos.
With a slight wave of her hand, she leaves us. That seems to be the end of it. Both Rose and I breathe a sigh of relief. Disaster averted. I also don't miss the thumbs up she gives me for doing a good job. I can't help but swell with pride. Still, I've already prepared myself to dial the number to our Luxembourg office to check, even if she didn't ask for it. I will be very frustrated if for some reason something has already been decided without my or Rose's knowledge. That is a whole new level of affair. We've been working hard on this. Moments later, Miss McCulloch returns, though looking a little frustrated, but with an apology clear in her face. I feel a little bit sorry for having her go through all this trouble.
There seems to have been a little misunderstanding with my client. If you'll allow it, I'd like to stay and wait for them here. I was informed they'll be dropping by for the open house today. I figured it'd be a waste to just leave after that long drive. I might as well meet him here.
certainly. You could stay at the parlor in the meantime, ma'am. I'm sure it won't be long before our guests arrive. And, Isabella, I left a few documents in my car. You know where I keep those. Can you please get it for me?
Rose takes a glance at her wristwatch before tossing me a set of keys. Oh no.
And hurry! You've still got a few minutes to double-check those papers.
Okay, got it.
The two of us disappear.
Next to the bottom.
Next, right here. There we go. Rose Cooper, Okay. Their departure brings with it a stillness to keep me company, neither welcoming or comforting. Alone like this, impossible not to think of what really happened. I wish the memory isn't as elusive as it normally is. And you want to be elusive. Or actually, then you probably don't. Let's be honest here. You probably don't. Then again,
If she did, she
We
would
have
know
to
to
show
get
the
the
letter
book
to
out.
5 people, or else.
Yeah,
I probably still have the letter.
that's hope. Keep going.
Then again, Rose already said she didn't receive any call from me. Was it just paranoia, temporary lapse, after having heard all those tales about the place? Probably. Oof.
Yikes.
White people horror syndrome.
Excuse me, what?
Was white people horror movie
She's
syndrome?
not white.
I'm not saying she's white. I'm saying it's white person horror movie syndrome, where the white people in the horror movies always disregard all the evidence of a haunted place.
I just feel like you're being racist for no apparent reason.
It's a horror movie trope,
I
Adam.
mean, you could just say horror movie.
You know, it doesn't have to be
Character trope.
white people, my guy.
Yeah.
The vast
I
majority.
don't give a shit. It just sounds, Ian.
When you
You
add
have
white,
a white man saying things like that doesn't make me feel comfortable.
why you also as another white man?
Look, look.
That's a horror movie trope. I want to think of it as such. Better think of it as such, so I can work in peace. Except a small part of my mind begs to differ. If I'm going to be completely honest with myself, I want nothing more than to leave this place as soon as possible.
What?
Nothing.
I don't know what's in this house. I don't want to know. The keys
Crap.
Rose just handed me dig into my palm. Its jagged edges create shallow ridges in my skin from how hard I'm clutching it.
Thank you.
It's a reminder of what I still need to do and why I've taken the job in the first place. Hugging my blazer close to my body, I exit the house to get what Rose asked of me. Just a few more hours, says Mom. Sell the house, get the money.
Well, fuck. All right.
A flock of people have already gathered to the mansion's front yard by the time we officially open the doors, and they all die instantly. I'm not sure whether I should feel baffled or underdressed, standing in my presence. Men and women of wealth and status, all dressed to the nines in fancy suits and lovely dresses of varying colors, compose the medium-sized crowd. Their necks, arms, and fingers are adorned with silver and gold, glinting in the afternoon sun. Some even have ridiculously fancy feathered hats on their head. I really hope there aren't any magpies living nearby. Like in the stories, those birds will have a field day in this. They're already murmuring among themselves, looking at the estate's facade appraisingly, with some arguing about whose mansion has the superior architecture. But most of it stops when Rose calls for their attention. They don't look too pleased about being ordered around, but what can they do about it?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rose Cooper, and this is my partner, Isabella Santos. We'll be taking a tour of the mansion in 2 groups. Please make sure you filled up our sign-in forms before joining a specific group.
Those who want to look around the first floor, please follow my partner. I'll be guiding the ones who wish to see the ground floor.
Hearing this, a few wander to me. They are mostly old ladies who seem daunted at the idea of climbing all those stairs. Miss Holland also joins the group, but what really catches my eye is the elegantly dressed pair she approaches. That's those two.
Yeah.
I can't. That's Luke. I don't remember her name.
Hannah.
Is that Hannah?
It's Hannah. Yeah.
It's so nice to finally meet you! When Chief Inspector Lee mentioned that a famous interior designer is in town, I knew I had to get you!
Your confidence in my skills is very flattering, Mom.
I'm sure you won't disappoint, Marianne.
God damn that voice. I'm sure you'll.
Baby.
I'm sure you won't disappoint
God.
me, man.
I want that saying sweet
That's-
nothings to me.
That one sounds very more evil in my mind.
He is evil.
I
He's
know.
literally evil.
All I'm saying is, just because they're evil doesn't mean they ain't sexy. Fucking straight people.
Oh no.
Oop, Ian, you pressed the button.
That's the wheel scroll. I accidentally hit on accent. So you know each other.
Not at all, Ma'am.
You mentioned something about a Marianne on our way here, darling?
Oh, yes, I think I did.
Ah, they must be the client she was talking about.
Oh shit.
I might have seen their faces somewhere before. Some magazine or television? I can't quite remember. But then again, most of our guests have likely ended up on the news one way or another. I wouldn't be surprising if these two already have. For people who are popular, though, they aren't dressed as loudly as the others, and in their simplicity, the couple stands out. The woman in particular is stunning enough to turn the heads of most people by the group, especially the men with wandering eyes. The guy standing beside her doesn't seem to mind, though. And if I'm going to be a bit bold with my assumptions, I'd say he's basking in the attention. Both of them, in fact. I'd think they were brother and sister if it weren't for their public display of affection.
I mean, that doesn't stop some people.
The matching rings on their fingers just cement the fact that they are indeed a couple.
Sorry.
Oh. Whatever. Couple or not, what's important is that we get this deal closed before the current owners can even think about canceling the listing. I just
Look, CK2 is a game.
look. Alabama has a state.
There is a trade. There's the inbred trade.
Yep.
And there is an achievement to give birth to a kid with the inbred trade. It's like a full-on achievement.
I started getting achievements that we already did in like the game because it doesn't apparently do achievements. So I'm
The radio gives them multiplayer because you can cheat them.
Yeah. So yeah, I started getting achievements when I played on my own. It was fun.
I just hope one of these people in my Rosa's group is brave and generous enough to buy this mansion. And so, with papers in hand, I lead the way.
And you don't need to open up every journal. It's just what happened.
Well, I want to. Bam. Okay, we started it. When they aren't whispering among themselves or going ooh and ah over one thing or another, they ask questions. From how the restoration process went to the history of the place, I answer them all. More than happy to talk about the art pieces and architecture, mostly. However, I'm careful not to mention anything about the urban legend. Not a good material for sales talk, even if the entire population of Luxembourg knows about it.
It's not Luxembourg.
It is Luxembourg!
Some of the furnishings here are actually the 17th century originals, all of which have undergone a painstaking restoration process just to return its original beauty.
Even the glass thing. Colorful ones. Oh, I don't know, but you get the idea, I hope.
Wait.
Especially that one, ma'am. It is said to be a gift commissioned by the fiancé of Lady Charlotte Ermengarde. The mansion's current owners have specifically requested that the restoration crew take great care in handling it. It's a priceless work of art and the most distinctive feature of the mansion.
By the time I've stopped talking, her attention is already elsewhere.
Isn't this place wonderful, darling? I told you it's not a total waste of your time.
I don't know. Isn't it a bit too small? We might have to break a wall down to have more room.
Well, I think it is just right. Don't you think so, Marianne?
It is splendid, ma'am. But isn't it a little too early to make plans when no deal has been signed yet?
Never mind that. It isn't going to be a problem. We've got a wonderful legal team to handle everything. Start taking notes, though. I think I've got a few things I want changed before we move in.
Right.
The rest of their conversation gets lost in the chatter of our companions. I don't want to make any assumptions yet, but their sheer interest is enough to give me some semblance of hope.
You just need to go to like the most like cheapest lawyer you could find in the area, hire them, and then they're technically your legal team.
I'm not sure I could buy like more than like 4 packs of ramen.
I mean, no, but that's at least a more useful,
What's hiring a hobo?
a reachable goal.
Oh, please, 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 let these guys be the one.
Talk to me when I can buy mac and cheese.
Eventually, our group reaches the kitchen. Dun, 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 dun!
We're gonna have to go down there at one point. I guarantee it.
Much like the rest of the house, a great deal of effort has been put in retaining the room's classical appeal.
That's shiny.
The open hearth at the end of the room in particular looks amazing, like the ones I've only seen in fairy tale books. And mad props to the cleaning crew. Seriously, after overhearing hundreds of their complaints about the soot and tar staining the bricks, how much of a pain in the butt cleaning this?
You could say ours, Jesus. I hate
They still managed.
You said God earlier.
Dabbed?
They still managed to pull this off. Or make it look presentable at least.
The highlight of the room, however, is what's underneath this hatch here.
Oof, the hatch.
Right.
Oh, don't say anything yet. An underground wine cellar.
This is the first time the guy in gray speaks. Mr. Luke Wright, if my memory supplies from the forms they signed earlier. His sudden attentions catch me off guard. Since the start of the tour, only his wife has shown any form of genuine interest in the place. But this time, something lights up in his eyes at the mention of the undercraft. What's so interesting about the basement? I don't really understand rich people sometimes.
Wants to murder people in it.
Well, murder basement,
Look,
right?
dude, if you're gonna murder someone, you don't murder basement.
Right now, he just gives me the impression of a child who has seen what he absolutely wants for Christmas.
That basement.
The rich people.
Dude, I'm down.
Fuck
yeah.
I've always found it cute whenever I see children like this.
Alright.
The younger sibling is cute.
Yes. Dude, that like little tuft of hair that pulls down, that's cute. Look,
His
eyes
eyes.
are straight doesn't mean you can't fuck and you won't
I'm
fucking
not-
understand.
I'm saying his eyes look like a dead fish right now.
Nah, I disagree. He's cute.
Or on a grown man, it's almost funny.
Yes, sir.
He
It can
definitely has
house
a
around
software
7,000
base,
to 11,000 bottles of wine.
He can hold around 7,000 to 11,000. Oh, what the?
That's a lot. That's
a lot of wine.
That's a lot of space to store your BDSM gear.
Truly. And the room. How was it built?
Ah, yes, the room.
The bricks that were used to build the cellar had been carefully picked for the purpose of maintaining and preserving a constant temperature and humidity in the room.
Wow.
It's a good place to keep your private collection in if you have one, sir.
It keeps the corks in good condition.
Oh, love. Didn't you say before that you wanted to make your own personal vineyard? Perhaps you could start one here.
In England! It's possible.
You know we're going to need space for that, darling.
And this isn't big enough?
If it's space you're worried about, sir, the Ermengarde mansion sits on a 46-acre lot. There's plenty of room for it. We were told that the original owners had a horse stable built here before, too.
There's a contemplative expression on Mr. Wright's face, but he doesn't say anything further. His wife, however, seems really pleased that he has started to show interest, if only a little. I smile to myself. I may not completely understand how these people's minds work, but I sure know how to spot a buyer with sincere interest. Score.
Adam just has to say every swear.
Dude, it pisses me off if he doesn't say it.
I can't wait to tell Rose.
What? Like, he went to the military, right?
I didn't swear in the military.
Yeah, see, that makes it worse.
The rest of the tour goes by without a hitch. After more than half an hour, we're able to cover up almost every room on the ground floor and are heading to the private.
The first time he swore when he was playing Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars RPG game. I'm gonna kick this guy's ass. Oh, wait. That was great. 10 out of 10.
Funny, this is the first time BRC had us survey the property. I kept complaining about to Rose how big it is. Now, I can't even bring myself to care, or matter how much my feet hurt. Maybe it's just the excitement over a possible sale. We reach the parlor, however, an odd feeling goes over me. It starts off as
some music.
It starts off as small goofballs in my skin. I feel a feeling of being watched intently. Whispers in my ears and shadows dance, looking in the corner of my vision. Dark silhouettes that are gum when I turn to look. A chill settles down my spine, making me feel sick. I start to break out in a cold sweat. I can't do this! I need to sit down for a moment. The old ladies in the group have been requesting for a break-in. I can just...
Excuse me? Everyone? We will be taking a 15-minute rest here before we visit the first floor.
That's a long one.
In the meantime,
Where's the
please help yourselves to the refreshments and snacks we've prepared. If anyone has any questions, feel free to approach me. I'd be happy to help you.
I let them sit while I retreat to a quiet corner to recover. Now, what do you think? Don't think about it. It's not what you think. I've probably just caught Becca's cold. Don't think about it. I'm left alone for a good while, the same words spilling out of my lips in silence. until a hand taps you on the shoulder.
Hello, you there?
Yes, ma'am?
Oh, look at you. Having to show a group around a mansion this big must be exhausting.
Not a problem, ma'am. I'm just doing my job.
What a hard worker. Anyway, Isabel, right?
Isabella, actually. But yes, what can I help you with, ma'am, right?
Please, just Hana. Call me Hana.
Hana.
I just wanted to ask, how soon are we able to move in?
My brain completely stops. The sick feeling plaguing me is suddenly gone, replaced with utter bewilderment. Is this a joke? She looks at me expectantly as I struggle to come up with an answer.
Wait, ma'am, you see, but we haven't even negotiated a price yet, ma'am. We haven't even finished touring the rest of the mansion. A sale would be great and all, but...
She stops me from speaking any further and puts a hand on my shoulder. For a moment, with her tight smile, she looks as if she had tasted a particularly sour lemon.
Oh, please, sweetie, don't insult me. Money is not a problem. And, just between you and me, this place is better off with us than with some old lady who will probably just fill it up with cats.
Dead cats!
I personally don't think there's anything wrong with having cats here, ma'am Hana. I'm sure there's more than enough space here if you want pets.
Perhaps I'm still not feeling well, but really, what's wrong with cats?
She's
More
gonna shoot
importantly,
first.
why is she not about moving in already?
Well, I'm more of a
No,
dog
sure,
person.
He's the only character that gets it done.
But you
I think
see,
I'm gonna do
this is going to be a gift to my darling.
God damn it.
It's going to be our anniversary soon. And it would be so wonderful
So wait,
if
only
your
the man
parents
had weapons?
purchased for
Wow.
us.
Dude, I just want to play all
Why, I can even offer something extra if you help us out with the paperwork.
We actually have a process for this, ma'am. I don't really think that would be necessary or appropriate.
And just what are you two lovely ladies talking about here? Leaving me and our lovely interior designer to talk here by ourselves. What
Says
would the
question marks,
people
but, like, we
think,
know who it
darling?
is.
Oh, it's just small talk, love. I was asking if she could help me with the paperwork.
Try not to wince when her nails dig into my shoulder. I can't help but send an imploring look at Miss Molotov, who only gives me an apologetic smile and a shrug.
Yeah, I can give you a fact sheet and a form to fill out.
She wastes no time taking the papers from my hand and shuffles them through the bunch. Oh man, Rose is going to be so angry at me for letting her do that.
Wonderful. And Marianne, I'd really love to talk to you about those changes. You took some notes earlier, yes?
I did, Mom. But I really hope that this time...
Excellent. Hopefully you can help us out too, Isabel.
Isabella.
Right. It's a lovely name, Isabel.
It's Isabella.
Yes, that's great. We'll be more than happy to put in a good word to your superiors too, and what's this?
Oh no!
It's the
Oh,
letter!
No! D-list!
Hey, that's
Three
out
more
of 5
people.
people. Correct. We only need 2 more. And we have already 2 other named characters in Rose and Becca. We just gotta eat all of our friends under the bus.
Yeah, correct.
Start printing this thing off. Put it on the internet.
It does. This is a game on the internet. That's how they did it. They got to us down. We all saw it.
Man,
That's
some 4th dimensional
an
chess right there.
interesting work of art. Not to my taste, though. I'm sorry.
Darling, Buttercup, art is a complete overstatement for this garbage. It looks like a cheap
God, I
plot from a
love
D-list
it.
horror film.
D-list horror.
Shush, love. Let the girl do what she pleases with, what do they call this? Oh, forget about it. At the very
Also interesting
least,
to
it's
get
not
little tiny
as
characters once they read.
dreadful as the one art exhibit I was forced to attend last month.
Ooh, how bad is the art exhibit?
You should have seen it, Marianne. Even you would have been appalled. But I'm sure you'll know what to do with our walls once we get started.
I highly doubt it is as bad as you say, Mom. Nevertheless, you can be assured that my team will only pick whatever suits your tastes. Nothing of this chain letter sort, of course. It has to always work with a palette.
I'm quite sure chain letters these days don't come in this form.
It's my turn to be puzzled. What do they mean? Rose and I double-checked everything. Are there papers I handed not enough?
You just totally forgot about it.
Yeah, I want to ask what I did wrong, but I don't want to mess up. But with the way Marianne was, I'm afraid exactly.
That's good to hear. See, darling, isn't she an absolute delight to work with? I can't wait to see how this place will look when she's done with it.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that, Buttercup.
I smile back at her face. She turns and hands me a strange piece of paper.
I would still put it away if I were you, though. Otherwise, people might get the wrong impression. Anyway, as I was saying...
I don't want to hear the rest of you saying after that. I can only stare down the piece of paper. The letter in my hands. The sides pink close I grip. Grab seriously. It's ready quickly. Fills my mind.
Isabella?
Name drop.
Isabella? Are you alright? You're looking pale.
I didn't even notice when Rose's group ended up in our parlor. I wanted nothing more to say, no, I'm not alright. I want to leave this place. But, because I remember everything, clear as day. This letter. And those blood-soaked limbs in the attic. It's real!
Limbs!
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Careless. I've been so careless! How
just full tracks.
How do I even tell them without looking like I've gone mad?
She'll let it Rose. That's another person.
Or we'll be at 4 out of 5.
But I want Rose to die. You know what? Just showing this to her.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's gonna do.
You've already showed it to 3 other people.
That was an accident.
Correct. Correct.
So
well, now those 3 people have to show it to 5 other people.
That's how a chain letter works. I'm gonna not show her.
Oh, okay.
Rose,
Marianne likes you more.
For some reason.
Probably she might show up in this conversation.
Look at I'm equal with Rebecca now.
Hey, look at that. You have friends.
I have 4 friends.
Yeah.
Not Hannah or Luke.
You don't really like Ashton that much.
Well, it's middle.
Yeah.
It started at where Marianne started, which is funny.
Yeah, right.
Because she didn't meet Marianne before this day.
Right.
I don't think she likes Ash just because he's an asshole, but I mean, like,
Asshole.
you know what?
The words
Shut
are
up,
stuck
you're
in my
Ash.
throat. I want to tell her. I really do. But she want to believe me? She already dismissed me earlier. It's a concussion, she said. It's not! There's something in the house, in the attic, in the letter! I'm going to go after us. It's gonna go after us. Please, believe
Dear
me.
me. Is Isabel alright?
Manhattan's voice breaks through the haze, beginning to cloud my mind. Rose is looking down at me, worried at her features. I didn't even notice when she moved the wrinkled paper in my hand and pushes me down. Oh, she took it anyway!
Alright.
From the edge of my vision, I can also make out Miss Clove asking for a passing food server for glass of water. Through it all, Mr. Wright stands on the sidelines. Although curious, he appears more inclined to watch the scene than help. They are all as likely to believe me as Rose does. To everyone, whatever's in this house is just a hoax. A cautionary tale.
Isabella, do you need me to call that ambulance?
She offers me a drink, but I push it away. I need to get out of here before it does a bigger commotion. Clear my head, take a breath. Anything to take my mind off things. No one is going to believe me anyway.
No. I'm just feeling a bit out of it. Excuse me. I'll be back. I just need to catch my breath.
Bad horror trap 2. Leave it alone! Bowing my head, I quickly mutter an apology and gather my stuff and make a quick exit. It doesn't matter if this place is haunted. I've caused trouble to Rose and can be quite unforgiving of behavior like this. I'm almost to the door when she catches up.
Isabella, wait!
The apprehension must have been quite obvious in my face because her expression instantly shifts to something gentler. Eyes softer, fun smile spreading on her lips.
Hey, I'm not angry.
I know. I'm sorry I ruined this for you.
Come on, you didn't ruin anything. It's not like we haven't ran into any problems before. If we don't get a deal today, we can always try on a different day. And look.
She hesitates, completely trailing off before shifting her gaze on her hands. A small gesture to stall. Her fingers are filling with a piece of folded paper. It's that stupid letter again. My hand stiffens when she gives it back, but I take it nevertheless, more than as an automatic response than any desire to have it back. I'll throw it away if I can, but I have this nagging feeling that, one way or another, it'll find its way back to me regardless of what I do about it.
Rose, this is... You have to let them know about.
I know you want us to get this sale so badly. And we've made a lot of plans on how to go about this. I mean, who wouldn't? This is the first time I've been assigned to a property like this. I've sold plenty of houses before, but nothing like what we have here. It's a beautiful house. I'd love to get one of my own if I ever win the lottery. But I think... Look, here's the thing, Isabella. If we are going to do this, work on something, I don't know, this big, I need you in top shape. And the way you are now...
My mind stops.
What? Wait. No, I can still work. I just need to get myself together.
That's what you said earlier. I let it go because I thought, hey, it's your own body and you should know more than anyone how you feel. But after this, I really think you should take a break.
You're kicking me out?
No, I'm not. Look, all I'm asking is for you to take a seat somewhere I can see you, and let me handle this for now. You're clearly not yourself, and I honestly could use some time not worrying when you'll fall over or not. The day's not even over, and I'm already feeling the stress. Please, humor me just this once.
She claps her hands together in front of her, eyes pleading for understanding. And I do understand. To some extent. That doesn't mean I feel any less awful. Whether at myself, at the unlucky turn the situation has taken, or for her. I don't really know.
I promise I'll give you a full report of what happens after. I'll even let you take the lead tomorrow.
Fine. Okay. I'll step aside for now.
You're upset.
A little, yeah, obviously.
If it's any consolation, I won't tell the boss about today. You know how he is.
Please don't. I don't want a repeat of the lecture I got during my first assignment.
Dead body.
He called me a noob, and I don't even know what that means.
At the memory, we both burst into helpless giggles, earning us strange looks from the guests milling about the door. Talking and laughing like this, it's easy to forget any mishaps that happened. Little things you learn to appreciate, I guess.
So, are we good?
I'm still not okay with it, but Rose has a point. It's better for me to step out of this one for now.
I won't be able to help you anyways if I keep getting distracted like this. Maybe I'll just take a walk outside or something while I wait for you to wrap things up.
Please, just stay put. I insist.
I'm not an invalid, Rose.
You clearly have not seen how you looked earlier.
It's not that bad.
Color hasn't even returned to your cheeks yet. Just stay here, all right? Don't even think of going anywhere. Let me finish what I'm doing here, and then I'll take you back to Luxembourg myself to have that minor bump checked. At least wait for me to call someone who will fetch you, okay?
She died already, dude.
She already did the big dead.
Who did she did?
I just did the thing where she's like, the color hasn't returned to her cheeks yet.
She's the ghost! She's gone before I can voice one word of complaint. Left with nothing else to do, I find myself drifting back to the foyer. A few visitors lingered near, some merely enjoying the afternoon sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows. Others can be seen admiring priceless antiques decorating the room. One group of elderlies, gathered somewhere across from me, is occupied in a friendly banter about which one would cost more to buy. A little argument here, and occasional laughter and teasing there. I smile to myself. The conversation reminds me of what I've been missing these past few months. Rose is probably right. I do need a break. Maybe this afternoon's hanging out will help. Speaking of, I should call Ash. It's a few hours early from what I told him, but he did ask for a call once I'm done. Besides, I don't have a ride back. He offered, so I might as well take it. Or bribe him into giving me one. Not that he'll ever accept the latter. Personal convictions and all. Honestly, if there's something I can find admirable about him, despite his tendency to annoy the crap out of me, it's that, well, whatever way works. A free ride is still a free ride. There's Rose's offer too, but despite of what she says, I know she'll be busy for the rest of the afternoon, especially without me assisting. Bothering her for a small favor as small as this is the last thing I want to do right now.
in a sentence.
Yeah, you read this and it's completely wrong.
Dabs. A couple of minutes and a few prayers asking for a decent signal later, the call finally connects, and shit!
Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City. Baggers, watch out, can't beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude. Pretty fly for an Asian guy.
I love it. Get on this planet.
Looking for trouble? Better not lie.
That's amazing.
Cool dude. Pretty fly for an Asian guy. Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City. Baggers, watch out, can't beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude. Pretty fly for an Asian guy.
He's in Watch Moshe's top 10 rappers. Eminem is afraid to dance.
What?
Shit, how loud is this thing even?
It's sharp and getting feels with the hair. The circle plays with cards. Sheena, heads begin to turn. I started off the small cut before it's your hand. Roll for your cuts. He's facing away from me, fumbling with his hands. I don't need to get them. Oh.
This is a dumb parka! You mean the anime sexy parka?
That's his ringtone.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I thought that was one of his friends in the background. No. Without bothering to end the call, I marched towards him. After what happened today, I'm not really made to do.
Of all the times to...
Ashton Frey!
What happens next is something I'll surely regret later for not having recorded. He jumps, letting out an unbeautiful yell, following his phone slipping out of his grip. It bounces one hand to the other in a poor attempt to catch it, before ultimately falling flat on the floor with a resounding clap. I kind of feel sorry for this one. And the floor. But it's not every day you can catch someone like Ash off guard and get a reaction. Dang, his stupid detective senses.
What? You said dang. I said dang.
I'll take every ounce of victory I can get, no matter how small. An awkward pause passes between us. A blink. A cough. He makes a face. And then, in a two-good motion,
he jumped at my face.
Look, soft boys, my guy.
You know what? He reminds me of the hero from Big Hero 6.
Yeah.
The main character.
Him or the brother?
Him.
Him? Okay. A little bit.
He ducks and retrieves his abused gadget. Wow. A grin threatens to break out from my lips.
What?
Ian's like, yeah, he reminds me of this other Asian anime character, and I'm like, alright.
I mean, yeah, the only thing I was gonna say is you were like the kid, and I'm like, I mean, he's like 12, but okay. And I was like,
I
I said the brother.
That you were like, he reminds me of, the other Asian anime character, and I'm like,
can we really classify Big Hero 6 as anime?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very animated.
It's very anime. Dude,
it follows like all the anime tropes.
The big hero, the robot thing is literally just a JoJo stand.
Except it can't do all the cool things that JoJo does. It doesn't have the cool hat.
I'm out. It was nice knowing you people. I'm gonna go throw myself into the Salt Lake.
Nah, I think you'd float.
Fuck.
It's a Salt Lake.
Oh, no. It doesn't meet my eyes when he straightens, but a flush is crept into his neck and cheeks. Another universe where we hadn't known each other for 5 years and suffering through his teasing isn't today occurrence, chances are I'd find that adorable. Endearing, even. Unfortunately, this isn't that kind of world. The way things are, I'm already content to see him out of his obnoxiously calm and collected disposition.
Hello to you too, scaredy cat. I could stand to be greeted like a normal person, you know.
What? And miss that look on your face? No way.
Oh, it's a man Hannah there.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Man, I should have taken a picture.
I am so honored you find this funny. Is that how you treat your guests? I think I need to talk to your supervisor.
Talk to yourself. You aren't even a guest here. What are you doing here in the first place?
For a moment, it was like a cat that swallowed the canary. Suddenly, checking every nook and cranny on his phone for any damage or scratches seems to be a more interesting activity than explaining himself.
Ash.
I could be looking to buy a house.
A mansion?
Yeah, why not? Did you see the view outside? It doesn't look haunted to me at all.
passive.
Ashton, I am not in the mood. What are you doing here?
He chances a glimpse at some point behind me. The parlor? Curious, I follow his gaze. Before I can figure out what's my attention, he places it over my shoulder and turns me back to face.
I just finished working on something, so I dropped by.
I still don't see how his work has anything to do with why he's here. At my confused look, he drops the hand resting on my arm, like he has touched something particularly hot, and he casually rubs the back of his
And
neck.
I said I'll see if I can pick you up. Turns out I can. Free time and all. So here I am. Figured you'd still be busy, and so I roamed around for a while.
Oh, you should have mentioned that sooner. I was about to throw you out.
Throw me? Hey, I was given a pamphlet. I think that makes me a legitimate client.
We have mandatory sign-in sheets for clients, Ash. I didn't see your name on it. And you can't just roam around because it says open house. Normal people actually follow an etiquette here.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Well,
I think I'll just
how
go
many
ahead
houses
and...
are for like multi-million.
You're correct.
That have like
No,
priceless
wait.
works of art.
I wasn't
just
really going
being
to throw you
around.
out. Rose said...
Yeah.
Never mind.
Correct.
I was just about to leave anyway.
Wait,
You can
what?
break into a
Now?
mansion, and the thing is, since you're like a wanted criminal, you can actually go sign the guest sheet, and you get an achievement for doing it too. It's pretty dope.
1 or 2?
1.
Can't wait.
Something must have shown on my face because he pauses and gives me a long, hard stare. Sometimes I forget how easily reading people is for Ash, how it often looks as if everything around him is a chore. I avoid his eyes, hoping he'll drop the subject and won't ask any more questions. The last thing I want is to tell him what happened, especially the part about the letter. In fact, he's the last person on earth I'd ever think about telling it to, if I can help it. Sure, he's a dependable guy. God knows how many times he has helped me, even without me asking for it. But stuff like ghosts and the supernatural, he'll never believe those even if he hears it from a friend. Except maybe if it's Becca. On a good day, the most harmless thing he'll do is give you an explanation on why those things have no chance of ever being real. At worst, he's insufferable. He'll poke fun at you at every single chance he'll get. Asheville.
But it's not a swear word. It's
Close enough. I still
He didn't say arse. He didn't say arse.
Yeah. Let's see if he says bloody. Did you say bloody?
I'll say bloody, yeah.
Alright.
That's alright.
Fucking.
I once
fucking
got
bloody cunt.
people at school one time, or people, I mean like kids in like school, or like grade
Right.
school. They're really angry with me for saying bloody heck.
God.
And like,
Mormons.
yeah, I'm like bloody heck, and they're like, you can't say bloody. That's a swear word.
Just
I'm like, you just said
exterminate
it.
them all.
It's
God,
not in America!
I can't wait for me to get famous in like 5 years and this to be clipped out of context. Me saying just exterminate all the Mormons. It's gonna get clipped out of context.
Yeah, when
I won't be able to direct my 3rd sequel in the Marvel franchise.
No, it's when it's your
Or my comedy show will be canceled. I'll be taken off of SNL. What?
Oof. No, I was gonna say the what's your what's the full term for it? The your
cancel culture?
Your regime.
My anarcho-eco-terrorism. My anarcho-eco-communism.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, dude. All I'm saying, well, first off, it's not a regime. That's too authoritarian.
It's correct.
It's more of a way of life. It's a lifestyle. A forced way of lifestyle, but a lifestyle.
Yeah, and the other one was too authoritarian.
Look, we have to use nice words so that the fucking the people on the right that aren't the fascists don't like it, and then the anarchists think it's okay. If I call it a lifestyle, they'll be okay with it.
My lifestyle choices. I'm an anarcho-eco-communist. All right.
Capitalist.
Eco-capitalist.
I say it every time. You can't be an eco-capitalist. Those two things don't mix.
Oof. Bum, bum.
I mean, you can.
No.
Not really.
No.
Yeah.
By denying one.
No, you can make it'd be making profit off of the benefit of helping nature.
Give me a fucking example of that, dude.
Look, the concept of national parks
is extremely uncapitalistic. No one profits off of national parks.
Yeah.
So, no.
Not really. They make a little bit of money every so often, but mostly.
Yeah, it's mostly like gift shops that make
Yeah.
money from like national parks.
Yeah, they make money from like gift shops and sometimes like renting land or something.
Yeah.
But usually they don't make much money.
For like people can sometimes film on them, and they get paid for that, but not really. Yeah, they're extremely uncapitalistic.
I thought they made more money.
No.
Or I guess
That's why everyone wants to take them down. That's why it's a big
Trump
thing, like-
wants to take it down.
Yeah, that's why a big like Republican thing is like getting rid of them. It's because they don't make money. And Republicans hate things that don't make money.
And also take up land.
Like the environment.
Like they take up land that they want.
Yeah, exactly.
Provide for
Just like the Native Americans.
Preserving the ecosystem.
Man, when did this stream become fucking politics?
Let's go back. What did I ever do to him?
Bro,
he does that.
Or whatever.
What? He never does that to Becca or Zach. I can already imagine how things will get on the moment I spill a word of what I saw. Nope. Over my dead body.
Oof.
Dun dun dun!
Foreshadowing.
Before I catch his attention, I shove the letter deep into my bag.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Let's just go.
Doesn't look like nothing to me.
I don't want
We still have Zach's movie tonight, remember?
It's still early. And didn't you say your shift will end around 5 or 6?
Dude,
What
rabies
about...
right.
Hey, Bella, wait up.
God, that was an awful sound on audio, I bet.
A rush of air greets me as soon as the main door opens. Not the usual autumn draft, but still a welcome change from the stifling atmosphere inside the mansion. Fair enough. Ash's footsteps are quick behind me, the soles of his shoes thumping hard against the polished concrete in an awkward cadence as he rushes to catch up. He calls out once, twice. The mansion still looms in the background. Whispers call me back. Shadows beckon. Help me. Help me. I don't look back. We spend the ride back to Luxembourg City in a relatively quiet manner, with only the radio's disjointed hum in the background to fill the silence. Occasionally, Ash will reach out to fiddle with it until the signal settles or it's on a respectable volume, but otherwise, he doesn't say anything. Neither do I. However, if the furtive glances he's been sending my way are signs, I know there are things he's been itching to ask since we left the mansion. I kept my eyes trained on the passing scenery outside, in the small hope that my disinterest will dissuade him.
Here.
All of a sudden, he tosses something at me from a small compartment on his side. It hits me cleanly on the chin before I can manage to move to catch it. It's a small package that makes a soft landing on my lap instead.
Sorry.
The glare I sent him wipes the smirk about to form clean off his face. He clears his throat, focusing his eyes on the road again. I swear, he did that on purpose. Ignoring him, I flipped the half-forgotten package on my lap.
I won't say no to free food, but why are you giving away cereal bars?
Psychologs.
I always have one on my person, and you look like you're about to pass out back there. Have you eaten lunch yet?
I don't have a chance to deny it, because right on cue, my stomach rumbles loudly, and an empty, gnawing feeling in my belly becomes noticeable.
I don't know, but this character is like just speaking. I haven't eaten since like a bag of Cheetos I ate last night.
We can go get some food later.
Right, no, I'm just like, my brain is just like, I don't know how I'm alive.
No surprise there.
Yep.
I did skip breakfast and lunch so I could catch Becca while she was on break. I was hoping to get a small meal after. I guess with everything going on, I just forgot until Ash mentioned it. It's not like the hollow feeling's new to me, though. If anything, it's just one of those things I've gotten used to ignoring over the years growing up.
Jesus Christ. Can this character stop attacking me on the personal level? I came here to have a good time, but honestly, I feel so attacked right now.
They're trying to engage you in the story, placing you in.
Yeah, that's a cute anime girl.
Yeah.
Dude, love it.
Thanks. Then I tear open the package and start nibbling on the edge of the bar.
Why nibble? Well, she's a cute anime girl.
Not.
Right.
Apart from an acknowledging nod, Ash doesn't say anything after that small exchange. For that, I'm thankful. After getting an earful from both Becca and Rose, it's nice to be able to sit down with someone who isn't going to nag at you.
How'd the open house go?
The usual. We got a bigger crowd than normal because of the property's fame, but really, no different from the typical open house. On second thought, it actually looks like a fancy party more than an open house. I've never felt so underdressed in my life. Weren't you there?
I wasn't really listening.
I should have asked someone to kick you out.
No, you won't.
And what makes you so sure?
One, ever since you got assigned to this property, you've been freaking out about it. Rebecca's words, not mine. She's been complaining to me about how you talked your ears off, by the way. Two, despite your initial qualms about the place, you still took the job. Which brings us to three. It's been months since you last settled a deal, and you're short on money right now since you're back to your instant noodle diet.
How do you even know about the last one?
Rebecca. Anyhow, you're hell-bent on selling the mansion. Even if someone you know personally is in the tour group, you aren't going to just kick them out. Every single person who went on your open house is still a prospective client to you. Even me.
Oof. He's not entirely wrong. Oh man, I walked right to that one, didn't I?
I hate you. I really hate you right now.
His answer is a small laugh. The kind that screams, I'm right, I told you so. I hate it when he does that.
I'll have you know that there's already someone who's extremely interested in this property. So even if you expressed any sort of interest in it, I don't think they'd be willing to let you have it. Too bad.
Provided I didn't botch it with the rights. Ooh, story update. Why, of all these times, did I have to screw up like that in front of an important customer no less? I owe Rose a big apology. I hope she likes free donuts.
You don't seem too happy about it.
I am happy. Doesn't this look like a happy face to you?
Really? And here I was thinking you found another one stuffed in the sofa. Or is it the wardrobe this time?
Oof! Meant that as a joke, but how close it was to truth made my blood run cold and my own heart beat as a heavy weight in my chest. All at once, the letter in my bag feels a whole lot heavier, burdened by my own guilt and apprehension.
Yeah, well, things happened. Stuff the right couple might not be pleased about. No need to make a fuss about it. It's normal in the business.
You made them angry?
Not angry, just stuff happened.
Ghost letters are normal.
Like?
Things.
Did they do anything? Your clients, the rights, was it?
I can't answer that. I'm just gonna change. He can probably tell I'm lying, so I'm just gonna change the subject. At least not without reviewing everything that took place in the attic.
You keep asking me about my work, yet you haven't said a single word about yours.
Oof, it went up.
I mean, he knows you're deflecting, but...
That's not fair. Both you and Zach have literally disappeared off the face of the earth.
Hey, first reference is Zach.
No.
Second.
Well, other than her backstory.
No.
And they're going to movie with him.
Yeah.
Oh.
They talked about that earlier.
That's where we're going right now.
Yeah.
Remember things.
Look, I honestly never heard that. Like, I don't even remember when you guys bring it back up.
That's why I just told you to remember it.
Okay, well, remembering something I never heard in the first place is great.
You were there.
Well,
Okay, Ian was reading it.
I mean, I've been paying attention.
Then listen. Then listen.
Sometimes Ian's just reading. I'm listening mostly.
An over-exaggeration, but changing the subject to something else is better than outright lying to him. Besides, it never works with him. I'm not sure if it's because I'm just bad at it or because he's really good at his job.
Yeah, right.
Dude, I'm tired.
He doesn't answer immediately, only more momentarily shifting a glance over to me and turning it back to the road when he has to make a sharp turn. Outside, the sun has already started its descent, casting a vibrant orange glow on the tall buildings. I wonder how long before we can reach the venue for Zach's film. Checking the street signs outside, it would appear that Ash has taken the longer route. Odd, but he's probably trying to avoid the rush hour traffic.
Didn't we just talk a week ago over chat?
That's different. Linking your awful memes in the group chat box every morning isn't exactly a conversation.
It most certainly is!
Nope.
Excuse me, I don't hear you calling them awful while you're laughing at all of them.
don't allow blame me. I'm sorry, Ian.
Shut up! And you aren't answering my question.
That earns him a soft punch to his arm. I did laugh at them. I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of knowing that I find most of them funny. Well, it'll only make his head bigger, stupid Ash.
All right. Lay off on the abuse. Remember that case I mentioned before? We've been trying to pin the bastard down, but it required more work than we anticipated. The guy's slippery like that. We got some good lead months ago.
He recounts what he's been doing in the time we haven't seen each other. His usual work, the occasional small investigation, and the big case he's been stuck working on. Stuff he couldn't mention in the brief time we had to catch each other online. Although most of it are well-trimmed, most of it are the well-trimmed down version. Only
well in that word.
Although most of it are the trimmed down version, only things he can tell. He has always been careful about that.
Wow, we made it through it, guys. Achievement get. He read a sentence.
Woo! 2 sentences.
Without putting a word in there.
Dude, I'm gonna fuck up reading, dude. I can't even read now.
Even in the way he spins his answers to my questions, just enough to satisfy my curiosity, but not enough to paint the whole picture.
So we're never gonna get a chance to read this free.
At one point, his voice takes on a strange tone when he mentions something about the big case. But I don't dwell on it much. That's normal, right? I mean, who wouldn't be frustrated if you couldn't bring someone to justice because they kept slipping out of your fingers? If I were in his shoes, I would definitely lose my mind. His stories never cease to be entertaining, regardless. If things weren't the way they were back home, maybe I'd consider taking on the same job as him. Well, no, not really. Mama would never allow that. But the idea is still there. Along with countless others, I've let go. Time passes quickly between us in this manner. Before we know it, we're already at the movie house.
No return. Pocket Chibi. Coming soon. Batto.
Beto O'Rourke?
Oh no!
The movie! That's an E, this is an A.
A small crowd has already formed outside the movie theater.
Beto O'Rourke.
Wait, what does it say?
The sequel to The Dark Knight.
Point of No Return.
Oh.
Point of No Return. It's the movie.
So that is the actual real person over there.
What? Oh, yeah. Something. Back to the hood. Back to the hod. Back to the what?
Back to the Future.
Back to the Hodor.
Hold the door.
It says something like Nernoi and then it says Back to the Hood.
Nerdle, back to the hood.
Nerdle, back to the hood.
That's what it says.
Nerdle.
Can it say Hollywood, maybe?
No.
No. It's nothing with an N.
It starts with an N.
N-U-N. Maybe it's Nunoi or Nunoi. I don't know. Nunor. I don't know.
Nunor.
We'll probably get a bigger version of it.
Probably not.
The Lift Fest shown for Luxembourg Independent Film Review.
G.
It's Luxembourg. It's out. Look.
It's Luxembourg. There's no Lux
Can you
N.
read words right?
I know it's not Luxembourg,
He's
but
just
it's
doing
Luxembourg.
the meme. I
It's
get it.
Luxembourg.
Luxburn. There's no N.
Attracts a bigger crowd annually, and this year's no different. I've only been to a few indie film screenings with Zach, so I'm not an expert on the matter. But I know that for people hoping to make a break in the industry, getting your film recognized by
She's not an expert in like everyone.
Yeah.
No one gets TV screen films.
Getting your film recognized by a local event like this is already a big deal, especially for a newcomer like Zach. He hasn't even won an award, but just getting a confirmation letter that the festival committee wants to include his movie in this year's lineup already put a grin on his face for weeks.
Yeah.
Speaking of the guy, he's impossible to miss. 6 feet, he appears to loom over most of the moviegoers, and with his large build and heavy voice, there's no surprise when people give him a wide berth in surprise. It's often easy to mistake him for someone intimidating at first glance. I did back when I didn't know any better. Ash did too, I heard. once early in their friendship.
Oh, there's Zach.
Hey, you guys! Long time no see!
Zach's face lights up with a smile of his own. He moved towards us with careful steps, taking a significant effort to make himself smaller as to not bump or accidentally hit anyone. Typical Zach. As he nears, Ash casually raises his hand to greet Anne.
Sup, Z-Man, my main man. What's crack-a-lackin', my homie?
The awkwardness of the sense with him the immediately singing a small group is palpable now. Someone to the left will go giggles. Only then do I become aware that my mouth is again open. The most amazed how Ash can say that out loud with a straight face. Almost. Considering his track record.
Crack-a-lackin', my homie.
So, Z-Man! What's crack-a-lack? That's the only way I'm going to address you guys now. What's crack-a-lackin', my homies? What's crack-a-lack? I can't say it.
Considering his track record, I should be used to it now. Zach's
Stop trying to act, Zach.
Yeah.
And you're the only one who calls me
crack-a-lackin', my homies. Stop trying to act. Z-Man.
There's a fondness underneath his exasperated tone. If it were for any other person, he'd likely be offended, but years of friendship and familiarity have made those words harmless to each other's ears. Or at least enough for both to take it in stride.
It's been a while, Zach.
I hope you didn't get into trouble again.
Not much to get into trouble lately without you, I'm afraid. I'll let you know if something comes up, though.
Nah, I ended up with chicken down stuck on me last time, I agree. I'd really love at least this year to pass without some sort of accident happening again.
Why are they
Take
American?
offense to that. It wasn't that bad.
I assume.
You really have no
I
idea.
I assume it's voice actors. Just
Yeah.
find voice actors that are British, but
A beat passes. And then Zach laughs.
Hey, I'm kidding! You know you can always count on me.
Well, okay. Ready? Here you go. Here's a good answer for you. Okay. 3 characters have been British accents, and that's the strongest way we've leaned. Both of the Hannah, Luke, and Becca have all had British accents, so that's about as far as we can lean.
And I mean, McCullough has Irish accent.
Right, which is roughly around those areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roughly.
In the UK.
Right. Well,
Part of the same state.
UK is a strong word.
Actually, it's not. Okay, like, Ireland's not part of the UK. They get angry at that a lot. It's part of the British Isles.
Yeah. There's the whole NRA.
Yeah.
Northern Ireland.
It's the IRA.
Yeah. I did say NRA, didn't I? National Rifles Association.
Ah, yes. The famous National Rifles Association of Ireland.
It's a story. It's a story that only two of them are privy to. Every now and then, Ash will enlist Zach's help on something. Becca and I never really found out what the deal is on those adventures, as Ash calls it. And
They fuck. They fuck.
And both are willing to tell due to some unspoken agreement.
They fuck.
I should be.
I should be.
She insists that if it's Ash, it's likely not something illegal or life-threatening. I tend to believe her on that. Sometimes. Ah well, boys will be boys, I guess.
They.
I give Zach a small wave from behind Ash when his attention eventually turns to me.
Just to get both of these boys laid when I played them. So I mean, like, 8 about.
Is that something that happened in the game?
What?
Is that something that happened in the game?
Come on.
If I get the meters max, is that what?
Why did you suddenly gain so much more interest in this?
Did this become hentai, Adam?
Oh no! Did we download a hentai game, Adam?
I don't.
I'm banning both of you from life.
We have to censor this from YouTube.
I hope not.
I don't think we do. Once the
I
virus
have
is
subscribers
Rebecca's now
to
with you.
censored.
Correct.
Is she still sick?
Because that was me.
A bit. But she's up and went to work this morning. You know she doesn't listen to anyone that's not Ash.
Yes, she does.
No, she doesn't. You're literally the only person she'll listen to when she's feeling stubborn.
And it's true. They've known each other for far longer than any of us in the group. Childhood friends and all.
But don't worry, Zach. She's probably on her way here now. She promised she wouldn't miss your movie.
Isabella! Oh, thank goodness.
Speak of the devil. Without warning, a hand grabs my shoulder and turns me around.
Becca, you're just in time.
You're right, that was
Totally out of frame. So you can't see me. You can't see Brian. How you see Z?
I'm the only one important right now anyway. Dad's
Look.
jokes.
Hey, guess who showed up?
Yeah.
Rebecca.
I have to lean back a little with the way her face is almost invading my personal space, but she places her hand on either side of my head to keep me still. She stares at me intently, concern filling her eyes.
Becca, you're squishing my face.
How are you? Are you alright?
Why wouldn't I be?
Rose called me earlier.
Those 4 words tell me all I need to know. Since I don't have my family living close by, and the only other relative I have here works on the far side of the country, I gave my company Becca's contact number in case of emergency. I should have known Rose would come. I push Becca's hands away from my face. Although she lets go, her eyebrows remain drawn together.
Oh, no, everything's good. Rose covered for me at work today.
That's not what I'm talking about. How's your head?
Beside me, Ash snickers. I bite back the urge to elbow him in place of trying to avoid Becca's hand as she tries to reach out for the said area. I do my best to dodge her, but all at once moving to hide behind Zach. Sorry for using you as a human shield, Zach.
Oh, it's nothing. I just slipped off a few steps on my way down. I blacked out for a few seconds and had a minor bump, but it's just that.
You blacked out!
I said don't mind.
It's not something to brush off.
Yep.
Come on, at least let me check it.
It's extremely minor. You wouldn't even know it's there.
Isabella, this isn't a laughing matter.
She did look pale when I saw her.
You're not like.
Wow, thanks a lot, Ashton, you traitor. I'll get you back for this. Just you wait.
What? I'm just saying it as it is. If you mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't be having this
Oh,
conversation
well, I
right
closed my
now.
eyes and I'm like.
I'm sorry. Saw her?
Yeah, they arrived together. Bella looked fine to me then. I don't know.
Something crosses Becca's face, but it's gone before I can figure out what it is.
Oh, that's good. At least she didn't have to travel alone, right? At least. Good.
Heavy jealousy.
See,
wants that.
I'm okay. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. And I don't want to miss Zach's film.
We can always watch it some other time. Sorry, Zachary.
No, it's good. But you guys should really keep it down. We're starting to attract some attention.
It's the premiere. The premiere's different. Right, Zach?
I shoot him a pleading look. Zach's a sensible guy. He'll understand. Please understand.
Not really. But Rebecca has a point.
Get fucked.
In the end, I think it's your call.
Oh, for heaven's sake!
Please, Becca. I really don't want to miss it.
You're not missing it. Oh, we're just moving it on a different day so we can have a...
Look, you guys.
Ash's loud sigh unexpectedly cuts through the conversation. He's pinching the bridge of his nose as he speaks, something he usually does when he's getting impatient.
If she says she's okay, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can stop her either. Besides, she's still acting like the same old Isabella to me, if she can still run around like that.
Why are you taking her side?
Oof. Jealousy.
I'm not.
Oof.
But if she wants to watch Zach's movie with us, I'm not going to stop her. She's probably the one looking forward to it the most.
Domestic and stuff. Like, my dad is like the most passive aggressive person I've fucking known. It's insane. I was just like downstairs for like 20 minutes while he was around. And it was like, he was just like throwing mad shade at like everyone in the house. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Ash, that's...
my dude.
You, of all people, should know...
Tell you what, if I notice something amiss with her, I'll take her to the nearest hospital myself.
Dude, that's not gonna make her happy.
Is that good enough for you?
I already know that before Becca voices it out.
When at last she releases a deep breath and nods, albeit with great reluctance, I immediately tackle her into a...
Thanks, Becca.
It's always been you with him, isn't it?
Did you say something?
Me? Nothing. Don't mind me.
If you say so.
She doesn't want to, like, it's so obvious.
Okay, guys, showtime's close, so I think I'm gonna get us some snacks. My treat.
Zach's just like,
Y'all want to fuck?
Anyone here has a smaller bill?
I just want to fill.
I think I do. Hold on.
Dude, I don't know what it is about indie movies, but a lot of indie movies have sex.
Yeah, they do. That's what. Yeah.
I'm gonna say, oof! I reached into my bag. The note. They're gonna see the note.
Yeah. Well, obviously. Well, that's the last 3 people you need.
What's this?
What's this? There's something in the air.
What's this?
It's already Ashley before I can even react. Find and Becca, Zach both give the piece of paper an screen.
Watch, they're gonna get little pictures after they read it.
It's just a paper.
I don't care. Give it.
Looks ancient, too. Why do you keep this around?
I try to reach for it, but he holds the paper way above my head. I've never been particularly sensitive about my own height, but right now I really wish I had the advantage over it.
Don't open it.
What's the big deal? It's not like it's a love letter. I don't see any reason to... Hold on a second. This is, isn't it?
Even if it is, it's not for you.
Okay. Now I'm curious.
God damn
I'm
it.
telling you, it's nothing like that. It's...
The rest of my words are lost when he unfolds the paper. Not a... I can't read.
Not a love letter.
Not a love letter.
Too early for Halloween.
It is!
Halloween takes place in this game.
Right. Yeah, no, it's 21st. Yeah.
My heart feels stuck in my throat, pounding, threatening to burst out. Vaguely, I note how my hands are trembling at my sides. Clasping them together doesn't do any good. They are still shaking, but I hang on to them regardless. The awful sick weight that has taken its core in my stomach back in the open house returns full force. How do I fix this? How do I fix this? How do I fix this? Someone, please. Today is turning out to be a horrible night.
Send this to 5 people or else. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Guys, I think we should listen to Bella first.
Aren't you a few days early for Halloween?
Ash should have a picture before.
Ash waves the paper in front of me, giving me a fleeting glimpse of its contents. I don't need to see. I don't want to see. The letters, the words, every stroke written in blood is already embedded into my mind. Maybe I should have just thrown it away when I had the chance. That way.
It's not a prank.
It's not a prank, bro.
It makes all of them stop. Even I'm surprised it has to do
What did you say?
Oh!
This isn't a prank. I saw something.
Hold on. Are we still talking about this paper? Or is it about the urban legend again?
Both. I know it sounds ridiculous.
You're saying this is a primitive version of a chain letter, and now that we've seen it, we're now cursed. You've got to be kidding me.
See? This is why I didn't want to tell you guys.
Isabella, aren't you taking this a bit too far?
It's not a joke. Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Right. And in broad daylight, Isabella. Even someone gullible would find the logic in that screwed up. There's also no way in hell that this supernatural shit is true.
But it's real! What do you think I saw?
A hallucination? A delusion? Didn't you say you fell down some stairs? So maybe Rebecca's right.
It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
We are, and you know that. But this thing and that thing has got nothing to do with the other. When Rose called earlier, I thought she's just exaggerating. But based on what I'm seeing right now, maybe it's better if we really postpone this for now.
Don't bother.
Well, in other words, I snatched the letter out of Ash's hands and stuffed it back in my bag with more force than necessary. I'm tired. I got cursed, saw a ghost, probably lost a sale, got kicked out of the open house I'm supposed to be hosting. My own friends don't believe me, and all of them think I'm crazy. To top it all off, there's a dull ache in the back of my head, begging for a little attention. I can't afford to give it right now. Honestly, there's only so much a person can take within a single day. I just want to go home, curl up into my bed, and never think about today. But before I can take a single step away from the
Guys!
Zach rarely ever raises his voice, even when there's a point he wants to drive home. And hearing him take on that time completely throws me off. Even Ash and Becca. Whatever harsh words have yet to come out of the argument really die in our time.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her. And hey, ain't this supposed to be a happy get-together? We haven't seen each other for months. I'd really love to know what y'all have been up to. I only ever get to talk to Bella over chat. Please.
He has a point. Ash, for all of his attempts to look cool and distant, has also been looking forward to this. He even took the time to call this morning for a reminder. He never does that. Becca, too, I'm pretty sure there's another reason why she got out of bed today. Yet, despite Zach's attempts to lighten things up or Ash and Becca's inquisitive gestures, the tightness in my chest remains. I should have just kept it to myself, or at least went with the idea that it's a prank. If I did, things might have not turned out the way they had. No sour moods, no bad vibes. Careless. So careless. All new.
Rebecca went down.
Oof.
Because she wants you to stay at home.
Yeah.
Oof. Zachary and Ashton went up.
Yeah. Any other day, I'd excuse myself and go straight home. This is something special to Zach. Something he worked so hard to make life. I should know that. But I might be having a bad day, but being with a few people I care about far outweighs the idea of spending the rest of the day throwing a tantrum along my way. And what if the thing in the attic could follow has been playing? Oof. I don't want to be left with my thoughts even. I can still see it whenever I close my eyes. And maybe if I stay, let our heads cool down first before telling them what happened, they'll listen to me. There's nothing you can't solve with a calm head. One step at a time, Isabella. That's what Mama used to tell me. Besides, I don't have the heart to ditch Zach. A smile is back on my face when I look back.
If we keep arguing here, we're going to miss the first few minutes.
All right, that's the Isabella I know.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you were going to cry.
This time, I really do send an elbow straight into his stomach. Stupid Ash. Being vertically challenged has its perks too.
What was that for?
Stop calling me a crybaby! I'm not one!
Aw, don't cry.
Stop it!
Okay, scaredy cat then.
That too! If you repeat that, I swear I'll... Let's just go.
Without another word, Becca goes inside. She doesn't even stop to wait for us when I call after her. Ash and I exchange looks. The same question likely swimming in our minds. Did something happen at school after I left? Is she having a bad day too? Yes. I'll try to ask her about it later, I guess.
So, you guys go catch up with her. I'll go get us the food, I promise.
But you'll miss it!
Didn't you say watching a movie without food ain't fun? It ain't like I haven't seen it. I made it, remember? I'll be in there soon.
One friendly tap on my shoulder, and he's gone. A few moviegoers are still milling about, some are still waiting in line for tickets, but otherwise most of the crowd's already outside. There's nothing much for us to do here now. Not a word of protest comes from me, but nice gestures for the two of us to head inside.
And then?
Are you sure it wasn't one of the cleaning crews?
Absolutely sure.
Somehow, halfway through the movie, the conversation steered toward what happened at the mansion. To be fair, Zach was the one who brought it up again. In his own movie premiere. Now the film's just serving as background noise while we're speaking in hushed tones, careful not to disturb anyone inside the small home. Well, except for Ash. I just hope we don't end up arguing again. We'd get all kicked out for sure. But with how loud Ash's voice is, we'll probably get thrown out before any argument happens. Only Becca still remains in Ghost Movie, completely ignoring us. She's been quiet the whole evening, speaking only when referred to. If I didn't know any better, I think we did something that offended her. Did we?
And then I ran. You heard what happened after.
I still think it's something else.
It was standing right in front of me, Ash.
He's one of the smartest people I know, but geez, he could learn to listen. Plus, didn't he say he doesn't believe in these things. Why is he in this conversation again?
I heard what you said, but it's a small room. There are a lot of things someone else could have done there without your knowledge. If I could see it up close, maybe I can...
I am not going back there.
Ain't that a problem if you're hosting an open house?
Rose does the first floor tour.
I ain't sure ghosts can be restricted to one room, Bella.
There are no ghosts, Zach. Stop putting useless ideas in her head.
Yeah, but I was thinking, maybe all the house needs is a blessing. Wasn't it left uninhabited for years?
Oh, the house did change hands over years from one distant relative of the immigrants to another. None of them bothered to live in it, though, and it remained that way up until the current owners decided to sell it. Why didn't I think of that?
I didn't peg you as the religious type, Zach.
Nothing like that, Ash. Who knows, though? It might bring something positive to the place.
That's not a bad idea. I just don't know where I could find someone.
You're not seriously considering a suggestion, are you?
Do you have a better idea?
I know where. I could contact him for you if you want.
You do that?
Or we can find you a psychologist instead.
There are very few times in my life when I wish my flowers can kill. Flowers. This is one of those.
Ash, that is not a very appropriate thing to say right now.
Yes.
No, wait, that's not what I meant.
Glower at someone. Or glower at someone.
What's glower?
It's like an angry type of stare.
I thought it was just like glowers as in like...
Ethnographer.
No.
I meant ethnographer.
No, not at all.
This guy's a psychologist too, of course, if you...
I've never heard
Ashton, if you don't stop...
Rebecca knows the guy I'm talking about too. She can vouch for him.
Like, here's what I was going to mention.
Huh? What? Oh, are you talking about Professor Andrew? He used to work with my parents at the university. Can you guys keep it down?
Sorry, the scaredy cat here mentioned curses. Not that I'm saying this is one, but talking to him is a better solution for me than getting a random priest to bless an old house. He'll even help you figure things out, teach you a couple things, and probably put your fears to rest since this looks to be bothering you a lot.
Ash might be right too. However, when Zach suggested something I'm more familiar with. Granted, they don't believe me. They're only giving me these suggestions to put my mind at ease, but it's better than being ignored or being laughed at. I can take comfort in knowing they are willing to hear me out.
So, what do you think?
I should choose.
It's your call.
Yeah.
We'll go with whatever you want.
I don't know.
Priest or professor? This one's actually hard. All the others are decently easy. This one's hard.
Well, alright.
Don't say... I wouldn't say anything. No.
Well, I don't actually remember this. I will say this.
Yeah.
The professor might make Becca and Ash like you. The priest would probably make Zach like you.
I'm gonna say, the priest, right?
Yeah.
For story reasons, I like the priest better because you're gonna go back to the house of the priest, and the priest probably goes crazy.
Well, the doctor, you're also going back with the professor too.
Oh, I thought we were going to the professor's place, and they just.
No, I assumed he was there. Either way, you just go meet the professor. He'd come back with you, or he might just teach you some things and go back. I don't know.
Man, I don't know.
If we're going back either way, I want to pick the priest.
I'm gonna pick the priest, dude.
I'll think about it. But maybe we could go with Zach's idea?
No.
I'm not so sure about that.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to try, right? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. At least we did something than just stand around. I'll let you know when he's available, Bella.
Thanks, Zach. I knew I could count on you.
Guys, I said keep it down. You keep insisting that we still watch it. You're not even paying attention yourselves.
It ain't a big deal, Rebecca. I'm the one who broached the subject in the first place.
It's still your film, Zachary. A good film, mind you. You worked hard on this. The least we could do is watch it with you.
And that's what you're all doing. I really appreciate all of you making time for this.
Sorry, Becca. We'll stop now.
I threw her an apologetic look, even if Ash is the only one she should be recommending. But her attention is already back on the screen. She's ignoring us again. When Becca's acting this way, there's a big chance something's nagging at her. We really need to talk. We all fall into a comfortable silence after. The kind you only can share with people you're most at ease with. For the first time today, the letter lays forgotten in my bag, if only for a few hours. timeline updated. There you go. Okay. Night has fallen by the time we exit the movie theater. Despite the late hour, the streets are still bustling full of people. Those about to head home, those set to meet someone, even those simply wandering about. Walking in the sea of unfamiliar souls, it's striking me how easy it is for one to get lost in the city as nondescript as Luxembourg. I was afraid too, at one point back when I was new and just set foot in this place. Now, with familiar faces walking with me, it feels a little like home. Zach and Ash bid us a goodbye shortly before Rebecca and I crossed to the other side of the street. The former claiming he's got a few freelance jobs to take care of before the day ends. And Ash? Who knows, he never tells. Sometimes he just randomly appear at your doorstep looking for a place to crash. He does that to Zach a lot, much to the latter's frustration. But he's a busy guy too, in spite of the laid-back air he gives off.
Thanks for today, everyone!
No problem, Zach. I'm sorry for what happened earlier.
Help me.
Huh?
Help me. Help me. Sensation. Cold, sickening, drowning. My chest tightens. Breathing comes labored. I can taste blood in my mouth. The edges of my vision blurs. In the distance, I miss the countless, nameless people going up lives before he reaches out to me. Help me. Pleading, even as I clench my eyes tight and clasp my hands over my ears. Whispering and whispering and whispering. Calling out. Help me.
No, not me.
What?
Somebody help me.
Isabella? Earth to Isabella?
Look behind you. I said turn around.
It's only game I don't remember what game that is though.
PT.
At her voice, the whole world suddenly snaps to focus. The memory's gone. When I open my eyes, Becca raises her eyebrows.
Weren't you listening? Are you coming with me? Oh, yeah. Just, okay. Sorry, I spaced out. You always do that.
I follow her without complaint, but not before sneaking a glance to the far end of the street, where the voice came from. There, where another set of eyes might be staring. Nothing. It's only Zach and Ash watching over us as we head back to our Becca parked her car. If I'm expecting to see something or someone there, I try not to let it show. Try not to think of the tiny pinpricks of fear crawling.
See you guys some other time.
Yeah, see ya.
Another glance and a final wave. We go our own ways. I don't know what I saw. I don't know what I heard. Just want to know. And if this is what would help me sleep tonight, what would
Wanted.
What would give back to the more normalcy in my life, and so be it.
Hey, look at the
This is the second day.
Fucking day. Look.
Hey, wait, stop. Wanna go get food? It's like 8.
Sure.
Alright,
Well,
save again. Save. I mean, we can make a new, but yeah.
Well, this was the very beginning.
Alright.
It's not like.
Alright.
Darkness closes around me.
Listen, Rebecca doesn't really like me. And Ashton, Zachary, Lucas.
Look, it's your first day acquaintance with Marianne. Really appreciates you. Everyone else, you know.
The Irish brogue.
Brogue. That's a word.
Yeah, Irish brogue.
Should never say that word again.
Just cancel. Yeah,
So how do we do the stream?
I mean,
look,
we could stop streaming. Or
we could. Here's what. Look, to be honest, I'm really tired. If you guys could just go get food without me, I could stay here and do stuff on this.
I'm scared what you're gonna do.
I'm not gonna fuck with your computer, man.
Don't play the game without. I mean, you know you're not.
Yeah, I won't.
What kind of food do you want?
Pizza preferably, man.
Okay.
Dude, it sounds nice to just eat. No. And if you stop by a place that sells like coffee, that because Jesus Christ, I'm tired. Ian, would you like your phone?
I need a wallet. It's too big one.
I need me ballot. I'm grabbing Meat Mallet.
Next turns the carrying dog. The old guy. Get me Mallet.
I have hit Meat Mallet.
It's been a long time since
One, there's the meme I actually know it from is in Dead by Daylight, the killer's coming after you. Get me Pallet. Or in Rainbow Six Siege, there's a character who has a sledgehammer, and they'll call him a mallet. I'll be like, they'll be like, one of the defenders have reinforced on the wall. Get me Mallet.
I was gonna say, if you want to like stream anything to like stream, only full screen games.
I'll figure it out.
All right.
Oh, if not, I mean, like, I don't know.
Watch the stream.
I can't. Hey, no. I'm watching you. Let's see. See, it doesn't seem to be doing audio from that. Hey, no. Let's see. Oh, let's click on Steam. Nope. Could do Crusader Kings for the meme. It's Team Fortress 2 down. What I mean. Do they have any good games? Oh, Lost Federation is pretty good. Hitman. Goat Simulator. Oh, FTL. I'm probably gonna get through a whole thing of FTL. Yes, Don't Starve Together, but not normal Don't Starve. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. Damn. There's a lot of games. Most of them are me and Ian's. Well, I don't think he actually shared Ian's games. Most of them are mine, though. Mine and... Let's see. Whew. The Witcher. What a meme. I put the 2 Witcher games, one of which is mine, in the stream. I think I could just play with, like, a mouse. Oh, should Crusader King. I do, but don't. Back up this. No, I'm good. I'll include a different title, mostly because, like, to be honest, I don't really care if anyone else sees this. This is mostly just for you. And, yeah. I don't really care. Getting a phone call. What's up? Yeah? Yeah? Sorry, I'm away from the phone. What's up? Yeah, what's up?
Brian wanted to talk to you.
Oh, okay. What's up?
So, Adam, you're gonna have to go into the OBS settings where I first changed the game, the letter.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember what.
No, I saw. Okay. Yeah, I'll look, dude. I'll figure it out. I don't even know if I want to play anything else, dude. It's alright. Thank you. Bye. Good people. Good people, those people. Oh, man. See, I'm, like, having vague memories of this game, and, like, I forget how long you play as Isabella. I feel like it's for another good, like, 2-3 hours. And then I think you play, like, Hannah for, like, another, like, 4. And then you play as Zach for, like, 2. And then after that, I think it's McCullough, right? Like, no, it's Rebecca, then it's McCall. Then it's, Ash and Luke. And I know you don't play Luke for very long. I think it's only like an hour, maybe. I'm always dropping out of frame. Here, let me move over here. So my head's more in frame. We can also lower this more. So I think that was too much. There. It's probably better. So yeah, and then let's see what that looks like in the stream software. Oh man. 360 view. Huh. And delay 30 seconds. Concurrent viewers 3? Wow. See, because I think I'm live streaming it and someone else is, but I don't know who else is watching this. It might be Brighton. That would make sense, yeah. Alright, so it'd be me, Brighton. You. If there is someone else watching this, I apologize for the unprofessionalism and the rants that we go on. I mean, it's 3 friends just playing a video game for Halloween. So, yeah, it's not going to be very professional. What I can do. Just to see if I can get this to work. Ooh. Let's see, what game over here would I want to get working? FTL's not a bad one, but I don't know if I can actually run that in full screen. Here, we'll see if we can get this game to work. Let's see if we can get this game up here. This is a good game. Let's see. Oh. Oh. It went away. Yeah, interesting. Alright. Well, the game I launched just decided to go away. And it launched the letter instead. Hello? Can you not have 2 active Steam games at once? That would... no, you can. Alright. Well, let's figure this out. Alright. Oh, your mouse refuses to leave this. It's recording audio for the game. Well, I mean, the music is pretty awesome, so... This is the settings. Can we change this settings monitor? Oh, there it is. Let's set it to the original. Macintosh. That is Macintosh, isn't it? No, I think this is the original one. Yeah. I'll tab out of that. Let me see if I can go down here. See my... for some reason, this game locks your cursor into this, so I can't actually like move it over. I don't know if I can actually select this game as the video source, which is really interesting. Keep trying. This game very clearly has made it, so scenes, sources, game. There's that. So if I do that, does that again because I'm an idiot. Then it does that. Alright, no. I don't know how to get that to work. Because I think it is here. Nope, when I click off of it. Very interesting. I am intrigued by how things work. Scene transitions. I know this doesn't look like interesting on the stream thing, so why not close it? A, because I'm worried. Second off, I actually don't. Here, we'll try that. Here. Because apparently I'm running 2 Steam games. I didn't even know you could run 2 Steam games. Yeah, you can. I just want to know how to make it so that the letter has 172 achievements. Okay. That's a lot. Yeah. Interesting. Let's see if this stuff is sort of interesting to me, though. I'm not very good at it, because A, this is the software that I know. Particularly, this is just Brighton software. See, when I do this, what is it just recording the full screen? If I wait long enough, will this pop up? Or is it recording the game specifically? Because I think that's what it's doing. The problem is, again, I can't move my cursor off of this. Maybe game camera? No. Close this. See, because now it's doing the letter again. Stop. Oh. Hey, I can make my mouse the thing this time. Yeah, I just don't know how to do it. That's my problem. Alright. Interesting. Interesting stuff. See, this is the only problem with, like, stream stuff. See, my only problem with streaming things is that, like, you can't edit it in post. That's what I want to be able to do with a stream, is edit it in post. But yeah. No. So, I hope I'm not gone for too long. Yeah, no. I can Google how to do it. Let's see. I just hope it's normal OBS. Yeah. I'm tired. So if I run something else, let's see if we can get it to work again. Let's try the audio bit. Let's try with my dear old good friend, The Last Federation. Game I really enjoy. Not spooky though. Well, yeah, not spooky. Alright. See, I can get it to capture this. Capture this. It's capturing audio. This thing doesn't capture. I don't know. Man, I'm back. Loud. I'm sorry. Games have good music though, so it's not. Yeah, I just don't know how to do it. I know it, but like, I feel like I saw him add the letter, but I honestly just don't know how. There's like a warning, like every 2 seconds, every 2 minutes, the bit rate of the stream is too low. But we have a good connection, so what? Hold on, let me see if I full screen the preview. Yeah, it's trying to run it at the highest quality. Boy, that looks pixelated AF though. How bad is it? Oh, no, it's getting better. Okay. Yeah. The webcam quality shit though. I mean, it doesn't help with the poor lighting. Here, let me see if the lighting gets better with this. Because I know darkness makes poor quality. Let me see if that makes it any better. But okay, the game doesn't seem to be running bad. It's just shitty webcam quality. I mean, it is what a Logitech, so yikes. Yeah, the light helps a little bit. Alright. See, this is the kind of shit I care about. How good the fucking... Yeah. No, we will. Especially, again, when I actually turn on the light, it makes it a ton better. But, you know. Still rough around the edges. Yes, our current bit rate is bad. I agree. Right, no, totally loses the vibe of spooks. Definitely 100% agree with that. Oh, no, here, well. I'm gonna read over the journal. Hey, look, there's a new entry. Don't look at them now. Talk times of the black revisions and stuff. Yeah, which I don't think this is the thing they haven't picked up on. This isn't like a third person, or like it just recounts what happened, but it's in like a third person narration style. So like, you know, that's new information. Whatever. You know, I'm just not before from or anything. Also, this is here, which, you know, I don't think I realized that. Oh. I don't have anyone else's. I'm just going to journal. Oh, it doesn't say born. Oh, cool. Cool. It's just nationality. So, she can be born somewhere else. With an English accent. When cool. Timeline. I'm pretty sure timeline. Oh, this is timeline. Oh, that's why I was doing this. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. My personal goals is to get Zach and Ash laid. Don't care how. And since I'm also playing Luke, my plan is to just, since he's the last character, my plan is to just fuck. Oh, I have a bloody nose. Well, that's unfortunate. Apologize. Jeez. That's a lot of blood. This is what I get for taking 10 ibuprofens. Oh. Oh man. Okay, like I said, get them laid, like a meme. And then, so, I'm playing the three boys. Zach, Ash, and Luke. Ian's playing Isabella, and Marianne, and Ryan's playing the other two, Rebecca and Hannah. And so, I might have Zachary get laid by having the sex with Hannah. But, you know, who knows? Oh, that's still bloody. Unfortunately. Oh, my back hurts so much. This is why you don't do 24 hours. Even though it hasn't been 24 hours yet, it's been like what? 22, I think, at this point. Goddamn bloody nose. While I wait for everyone to get back, yeah. I don't know. I think that's them.
Adam, quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
I need more of a request. Quick compare and contrast, right?
Okay.
Ash from this game, Ash from Fire with your houses.
What you putting up your nose, my guy?
Tissue, because I had a bloody nose.
Oh, okay. It looked like you were putting something else up. I was really confused.
Nope. Just a
tissue.
Just a tissue for a bloody nose.
Alright.
Yep, I'm just like snorting shit, dude.
No, I thought you
Thank
were like had like a like what?
Yeah, dude, just shoving lip balm up my nose. Just doing it, you know?
That's what it looks like. I'm not gonna want to.
Just shoving it up there.
Shut up there, Morty.
All the way. Thank you. I've been given too many things. I do not know what to do with these things. Ugh! Kind of going that quick light style, or whatever the fuck they call it. They just do the live stream themselves.
Those vlogs?
No, well, there's people who just like live stream themselves, just like hanging out. I don't know, man. It's weird. Is the Pepsi mine too?
Yes.
Jesus, dude, thank you.
No problem.
I'm dying.
Okay.
I've only been up for 22 hours. We're doing it. We're doing it live.
I mean, we are literally doing it live.
Yeah.
We'll make one of those Korean videos where you just sit and eat with people.
Right. Those. Look, dude, if I got paid money to do that, I'd do that all the time. I'd never stop. I'd only sit and eat with people. Bad enough. Yeah, but I don't know how to select another game on the thing. Yeah. I failed. It's fine.
Yeah.
What I was trying to do is, because it's semi-spooky, I was going to try to run Obra Dinn.
Oh.
Fun fact about Obra Dinn, your mouse cursor can't leave the game once the game's launched.
Yeah, you can alt tab.
Well, right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how to record the things.
Anyway, I was gonna say is Adam.
Yeah.
You'd have to go into settings down here in the top.
See,
and then you go to no wait. I was wrong. You go to video capture device properties. Not video, game. Properties. The lighter.exe. You choose whatever exe you want. That's running.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah.
You told me. Alright, now I will know.
Hey, you ready, boys?
No.
So, Adam, you can't kill off characters if you haven't done their chapter yet, right?
As far as I'm aware,
It just wouldn't make sense is what he was saying.
I don't know.
I don't think I'm able to kill these off.
In the one playthrough I saw of this game, everyone lived.
Oh, okay.
So that's all I'm saying. That's all I know. Everyone can live.
Well, we're probably gonna disappoint you then.
Dude, I'm okay with seeing some people die. Hey man, I get the characters with guns, I think. I'm gonna kill at least someone. You give me a gun and you don't expect me to use it?
Shoot the ghost.
Oh no, dude, I'm gonna just shoot someone at random. Fucking, I'll just take out like Mary Ann or something.
Shoot your wife.
Don't shoot the Irish broke.
Sure, okay, I'll shoot my wife. Fuck that bitch.
Not
I think
Hannah.
like they have the lowest opinion of each other or something bullshit like that.
What?
In like their opinions of each other, I think they have the lowest opinions of each other.
Wow.
By the way,
It's all the facade.
you guys can probably, adjust the camera. I lowered it a bit so it'd be more in frame.
Just this way a little bit.
Right, well, Brighton's completely out of frame now.
I don't need to be in frame. I'm eating.
Correct. I mean, he doesn't. He's right, but...
This way brings Brighton more to frame.
My arm. Hello.
Hey, look, your arm's in frame.
That's all I can get is your arm right now.
I saw you. Ty was chatting with you on the stream.
Yes, correct. She was, in fact, doing that.
I'm going to continue now.
Do you want to wait? Open up. Are we gonna leave with the light on?
No. Ruins the spooky atmosphere.
Hey, your mouse is right here, not over there. So over there. No. New tab.
I closed the tab right there.
What?
Anyway. Eat off that light, boy. There you are.
The darkness closes around me.
The darkness.
Grasping, pulling, engulfing me. The ground caves in without warning. I'm falling.
I'm falling out of the darkness. Holy fire.
My eyes snap open. For an instant, it doesn't immediately register where I am. Both my back and shoulders ache after I've fallen asleep all hunched up the night before. Drenched in sweat, the nest of pillows I often keep around me feels more suffocating than comforting. I let my eyes adjust to the bright morning light streaming through my window and allow my breathing to slow down before untangling myself from the pile. I haven't had a single dream since coming to Luxembourg, or at least none I can recall having. It's a shame because they used to be so vivid. Not the crazy vivid, but the more pleasant kind I'll tell my siblings about. Maybe it's just the stress of living alone. The knowledge that I'll always wake up in an empty apartment with no one to tell stories to.
What time is it?
Habit forces me to look over at the clock, even with the soreness weighing heavily on my shoulders and the compulsion to never leave my bed for the day. In a heartbeat, I'm up.
Oh man, of all the times to oversleep. Towel? Towel? Where's my towel?
Admittedly, it's a weekend. As an unspoken rule that entitles me to sleep to extra hours of sleep. But if Rose didn't kill me yesterday, she sure will now. And right after what happened, oh Lord, one box of donuts as peace offerings won't be enough the second time around. Grab my towel. I'm already a few short steps away from the bathroom when muffled ringing breaks out from my bag. It's a moment of indecision at first, my mind conflicted whether I should just ignore or answer it. But what if it's Rose? Or worse, our boss. Sheesh, in the end, the rational part of my brain went out. The letter from yesterday peeks out when I pull out the device. Just the sight of it is enough to put me in a foul mood, and it takes every force of will for me to ignore it in favor of answering the call. The caller ID reads Mama.
Huh?
It's around 4:45 p.m. in the Philippines right now.
That's an unusual time for them to call.
Usually it's around noontime here, and I'm the one calling, not the other way around. Better for them to use that money on something else than an international call. Regardless, no cheaper than I can get.
Hello?
Hello? Grace? How are you?
Mama! I'm doing okay. How are you guys over there?
We're good. EJ won a storytelling contest at school the other week. Brought home a medal. I thought you should know.
There's a tired lilt in her voice when she speaks. It's been there since Papa had to leave his job. I wish there's something I can do for her. But, from miles away like this, the least I'm able to do is not make her worry. If only my older brother would actually lend her a hand, but Lord knows if that'll ever happen. Odds are, Kuja Jordan's already out drinking right now. Again. I can't count on my older sister either, knowing she has a family of her own, and, well, 8 Anne's financial situation isn't exactly great right now, having ran herself knee-deep in debt.
Great! That's great! Tell him congratulations from me. And let him know I'm gonna send him a little something extra this Christmas. How about Nico? Karen? Michael? I hope they're okay?
They're doing well. They wanted to talk to you, but they're all busy with school.
Oh no, that's fine. I don't want to bother them. Just tell them to keep doing their best for me. I'll just call back when I know they're not busy. And Papa? How's Papa doing?
It's a subject I'm a bit hesitant to broach. From the way Mama's voice hitches, she doesn't want to bring it up either.
Papa. Grace, he's having a little difficulty right now. Weak appetite, he's having trouble swallowing, and lost a few pounds. But the doctor said we should keep encouraging him. It just means his body's accepting his new treatment well. The money you sent last time helped a lot to pay for it, by the way.
Oh, I see. That's good.
I won't deny that my life has gotten tougher for our family. It used to be easy back when Papa was in good shape. But ever since he was diagnosed with a sickness 5 years ago, he's been unable to provide for us. Now the burden of feeding 8 mouths and settling Papa's bills all rest on my shoulders. Although Mama makes a little, accepting sewing and laundry jobs in our neighborhood is scarcely enough to cover the cost of day-to-day living, let alone the bloated hospital bills. We can't even expect help from our own government because the health insurance there barely covers anything.
I'm sure he'll get better soon. Is he well enough to talk? Do you think I'll be able to speak to him, Ma?
Silence. I started to think that the call got cut until...
Listen, Grace. Maybe it's better if we transfer Papa to a different hospital. Somewhere cheaper?
What? Why? Did something happen? Is it the deposit issue again? Give me the hospital's number. I'll talk to them.
No, it's nothing bad. The service here is good. Too good. Even the doctors. But I'm worried you're working yourself to the ground because of it.
Mama, we've been through this before. I want the best for Papa. And don't worry about the bills or the medicine, or me for that matter. I can handle myself. Everything's going well here. In fact, we're about to close a large sale.
Hopefully. If not, then I'll find another way. She doesn't need to know that. Sorry, Mama. You taught me not to lie. Yet, look what I'm doing.
I'll have money to send over soon to cover the rest of Papa's treatment. And there's more than enough for Karen, Nico, Michael, and EJ's school tuition, too.
Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate it. We all do. But I just wish you'd come home to us soon.
Colin, when are you coming home? EJ, the youngest, used to be the only person asking me that. How do you respond to a question you don't have a definite answer to? 5 years later, I still can't give them a straight one. I smile, but Mama can't see it. I fight to keep my lips from quivering, my voice from shaking. She's got enough on her plate as it is. No need to weigh her down with unnecessary concerns.
Promise me you'll be there to welcome me when I do, okay?
Of course. I'm sorry, Grace. I need to take this for a while.
There's a small commotion on the other end. The sounds of gates opening, the voice of a child, EJ, talking excitedly about his day at school, the tapping of feet on floorboards as he runs. It's been years since I went home, but I can still picture the whole scene in my mind. How tall is he now? Are the neighborhood kids bullying him now that I'm not around? Did Mama rearrange the furniture in the living room again? What are they having for dinner today? I miss them. I miss them so much.
It's okay, Ma. I need to go too. I've got work today.
If you mess up,
I'll call again soon, alright?
On a Saturday? Oh, never mind. Take care of yourself, dear. I love you.
I love you. Bye.
It ends with a soft quote, leaving half-truths and empty promises hanging in the air. My eyes close for a moment, take a deep breath, and shake away the thoughts beginning to swim inside my head. It's pointless to mull over these things right now.
Okay, Isabella. Time to get that mansion sold.
Unfortunately, before I can take a single step away from my phone, it rings again. No doubt Mom forgot to say something.
Mama? Did you forget anything?
Excuse you? I'm too young to be your mom. Are you still sleeping? Hold on, never mind that. Get yourself in the office. Hurry!
Office? What about the open house? Oh no. Is it Sir John? Did he hear about yesterday? Am I in trouble? Oh god, oh god, oh god! I'm gonna get yelled at, aren't I? What do I do? I'll buy you an extra box of donuts if...
No, it's nothing like that. Will you calm down? Get yourself here, alright? I'll tell you everything then.
There's a telltale din of several feet shuffling against the wooden flooring and an instinctive yelling in the background before Rose cuts the connection. That isn't in any way comforting, but it's enough reason for me to dazedly discard my phone and finish my shower in record time. I make it to the office within 20 minutes of leaving my apartment completely disheveled and out of breath. A feat, if I take into account my usual travel time. Routine clamor, common to the Realty Corporation, Luxembourg office, greets me as soon as my foot crosses the threshold. Papers rustling, telephones ringing at sporadic intervals, agents talking at varying volumes, staff moving about.
Where the hell is C? Where are my employees? What the actual fuck, guys? Of all the times to disappear without notice.
I'm good. Yep.
My boss's words turn muffled as someone else closes the door to his office, likely the work of our HR manager. Throughout the past weeks, he's been in a bad mood over a few employees who have failed to report to work. I hear they're still trying to get a hold of them to no avail. The result is, half the workload has been shifted to all available staffs, so as to not lose clients. Not that I mind the extra work. If anything, it means I'll have more to send to my family back home. Although the rumors of a branch closure circulating because of this is indeed a bit worrisome. My bag barely touches the top of my table when Rose pulls me aside.
Here, I need you to help me with these papers. If you could also get these signed and photocopied before lunch today, that would be great.
One thing after another, she thrusts a bunch of paperwork in my hands without explanation. The page flutters away from the top of the pile. I lean down and pick it up, my eyes scanning the top of the page as I straighten. A purchase and sale agreement. Rose simply gestures her thumb in the direction of our visitor lounge when I tilt my head in question. There, sitting on the sofa and looking completely out of place in the humbly decorated room, was the same couple from the day before. The Wrights. Something bubbles in my throat. Their presence in the office can only mean one thing.
They're buying it? We got a deal?
She swatched my hand and tugs my sleeve, although her eyes are alight with something akin to joy. She wants this sale to happen as much as I do. And now that it's here, the deal needs to be closed yet. Documents need to be signed still, but the elation is there. Along with the foreboding sense I can't quite pinpoint.
I had to do a little damage control, but they're already interested in acquiring the property, even before they attended the open house. I mean, isn't it obvious? They already hired an interior designer. I've never seen a buyer as aggressive as Madame Wright. She didn't even try to negotiate a lower rate.
One at a time, Rose. I can't process everything you're saying at once. What do you mean?
They're paying 15% higher than the listing price, as long as we get the paperwork done as soon as possible. I think if we allow it, they'll be paying up front, too.
Even with that urban legend?
Rose nods.
Oh. I was so sure we lost the sale after yesterday.
Don't look so surprised. We still have to conduct some last few checks before we completely hand it over to them.
Please. I'll happily do the paperwork duty, Rose. I'll even go to the land registry myself and make sure the property changes hands with every single legal blessing.
Don't they have better things to spend money on? I'd haggle down to the lowest possible price if I were in their place, especially with the stories attached to it. Not that my opinion matters one bit here. We're just agents who are going to receive the hefty commission after all. Nothing more. Rose gives me a pat on the shoulder, signaling that she's heading back to them, and an unspoken instruction for me to follow after I'm done. It doesn't take me long to finish what work she left me. In fact, having our boss sign the agreement is the easiest, since it has put him in a better mood to the entire office's relief. Madame Hannah's calls me over the moment she knows my presence in the atmosphere. She welcomes me with a bright smile, her movements more open than what one would typically expect from a passing client to Hannah.
Oh, Isabel! How are you feeling? You looked awfully dreadful yesterday.
Isabella, I'm fine now, ma'am. I appreciate your concern.
I really don't understand why they can't get my name right. It's a fairly common name. It shouldn't be too hard to remember. Regardless, I hand them their copy of the agreement.
Wonderful. Your team works unbelievably fast.
Madame Hannah skips through each of them with a scrutinizing detail, checking every page for any inconsistencies and errors. Despite the unassuming impression she gives, she appears fully aware of what to look for in the process contracts like these undergo. It is surprising, to be quite honest. I haven't pegged her for someone who is well versed in these things, yet here she is. She shows some of it to her husband, and he responds with the same passive interest as if he is more than happy to leave everything to her. I can't tell if it's purely because he believes she's capable of, doesn't care about what they are buying, or he simply finds paperwork tedious. Apparently, satisfied with what she's seen, Madame Hannah clasped her hands together before extending it to us for a shake. Rose and I release our breath we've been holding, both of us more than happy to return the gesture.
That settles it then? Are you really sure about this property, ma'am? We could easily find you a bigger one among our current listings. Something with a modern touch?
Something not haunted, perhaps? Rose shoots me a warning glance. Nicole says, "Don't make a scene, we're almost there."
Of course, why wouldn't I be? The house is absolutely perfect, isn't it, darling?
A helipad would still be a nice addition.
Helipad.
Yes, well, we'll get there eventually, love. As I was saying, if your partner had the documents yesterday, We would have bought it right there immediately. Shame she didn't have it.
Well, there's still a few necessary documents we need you to sign after, but we'll let you know once we have those finalized. We'll be handling the process for the rest, so don't worry about it, ma'am.
Within a week, I hope. We still have a housewarming party to plan after all. You know how much thought we put into those things.
There are servants for that, darling.
Love, wouldn't it be better if we handled it ourselves? A personal touch of sorts. It is our housewarming party and our new home.
No more than a week, ma'am. Barring unexpected delay, of course. You can leave it to us.
Excellent. Well then, I'll leave you two to it. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Oh, and before we forget...
She discreetly folds something into both her hands and wings, a finger raised to her lips, demanding our silence.
I know both of you worked hard on getting us this beautiful mansion. Did I mention you reward our people generously?
But this is... Ma'am, I can't accept this.
Don't you worry, darling. It's a small thing coming from us. Consider this your bonus for a job well done.
She smiles sweetly, like this is simply the most normal thing in the world.
Oh, before I forget, my lovely interior designer would appreciate it if you hand her a copy of the floor plan as soon as possible. She's dying to work on the house. You can do that, yes? Here's her contact.
Certainly, ma'am.
Anyway.
We'll have the process as soon as possible.
Look, I'm surprised neither you called that. You don't have no
I knew I could count on you, lovely.
I coffee in my system. I'm awake
I hope
now.
to see you two soon so we
Alert.
can get this closed.
Just like that, transaction over and done with. The line's still reeling, even after they left. Other agents would kill to have a client like them. Part of me feels lucky about the fact. No lengthy negotiations, no sudden change of minds, just talk signatures, a few handshakes, and there. Here and there, and we're done. The other part? A second ago, we sold a haunted property to two innocent clients. Sure, the commission's big. Big enough to continue funding Papa's treatment and hospitalization. Big enough to pay for all 4 of my younger siblings' schools. Heck, it'd keep me away from instant noodle diet for months. I don't have to go back to the mansion as well once the deal has been closed, much to my sandiest relief.
I don't think that's true.
I'm going back. I'm going with the priest. But knowing that something's in there, and we gave it to a good couple despite that. Oh, Isabella, the things you do to sell a house and get money. Papa wouldn't be happy with that. At least I have good news to tell the next time I call home. The little lie I told Mom this morning isn't a lie anymore.
Well, there's something. So how does it feel?
How does what feel?
Your first big multi-million-pound sale, silly. I know you've been with us for years, but this has got to be memorable for you.
Like, I knew we were in Lingland.
Lingland?
Lingland. I mean, in this game, maybe. No, but, like, it's just, to me, it's just interesting how, like, some people have, like, an American accent and some don't. But,
Also,
voice actors.
maybe some of them are Americans that just moved to England.
I mean, correct. I mean, also, she's from the Philippines. But, there's that. I just think it's just obviously voice actors, just people, but...
Memorable is an understatement, Rose.
Come on, show some enthusiasm. They gave us a bonus, too. Aside from the commission and the other bonus boss promised. What are you going to do with it?
I don't know. Send it home, probably?
All of it?
Not everything, of course. Most of it. I'll leave some for my living expenses.
Listen here, Isabella. I'll teach you something I should have told you before we ended your training.
She slings an arm over my shoulder and leans in close to my ear, as though she's about to share a big secret.
It's okay to celebrate from time to time.
I don't get it.
It's simple. Go out, do something for yourself. Throw a party and treat your friends to free food. Didn't you say the last one's some sort of tradition back at home for you? Hello, this is practically a done deal.
Isn't throwing a party a bit excessive?
Your call. I won't say no to an invitation, by the way, in case you really are planning to throw one. A few drinks would be nice too, thank you very much.
I don't think my apartment's big enough for that.
You could always move? Bloody hell, you're working in real estate.
I think I'll pass. That's too much of an unnecessary expense for me. But I did promise Becca free lunch in case the sale goes well.
You go do that. Hold on a sec.
She quickly removes herself from you to answer the phone at her desk. Her tone shifts from playful to professional in the span of a few seconds.
Today? Not a problem, ma'am. I could bring you a copy of the contract if...
Must be another client. Nothing surprising there. She's one of BRC's top agents, no matter how modest she appears. A saleswoman through and through. I, on the other hand, have very little knack for it. Of course, I learned eventually. I had to. But someone else will, without a doubt, do a better job. Once through, in a drunken stupor, Rose told me a story of what could have been. Years ago, wide-eyed, young, brimming, and yet to be fulfilled dreams and ambitions, she was a term or two away from a nursing degree. Out of courtesy, I never pressed on the matter further. But perhaps it's where the sense of fondness started. A small connection due to one single experience in unspent lives. Of goals we both let pass us by because of the circumstances we're in.
I'd be happy to discuss this over tea, ma'am. All right, I'll be there. Thank you.
New client?
Reassigned.
Yes.
Have you heard from Mark at all?
Not since the first visit to the mansion. Why? No news from the HR yet?
None at all. Boss thinks he ran away. I doubt it, though. He's too much of a wimp for that. There must be another reason. Who knows? Anyway, I've got to meet this one. I'll see you later.
She throws away...
Sleepy. You don't think about that? I'm talking about 6 times a week. Yo.
No, he just wanted to take a leak. For a week.
You want to go get a pack of cigarettes? What? You want to go get a pack of cigarettes from the gas station?
When you go to grab a gallon of milk.
Yeah, she throws a wave over her shoulder and she rushes out the office.
Big bad joke.
The lunchtime bell sounds shortly after, followed by the chatter of fellow agents also heading out for a much-needed break. Ordinarily, there's no need for me to go out, but oversleeping didn't allow me the luxury of packing my lunch today. If one considers taking instant noodle cut from the pantry, packing a lunch. Time to make good on the promise that I made to Becca, I suppose. Maybe invite Zach and Ash too? In the end, only Becca and Zach could come. Ash, on the other hand, couldn't be reached. All of my calls went straight to his voicemail. He's at it again. Right here today, gone the next day.
God. Just helps remembering Zach's or Ash's ringtone.
Dude, why you gotta fucking hate, man?
I'm not hating, I think it's hilarious.
Oh well, his loss. We have agreed to meet at a nearby cafe, the same way I frequent with Becca because it's cheap and they give away free bread around closing time. Quaint, a little old-fashioned, though looks a wee bit out of place amidst the city's tall buildings, but we love it all the same. Much like its facade, the interior carries an antiquated charm to it.
And does every sign have to swing?
Yes. Vintage art pieces and a row of shelves boasting a extensive collection of books cover the walls. Would have been nice to hang out here for hours on end, but even on a weekend, the place is still packed with people. Thankfully, Becca, Zach, and I have already found seats and are engaged in some casual chatter when I arrive. A strange thing the two of them without Ash accompanying the other. They've never been particularly close. Sure, they talk when they meet and laugh at the same things when there's something funny, but there's distance, the kind born purely out of differing interests. That, or Zach simply afraid of Becca. It's not impossible, I won't blame him if he is. He might be the tallest in our group, but everyone knows that it means nothing against Becca's temper. Even I'm a little scared of her.
Zach! Becca!
Well, you seem to be in a better mood today. What happened? I know that smile, Belle. Come on, still.
Don't rush me. Let's order food first, okay?
A waitress comes by to take our order. On a normal day, me and Becca will order a hearty serving of their special vegetarian stovies. Zach takes anything with a good helping of meat, sausage, or potatoes in it. But today's a good day, great even. It's not wrong to indulge a little, right?
Today's special. For the three of us.
Even the person jotting down the order looks surprised at today's meal choice. She writes, nevertheless, and leaves without a comment. Becca furrows her eyebrows, her mouth halfway open, ready to let loose what's likely a string of reprimands.
Don't worry. It's my treat.
The glare she sends my way reminds me of the one I received from Mama when I punched a kid bullying my younger brother 18 years ago. Naturally, I never did it again after she made me apologize the next day. But Becca's far from being my mom. A small sheepish grin is enough to turn that frown into a defeated sigh. Food arrives in the middle of a funny story from Jack, putting the rest of the conversation on hold while we each served our order. It isn't anything fancy. Hand-roasted sea bass with citrus-dressed asparagus and a portion of mashed potatoes on the side. Or at least that's what the day's special board says. Never did pay any attention to it whenever I come here, since they price whatever is written way above what I'm willing to spend on food on a single day.
Oh, good. I'm so hungry, I think I'm dying.
You're always hungry.
Hey! Not all the time.
Let me guess. You skipped breakfast again.
Not on purpose. I may have overslept by a few seconds today.
Right then. Stop stalling, Isabella. What's this about?
Let us say, Rebecca. She wouldn't be inviting us out if it wasn't worth hearing out.
Well, we're waiting.
I'm treating you guys to a once-in-a-century thing.
An expectant grin breaks out over my face. Except...
I'm sorry, say that again.
And this is important because...
Becca only raises her eyebrows when Zach appears like he's not getting the punchline to another lame joke Ash made, and is desperately searching for someone to explain it. Oh bummer, maybe I should rephrase that.
Ash is not here, so we should celebrate my institute.
Okay, let me do that again. Guess what, guys? I'm paying! I sold the house!
As the news sinks in, the expression goes from sheer bewilderment to utter surprise. Oh, they both like that. Great. That's more like
You heard me right, ladies and gentlemen. As of today, I'm Maria Isabella Grace Cruz Santos and free from my instant noodle binge.
Seriously?
Hold it, Belle. You sold the house?
Yep.
Which house is this? In Aslam Village? The one with the open house yesterday?
The one and only. Come on, Becca. I know you've got a better memory than that.
Oh, wow. That's...
She lets out a hum. Although she's nodding, she gives the impression of someone who has heard something unbelievable and is still forcing her brain to absorb it. Did she think we wouldn't be able to sell it? Have some faith in me, Becca. I'm not your best friend. Am I not your best friend or what?
You don't believe me?
The words tumble out of my mouth before I can stop them. I've been trying to avoid bringing up yesterday's little spat, and judging from the looks on their faces, it seems they are too. Me and my stupid...
I'm sure it ain't the way you're thinking, Bella.
No, I do believe you. But don't you think the sale happened a bit too fast? The open house only started yesterday, and now you already have a buyer?
It happens from time to time.
Yeah, but look, I'm happy for you. Just yesterday, you've been really worried where to get money for your dad's new treatment. And now, all of a sudden, you have something. What if the sale doesn't push through, or I don't know, they're a fraud, or they suddenly back out? Isn't it a little too early to celebrate?
Rebecca does have a point, Bella. If you haven't closed the deal yet, there's still a chance they'll go back on it.
They don't seem like it to me. The lady appeared to really want it, and she approached me without even finishing the tour.
They pressured me into it, more like. But I'm not going to tell Becca about that. Knowing her, she'd only worry.
And she already hired someone to handle the house's interior design.
You're joking. Who would do that?
The Wrights, apparently. It's actually pretty funny. She's a bit too excited to get the property, she forgot to buy it. At any rate, they've already signed the agreement today, so it's just a matter of time. And don't tell anyone about this, but Ma'am Hannah also gave us something extra.
Something as in...
As in, it's why I can treat you two to a free meal.
I'm more surprised you accepted it.
She didn't really give us a choice in the matter. So don't lose sleep over this, okay? The couple really want the house. If Rose didn't stop them, they'd likely have paid up front for it yesterday. That's despite the legends, too. I even tried to show them the letter. But nope. I want this house, darling. Go take all our money.
You don't really think they believe that, do you? I'm pretty sure for them, those are just rumors as well. No one is that superstitious in this day and age, Belle. Oh, well, there's you.
You know what? I'll just eat all of these by myself.
I begin to gather the plates on my side. The food in each is still untouched. A laugh almost hits my mouth on the way. Zach's expression quickly changes to disappointment. Becca's hands interrupt, just about to pull her plate closer.
I'm kidding! Don't go all pouty on me again. I'm just concerned you'll get hurt if this doesn't happen. I know how badly you want to close this deal for your papa.
I'm sure he's gonna be fine now, though, with the money. They don't know yet. I think I'll call them tomorrow. Let them know things will be easier. Mama said this morning he's showing progress with the new treatment, too. It's just a matter of time.
I allow myself to smile, genuine and uninhibited. It's strange talking about this with other people, even those you have known long enough. But today, things simply feel a whole lot lighter with them here. Lunch passes as an enjoyable fashion. A laugh here, a playful joke there, but most of it is spent catching up and telling stories about whatever's keeping us busy these days. Something we couldn't afford to do the day before. Taking into account what happened. Even Becca's surprised and chatty. Is there something in the sea bass we ate? Zach, though, appears less energetic. While he's far from being the life of the party, he's definitely not that he can keep quiet in a conversation with his friends. Well, apart from a few inputs, he's been silent the entire time. If Becca notices...
Are you sure you're not feeling under the weather, Zachary?
Huh? No, I'm okay. No worries, Rebecca.
Doesn't sound okay to me.
It's okay. I might be feeling a little bummed out today, but I'm sure this will pass.
Is it about the reviews this morning?
A pained expression crosses Zach's face. Noticed immediately, Becca retreats in her inquiry as though the man's look is enough to answer for her. I look between the two. Did I miss something? Did something happen this morning? Did I stumble on a big secret? This is why I don't like waking up late.
You heard about those, huh?
Sorry, I just happened to check on some sites this morning.
Nah, it's a very sensitive topic in the first place. I should have expected it.
What reviews?
Becca glancing at Zach. Her motions uncertain, eyes asking for his consent on that. Although there's a small desire to keep asking on my part, I don't dare voice it out. With Zach, it's always been better to wait, to let him speak on his own. Becca too, to some extent, although with her, explosions of temper are more common. In the end, he simply answers with a shift of the shoulders, gesturing for her to go on with a tilt in his head.
It's his movie.
That doesn't explain anything. Stop dangling the information, Becca.
Zachary, I'm not the one supposed to be telling her about this. It's still your documentary.
Is it something bad?
Not bad per se. You guys don't need to dwell on it much.
Bad? Listen here. I wouldn't trivialize what those bowheads wrote if I were you. They're ruining other people's jobs.
From how her tone rises in anger, it seems like she's the one-sided, not Zach. A snicker escapes from me, which I promptly stamp down as soon as she sends me a hard look.
This isn't a laughing matter, Isabella. Some bowbag just insulted him.
Calm down, Rebecca. Those are just reviews, and it happens a lot.
I do not ken about you two, but calling the entire film an out-and-out drivel, you're better off watching an educational kids' TV show, and worst 1.5 hour of my life, among other things, isn't exactly a critique any decent movie reviewer would say. If you could call that a critique, did we even watch the same film?
Well, maybe I ain't cut out for it. Better stick with my photography or something. If nothing else, this helped me open my eyes to what I can and can't do.
You're giving up.
It wasn't a question.
It was just something experimental I did on my free time anyway. It's no big deal.
But you worked on it for months.
Doesn't look like it matters for those people.
Don't say that!
My palm strikes the table, setting the tableware on the top clinking against each other. I didn't even know this when I rose from my seat. But here I am, chest even, looking down at him the same way a teacher would at an unruly student. Becca's probably proud. I didn't mean to yell, but there are some things people like Zach aren't supposed to say. How exasperating. He of all people should know.
It's just a review.
Except they're pretty well-known critics.
Why does that matter? They aren't the ones calling the shots on this. Isn't that why they have a committee? Right, Becca?
An amused gleam is in her eye when I turn to her. What does she find entertaining here? Help me here. Your friend's about to quit his passion for a petty reason. I haven't read what those people wrote about his work, but a few scathing words shouldn't be enough to discourage someone. I should know, after all.
Failing means you're playing, Zach. Not that I'm saying it's bad. I've seen it from start to finish, and I know for myself what you created isn't something people should scoff at. I don't know anything about filming or photography. Hell, I don't have an inkling of artistry in me except for those doodles I make for class. But I know what I watched. Look at Isabella. It's not every day you see her all riled up like this.
Whatever I'm about to say gets lost in her tongue as a flush of embarrassment blossoms.
It was a heat of the moment thing. And anyway, I'll be very angry with you if you quit. What about the exhibit?
What exhibit?
Classified information.
Even if I bring you your favorite tonight?
Nope, not a chance.
Oh, come on! I thought we aren't supposed to have secrets.
A burst of laughter comes from Zach.
Thanks, you two. I might need some time alone to myself for a while. Just to think about things, how I'll go from here, that sort of stuff. Hey, I'm not quitting, Bella. Don't give me that face.
It has no face at all. Only a poor imitation of puppy dog eyes, if you could call this one.
Promise?
I'll be damned if I break any promise I make to you guys. Besides, you're right. It's too early to say anything right now. What's night ain't for another week?
That's all the answer I need from him. As sentimental as it sounds, there's fulfillment in knowing another person you know won't take the same path you've walked. It's not like it's over for me, though. I still have time. I could still come back. Do my own thing. Do what I really want to do. Surely, once Papa recovers, I'm done with it. Once I'm done with everything. Inside my bag, my phone buzzes unexpectedly, breaking the pleasant afternoon lull. The screen shows Rose.
Hey, Isabel. You at the office?
Ha ha. Very funny, Rose. I'm hanging up.
Don't, I'm kidding. BRC says the floor plan copies are ready for Miss McCullough to pick up.
She states that as if it already explains everything. Then, out of the blue, she launches a long rant about the awful state of Luxembourg streets. All of which she says in a single breath I can barely keep up and make out a single word. I stay quiet, if only to avoid becoming the next object of her frustration. She's similar to Becca in that regard.
I'm stuck in horrendous traffic right now. Bloody stupid drivers.
When she has finally ran out of things to complain about and stops, what she says next still has none of what I'm hoping to hear from her. Just a quick mumbled plea for me to meet the right interior designer in her stead, and
Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Bye. Thanks.
Classic Rose, she ends the call without even asking for my input. The sky is cloudless and the noontime sun is beating down on hard concrete in the cafe. It's far from unbearable, but it's enough to put most people in a fickle mood and make them vulnerable to catching something. No wonder we have staff members going AWOL lately. Not to mention the boss, Mercurial Moods. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want our usual cloudy weather back. For all the gripes about the unpredictable weather, though, the streets of Luxembourg remain constantly busy. The hurried tapping of shoes against the pavement and insane chatter coming from the lunchtime crowd fill the humid afternoon air. A small reminder of things we still have to do, regardless of how much I want to return to the comfort of the bed. Back to Briar Realty for me. Zach to a meeting with a magazine publisher featuring luxury houses, and Becca to her lesson plans and books at home. But more than once, I catch her sneaking a longing glance over her shoulder, something displayed on a shop window. She want to buy something? Maybe I can get it for her this Christmas. I turn my head at the last shop she checked out. A fleeting glimpse. The word stills.
Alright.
She looks at me, eyes hollow, gaze piercing, and boring into my very soul. Like a set of chains, keep my whole body still. There are no shadows or whispers this time, only a plea. A hum, low and instinct, compelling me, beckoning me, intent on dragging me to the void beyond the glass. Help me. I don't dare move. My heart hammers against the ribs, each beat, each thump, screaming at me to look away and make a run for it. But I can't. I couldn't. All of my limbs feel heavy, while my own breathing strains in the face of her calls. Help me.
Leave me alone.
Her mouth is stretched to a wide grin, wide and unpleasant. The panic building up in my chest forces me to take a tentative step back. I try not to stare at the decaying flesh, the blood streaming from her gaping wounds on her arms, her nailless fingers. I don't want this. Not like this. Not after I got what I want from Papa.
Oh no, stop. Leave me alone.
Her face contorts, lets out a wail, sharp and utterly unforgiving. Rage. It's only hatred and bitterness, as if the very notion of turning away from her is an offense in itself.
Please! I don't want this!
Before I know I'm somewhere backward, my own throat hoarse from screams I didn't even notice were already coming out of my mouth. The back of my feet catches loose and something sprawling on the ground. The sun's pain completely jolts me on my haze, blurring my mind. For a little while, my surroundings appear familiar until Becca's face swims into my vision. A look of concern on her face, and her hands are gripping my arm tight. Even Zach appears beside himself with worry while he stands behind her, acting as a shield against the small crowd of onlookers already filling the room.
What happened?
Bella, you okay?
My mouth opens and closes, but nothing comes out. Words refuse to form. On impulse, I sneak a swift glance on the display window. She's gone. Yet the foreboding feeling hasn't left me. My hand's shaking, and I push myself off the ground, my weakened limbs reeling slowly on the reflex muscle in me. Something icy has made its home in the pit of my stomach. I want to throw up anything to get this wretched sensation out.
You are screaming! Zach, call someone!
No, don't. I'm good. I'm good. I need to get to the office. Rose, the floor plans. Someone's going to pick it up. I'll see you later.
Careful. Don't stand up yet. Stay put, Isabella. Zach, you watch over her for me. I'll call for someone.
I attempt to smile to put her at ease, but it likely comes off as a grimace. Gently, I push her hands off my shoulders. My knees are still trembling, but I can stand. Leave. Leave me. Stay away. Away. The humidity is stifling and everyone's staring are unnerving, and Bella's ex concerns are suffocating. I don't want to be here. No more. I break into a run. I wish I hadn't left my bed this morning. Here, with the occasional drips of water on the sink and the whirring of the fan blades to keep me company, it's easy to fall into the cycle of negative thinking. But even with the clutter to keep me company, the room still feels a whole lot bigger than usual. I hug my knees closer as a group passes by outside. Loud. So loud. If only there's a way to tune everything out, to keep my head from replaying every image, every sound of her. Her screams, her awkward gaunt as she reached for me, her bone-chilling smiles, her pleas for enough. That's enough. A shiver passes over me, though it's not from the hair still standing damp against my back, nor the draft that enters the room from the windows I've left wide open. My gaze shifts over to the letter on the coffee table. Its edges flutter innocuously as the wind touches it. Funny how an ordinary person looking at the piece of paper, can bring so much trouble. The impulse to throw it away or rip it to pieces is still there. I can easily do it. But after that, what? Will she leave me? What about those people who've already seen it? Will they be okay? This certainly gnaws at me. Knowing that she's real and might also go after people I care about. I just wish someone would listen. Believe me. The abrupt break in silence nearly makes me jump out of my skin. Blindly, I fish my phone out from under the mess of papers and cushions where I've precariously thrown before taking a shower hours ago. Zach's name flashes brightly on the screen. He's calling because of this afternoon? Frankly, it's the last thing I want to discuss, but I did leave the two of them standing there without saying anything. Knowing Zach, I bet he's waiting.
Hey, Zach.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you're not gonna pick up.
Sorry, it took me a while to find my phone.
No worries. You game tomorrow?
I pause. I don't recall making plans with Zach for the weekend.
Did I forget something?
Remember that guy I told you about? Back in the movies? The, priest? For the blessing? Does it ring a bell?
Oh, right. I did say that, but I didn't think he'd actually go through the trouble, especially after what happened with his film. Sometimes I forget how kind Zach can be.
Yeah, I remember. Is he fine with it?
My friend doesn't mind. We're lucky he's not busy. So, tomorrow, you'll meet us at the mansion.
Okay. Sorry for the trouble, Zach.
Hey, no problem. I'm the one who suggested it to begin with. And, well, this afternoon you did surprise us. Never seen you scream like that. You scared the hell out of Rebecca.
I guess I owe you a lot for this, huh?
Nah, we're cool. You had us worried. But I know you'll tell us about it eventually. I just want to make sure you're doing well. You left all of a sudden and you're not answering any of our calls.
He's trying to get me to talk. Normally, I tell him I'm fine. Say a few simple reassurances to put their mind at ease. Now, nothing will form. I can't bring myself to say anything. He seems to have sensed my hesitation because he immediately changes the subject.
Anyway, I gotta go. I left something on the stove before making this call. Just soup. But it'd be embarrassing if I burned soup.
I doubt it. Ashton, on the other hand...
Oh, remind me to tell you about what he did with the pressure cooker next time. Oh, damn, it overflowed! Really need to get going. Bye, Bella.
He hangs up before I can thank him. The busy tone through muffled echoes through the receiver. No one is saying this will work. Even I am doubtful it will. But right now, I'll take anything. Anything to get out of this nightmare. Sleep comes easier tonight. And for the first time in a long time, I dream. Clear skies and unrestrained laughter from children playing in the streets, and of small, cramped dwellings. To an outsider, the sight may not paint a pretty picture. However, this is home to me. Morning dawns bright and clear the following day. Although the air still feels muggy, I miss the chilly autumn weather. It's one of those rare weekends where I'm up even before my alarm rings. If it hadn't been for Zach's call last night, I'd probably sleep in. When 9 a.m. rolls around, I'm already on my way to mansion. To think that I'd have to go back again, I'd be lying if I said I'm excited. I don't have to anymore. Rose happily gave me paperwork duty when I volunteered. We're on the last phase of the sale, too. Well, almost. Papers to sign, documents to finance, various other legalities to settle with the current owner, and all that. Still, never mind that its new owners want everything done within a week, when the process typically takes more time than that. They want it done, we'll get it done. I really, really don't understand rich people. But money can do wonders. I won't be surprised if they'll be able to push the process just a little more like they did to secure the house. The point is, I'm under no obligation to return the house anymore. Running is an option, of course. I can now move onto another property and forget everything. However, at the end of the day, it's always my conscience that wins. What if something happens to those who've never seen the letter? Ask Jack, Becca, Miss McCulloch, the Wrights, the guilt. Yeah, McCulloch. The guilt will follow me to my grave. The mansion looms as we approach. Whispers welcome me back. Shadows calling. I hope this is the last time. Oh, but he looks like a...
Yo.
Yeah?
He looks gay as fuck.
That mustache.
That dude looks like... Dude. He looks so gay. That's such gay vibes. Like the priest robes with the jacket.
The priest robes themselves
and
are gay.
Like the chain that goes like way too far down for like a pastor, for that cross. Those square glasses. My God. That
I think it's just his
haircut.
eyes. His eyes are definitely gay.
Dude, oh my God. Everything about him is gay. Dude, this dude, holy shit. Gaydar, holy fuck, off the goddamn charts. I'm not sure this guy's a priest. I think he might be a male stripper just dressed up as a priest.
He just didn't say it was just his friend.
Dude, I don't fucking know. That dude is hella gay, though.
They are engaged in a quiet conversation when I find them at the mansion's front gardens. But even with familiar company, it's possible to feel at ease here. No matter who I'm with, the feeling of being watched is here, like the very place itself is aware of its trespassers. Zach, on the hand, doesn't seem to notice, or simply doesn't care, or he's already used to it. I could never tell with him. Sometimes, he's almost as hard to read as Ash. Almost. At least Zach doesn't ask for as much patience as dealing with Ash does, and that says plenty about it. Miracle of miracles, how the two ended up being the best of friends. He waves at me as I approach. True to his promise, Zach has also brought his friend with him, Father Norman. Somehow, I expected him to look older.
Oh, don't be surprised. They say people who have found their calling are getting younger these days.
Sorry, Father. I didn't mean to say that out loud.
No offense taken. Though I admit I'm a bit surprised. I didn't think someone would ask this house to be blessed after all these years.
You've heard of it, Father?
In passing, the occasional rumors and talk by the locals, nothing new. You don't spend years serving the church here without hearing a random hearsay here and there.
You never mentioned what you thought of those, Father.
Ah, but he who goes down to the grave does not come up. He shall never return to his house, nor shall his place know him any more.
But what I saw...
It may not be what you think. It depends entirely on what you mean by it. If you're talking about spirit beings, angels, demons, then yes. Are we talking about the spirits of people who have departed? The word makes it clear that once the deceased has left us, they are gone. But of course, I didn't come here to bore you with a lecture.
No, it was enlightening, Father. Thank you.
Just remember that a God who loves his children would never let them linger once the time comes.
That's what my papa often tells me.
Your father must be a good man. He raised you well, no doubt. Well then, shall we? Regardless of what it is, I'm sure the mansion's new owners would appreciate such sincere intentions. From a stranger, no less.
He lets Zach and I walk ahead. Or leave. This way, he won't see how tightly I'm clutching the straps on my back. Father Norman's probably trying to put me at ease. But the worry, the cold, restless, foreboding feeling, has firmly lodged itself in my stomach, making his presence known with every step we take towards the house.
Hey, you okay?
Zach lightly nudges my side. Careful, mindfulness motions to avoid startling me, no doubt.
And you and Zach, best friends.
It's hard to lie when Zach gives you that look. It's just there. The kind that implores a silent appeal. I'm not sure he's even doing it consciously. Another breeze blows and I try not to shiver. I try not to listen to the voices that may or may not be there.
Ugh, this place really gives me the creeps.
It doesn't seem more than an ordinary house to me, though. Damn, I should have brought my camera with me. I saw a few areas that'd be good for a shoot. You think the new owners will allow it?
Shh! What if you catch something? Or someone in one of the pictures?
It just means they want to be seen, doesn't it?
Don't ask for it!
It's not like we can stop them if they do.
You're really not helping, Zach.
Alright, sorry. Don't worry.
He's like, man,
I don't think
ghosts
whatever's
be real.
inside this house will
We
do
can't
anything.
stop him. And I am like really not okay with that. Like that's like the weirdest attitude to take of ghosts. It's not like he's afraid. It's not like he's just like, yeah, man.
He's not like
whatever, dude. If there's a ghost, they'll do whatever the hell they want. I ain't gonna stop them. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, like he's not like I'm horrified of ghosts, and he's not like ghosts don't exist. He's like, if ghosts do exist, I guess they're gonna do what they want to do, and I ain't gonna stop them. And I'm like, what the fuck?
This man is the opposite of Ghostbuster.
I'll take care of them.
He's like he's like the kind of guy that like he'd find a ghost and be like, dude, you want to like smoke a blunt, dude?
He's like, yeah, I can take care of him, or I think I can.
You're not that scary, but thanks.
And he'd like
I'll
see
be
a
sure
ghost,
to run
right?
behind
He'd be
you if
like,
I see
alright, man,
one."
let's go, let's rumble. And then like the ghost like freaks him the fuck out. He's just like,
Ridiculous talk, though the temporary reprieve it lends is more than welcome. He offers me a smile in return. It's the least we can do. If I have the option to. With the slight motion of his head, he gestures for us to move ahead, while my own fears are left forgotten for the time being. The things inside my bag clatter softly as against each other as I rummage the keys to the mansion. I should have heard the telltale jingle by now, but didn't I put it in my bag last night? Seconds later, I'm standing heels, a boyfriend that take out everything in my pocket. Every second. It'd be a pain to put everything back later. I'm sure it's just under these. Nothing. Oh man, of all the times.
Is something the matter?
No, I'm sorry, Father. I think I left the key.
No use coming up with excuses. And right after they're both taking the time to go this far away from the city. With a heavy sigh, I grab the door handle and pull myself. A string of apologies ready to make
Careful, Bella!
We've spoken with the current owners. Well, technically, you're not yet the owners, but...
There's a brief moment of confusion, and then a following. Next moment, the door swings open and pulls me back to the first floor of the mansion's foyer before I can make sense of what's happening. Oh no.
Ow, 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 my back.
Well, I'm just gonna... Hopefully I don't have to make a decision on how to explain to these people why I brought a priest to their house.
I mean, look, dude. So he can go around, raise his cross at anything suspicious, and exercise the ghosts. Mortis.
Chaos.
Dio, what have you done?
What have you done?
Part 3 coming up soon.
I know.
What the? Isabella?
Why? Oh, it's you. Oh no. Okay, there's no time.
Remember the time that you guys like couldn't beat the level, so I had to like take over the game. Like,
Fuck up. I couldn't. I almost did it.
Like both times.
I almost did it.
No time to nurse my bruised back and make up excuses, because next thing I know, Zach's gently pulling me upright by the arm. Rose looks at me with a mixture of apprehension and something I couldn't quite place. I'd say relief, but jeez. Good going, Isabella. Right after you volunteered to work on the papers. And standing right behind her...
Ma'am Hannah! Mr. Wright!
Oh, Isabel. We always meet in the most interesting circumstances.
A complete understatement, darling. What are they doing in my house?
Abruptly, he waves his hand at Zack and Father Norman, like their presence is a slight against his own.
I thought you said you wanted to do paperwork duty. What are you doing here?
Come and exercise the ghost, bitch.
Like a deer caught in the headlights. Unfair, Rose. Putting you on the spot. There's no other choice between us.
The reason why I'm here?
Well, spit it out, Lily. We don't have all day.
I'm just here to make sure everything is fine before you move in.
No.
I'm so sorry, Mama. You said I'll go to hell if I lie. I likely will after this, but there's no other way. Well, it isn't entirely a lie. I'm making sure that no one disturbs them even after they move in. Just so happens that what I'm checking for and trying to drive away is one of the paranormal variety.
Oh? The house appears impeccably fine to me.
Mr. Wright shifts his eyes around in a careful manner, as if he's looking for faults in every crevice of the house. The grin on his face, though, when he returns attention to me, is similar to what my candidate Jordan had often given me when he's up to something.
Look, dude, I know it's a hard word. I know you have like a hard time like sounding it out, I feel. But like, come on.
What, this?
Yeah.
Kuya?
That's probably right. It's just that you went like Kuya Jordan. Like it took you like a really long time to like sound out like a 4-letter word. That's all I'm saying, dude. That's all I'm saying. It was 4 letters.
Yeah. Usually a scare prank that inevitably ended in me crying. I never did forget the way my brother sneered at me then. A part of me thinks that perhaps if I hadn't been the object of his mischievous in childhood, I would have grown a little braver.
Come on, little Lily. Lying doesn't do that cute little face any justice. I'm a very patient man. Now, why are you really here?
Dude, fuck it up.
Right now, in the face of an almost identical expression, perhaps even crueler than what I'm used to, the lie told false.
The truth is, I was just thinking we could have the house blessed before move-in day.
And why would we ever need to have this house blessed?
For luck and protection.
I shrink under his scrutinizing gaze. For a second, I think he'll start shouting. Instead, he laughs. Not the mocking jury kind, but one wondering if he's hearing things right. I'd say he was amused, but I honestly couldn't understand what was so funny with what I just said. Was it really that weird? Wasn't it a custom here? I wish Becca was here to explain stuff like this.
That's rich coming from you. When we saw Devlin Court, you didn't.
It's a small custom back home. I thought it would be nice to do something that would bring positive energy to the mansion, since this place has been empty for years.
And the papers, Isabella? I hope you did those first before this.
Of course I did. It's almost done, in fact. But there are some items I still have to double check before finalizing everything. You know I don't sign without a thorough inspection. And well, this is what this is for too. I just thought it would be more efficient to do both at the same time.
Here I thought you didn't want to go back.
A job is a job, Rose. Gotta do what you gotta do to make a living.
Oh, well if that's the case, then go ahead.
There we go.
No need to be so hard on her, Rosie. I personally think it's a nice touch. I was actually thinking of the same thing, but you beat me to it.
No.
Darling, Buttercup.
Yeah, okay.
Please. You know these things don't work. No offense meant to the holy man, of course. That does not explain the nigger, though.
Oh! I didn't know PewDiePie was in this game. Well!
Oh, so
Oh, damn. Like the blonde guy with.
He's real hot. I'm willing to go look past a lot of things because he's hot.
Although desire to do so is evidence.
He's only called one black man the N-word.
The only black man we see. He's seen in the game.
And he's in with a hard arm, my guy.
Look. Yeah, and
You said you liked the bad guy, didn't mean this.
Through a desire so evident in the way his horizon
I think
move
it's funny.
shifts between.
This game is just like so unabashedly like some guy got to voice act this, and he was just like, that doesn't mean. What about that?
You're like, oh god. Meanwhile, Zach's grip on my arm suddenly tightens. He doesn't say anything further, but there's a conflicted look on him when I glance up. That's the face he makes when he desperately wants to give someone a piece of his mind, but chooses not to do so. Mostly to avoid confrontation or fanning the flames to an argument. He has always been like this. Even among his own friends, he chooses to take a placating stance despite holding opinions of his own. Not that I won't say anything. I know Mr. Wright's a client, but you can't just say that in front of other people. In front of Zach, no less. If Ashton were here, I know he wouldn't stand for it, and neither do I. There's a reason why bullies back home never touched my younger brother again, after I gave them a taste of their own medicine. He might be inches taller than me, but I'm sure I can light a heat or two. Maybe. If only I'm not going to get in trouble with BRC for it. But before a punch be thrown, Madam Hannah cuts me.
Lucille Mitchell Wright.
In a voice too firm, demanding his complete silence.
What?
Instead of answering, she merely crosses her arms and shoots her husband a sharp, disapproving glare. That seems to have done the trick. He immediately shuts his mouth, but not before muttering a few inaudible words under his breath. At this, Hannah could only sigh and roll her eyes. More than happy to get back to the top.
I'm sure she knows what she's doing, love. She got us the house, remember? Who knows what a little positive vibe can do? It could even give us what we've been eagerly waiting for all these years.
What have we been waiting for? I don't think I was ever informed of.
Nothing you should worry about right now. Anyway, we've still got a few things we need to discuss with Rosie here. Over lunch? I hope you don't mind, Isabel. We'd love to take you with us, but...
Oh, no.
There's two
Go
sides to
ahead,
it.
ma'am.
There's the left
This'll
side of
take
Twitter, the
time.
right side of
That's
Twitter.
why there's two of us working on this.
Far right, far left.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's
Up,
the
down.
left sides of Twitter.
Up and
then there's the
down.
right sides of Twitter.
Z-axis.
Oh no, go ahead, man.
What's on the Z-axis?
Rose looked like she's about to murder someone. Probably me. At least she won't have to stay in a haunted property. She's getting the better end of this deal, if anyone's going to ask me.
Oh, wonderful. I hope the next time the three of us meet, it'll be over a closed deal,
This is so jarring.
I hope it's in a threesome.
That can happen the next time.
No, the
Of course,
closed deal.
ma'am.
They closed the
Please
deal.
look forward to it.
Look, I'm just saying, there's a lot of hot people in here.
You're correct.
And racist. He's included in the hot people, though. I'm
not.
just making sure.
Rose,
Look, I don't know why him being racist makes everyone in him less attractive.
Man, I'm not attracted to racism, so...
Well...
It's an extreme turn off.
Alright, then.
Rose heard...
See, in real life, I'd agree with you. But, like, he's a fictional character, so I don't give a shit.
You're gonna appreciate the art. If I put my foot thing down, it's gonna smash your foot.
You're not even touching... No, it's
I
not.
moved your foot away from it so I could put it down.
You know my foot's like this. It's sideways, right? It's not up. Yeah.
It felt like
Anyways.
Okay. Rose Hurley hands me the keys to the house before leaving, mouthing reminders to secure the place and harmless threats for throwing her under the bus. I return with a reassuring smile of my own, even if she's the one who often forgets. Sheesh. And just like that, gone. Just as quickly as they appeared, fleeing from one scene to the next, and leaving me wondering if this is simply what's typical for the rich and famous.
They're all racist.
If so, I'd rather stay with my rundown apartment or our little shack back home. There's still joy in the smallest things, after all. So, with a house this big, it's not surprising that the ceremony takes several hours to finish. The sun's already high by the time we've gotten through the last room.
It's literally not what it said. It said a few.
Fair enough. I can never say I'm a devout follower of my own faith, even with Mama and Papa's teachings. But hearing every word Father Norman uttered as we went around the house has put me at ease. All of a sudden, the mansion doesn't seem so scary anymore. Maybe there's an end to this? Or perhaps this is the end? Father Norman bids us goodbye upon exiting the mansion ground. He has business in the village nearby, he says. A minute gesture, minute gesture to reach out to the members of their parish every once in a while.
It's a gesture lesson.
It reminds me of a distant memory of helping hands and a few kind smiles that helped my family pull through when times were tough. But before he
Isabella,
leaves,
a word before I go. Zachary hasn't been really forthcoming with your situation, and it is something I understand it wasn't his to share. But whatever burdens you, know that it's not a permanent fixture in your life. Besides, you have people to bear it with.
I bite back the harsh retorts before they come out. Mask it with a smile as we wave the good priest off. His words, though meant to comfort, have only left a bitter taste in my mouth. And if they don't believe you, what am I to do? A hand lands briefly on my shoulders, taking me out of my thoughts before they take a sullen turn. But my smile doesn't quite reach my ears when I turn to see.
Say, do you want to go somewhere?
Right now? Where to?
Anywhere in the city. I'll leave it up to you.
I want to hang out with Zach.
It wouldn't hurt.
Man, you guys.
I've got some stuff I need to buy.
What's the other
Groceries.
Not
hanging out with Zach.
Yeah, hang out with Zach or don't hang out with Zach.
I mean,
which is more content?
It would hurt. It won't hurt. I gotta go buy this. I've got some stuff I need to buy.
And
Groceries.
there's a shop I want to check.
Is it real food this time?
Let me guess. Rebecca?
job to do and stuff.
She's just worried about you. Even I can't eat that much instant noodles.
Think of it as a
Just buy you
talent.
something that's not instant.
Let's just go, Zach.
A smile, a real one this time, devoid of any unpleasant thoughts. Regardless of what happens between us these past few days, I don't want to think harshly of them. Zach and I wait on a nearby bench upon arriving, prior to going off somewhere. He hasn't returned since it's been a good 20 minutes of being left alone entirely to my thoughts. In this weather, the city's park gives off a lazier, more languid vibe than usual.
Languid, right?
Yeah.
Where children are usually seen running around and playing, there are now people lying, leaning back on their picnic blankets, simply enjoying the afternoon sun. The smell of food drifts from nearby carts as if the wind blows in the right direction. And if the wind blows in the right direction, one could catch the whiff of freshly trimmed grass. I'd gladly sleep on this bench if I wasn't waiting for anyone. Soon enough, I see his hulking figure running towards me, carrying a medium-sized box on one hand and casually waving the other at me. He's panting when he reaches my bench, sweat dripping profusely from his forehead, where there's a grin on his face.
Sorry, the line was really long. Really long.
You didn't have to run. Sit down first.
Nah, I'm good. Didn't want to make you wait for these.
I already know what's in the blue box before he opens it. Cinnamon rolls. All 6 of them topped with white cream cheese glaze.
Precious cinnamon rolls.
The very same one I bought after I sold my first property.
Glaze. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying.
Glazing your cinnamon roll?
Sure, dude.
After I met
That
Zach,
what
Ash,
makes
and
that
Becca.
joke funnier for you.
Funny how small thing could trigger a distant memory, no matter how mundane it is. I don't say no to free food, but why is he getting me these now?
What for?
He leans on the empty space beside me, wiping the sweat off his forehead before
An
answering.
apology. And his thanks for yesterday and the other day.
You don't have to buy me anything, Zach.
You were upset. You haven't been yourself recently, and people kind of miss that, you know?
Are you just saying that, or...
No, really. Rebecca told me. You know how she is. Ashton, too.
Ashton was an ass. He should have been named Ashhole instead.
He went a little overboard, yeah. I can talk to him if you want.
He'll still tease me about it, even if it's Rebecca telling him to stop. Besides, I can handle him.
You always do. And yesterday, when you talked me through my little slump, I thought, hey, I want our old Isabella back. Are you still upset?
There are times when I wish Zach had been my big brother, or Rebecca, my older sister. Maybe life would have been a little easier then. Maybe Papa wouldn't be as sick as he is. Maybe. Maybe I wouldn't be alone here. But then again, if he is, if they are what I wish them to be, I wouldn't be here. I would have met Ash too. Life back home is tough, but for all of that, I wouldn't change it for one selfish wish. In this city of 68,000 people, I have people I can depend on. 3 of them, in fact. While you think about it, when you compare these numbers to the odds of finding someone like them, amidst the sea of nameless people, I'm lucky.
Thanks a lot for today, Zach. You didn't have to, but you did. I can always count on you.
Just me? No Ashton or Rebecca? Oh boy, they won't be happy to hear that. I don't mind being the favorite, though.
Nope, no favorites. But you cook better than both of them, so that's a plus.
It's always been food with you, ain't it?
What?
Don't put it like that! You're making me sound like a glutton.
I'm not saying you are, but it does feel good to know there's someone I can invite for food to be able to eat all of it.
Only that? I thought we were also art buddies.
Oh, that too. But the food thing really stands out when you think about it. You do eat a lot for someone your, size.
Low blow. I take pride in my height.
So, is it okay now? Do you feel better? Does it still scare you?
A little. I'll be okay.
Okay, stop. Don't
I'll
trust
figure it
anything.
out somehow.
I just imagine that she's actually this, and he's actually that much taller than her.
But he's standing and she's sitting, probably.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as the other day, and Father Norman helped too. I should have brought something to thank him.
She's so funny.
Oh, we could visit him anytime. He loves hearing from the young ones.
That's not weird.
He isn't that old, is he?
Don't know. He doesn't tell. I think I might have seen his face somewhere before. I just couldn't recall when or where. Ash says he looks like his boss, or the bartender at the local pub if he squints. Don't take his word for it, of course. He might have accidentally inhaled something from the forensic lab again when he said that.
This time the laughter comes from both of us. It's ginger.
Hold on.
Forensic lab?
Hold on.
Hold up.
You said a lot of things there that,
things may not have been the easiest lately, but I'm certain. But it certainly isn't the worst that has happened. We do end up sharing the cinnamon buns between us. Despite Zach's insistence, that's only for me. But more than the food, there's relief and contentment.
If you need anything, just ring, okay? Like when Ash annoys you too much. I'll help you with him, best friend or not.
No way. I can take him on.
Still an extra muscle wouldn't hurt, yeah? Just let me know, and I'll back you up. My sister knows this one thing to shut him up when he's being his usual self. Ask me what it is whenever you want, and I'll spill it.
I don't think that's necessary, but thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
He leaves me with a smile and a wave. Off to some new gig again. As for me, well, we still need to talk. Becca, Ash, and I put petty arguments aside like the adults we all are. Still, however, it's a start, no matter how small it may be. I just hope I just hope I can keep them safe. A light wind blows again, sending dry leaves swirling and the distant smell of earth into the air. For the first time, the sunlight feels less harsh. Maybe a walk is good. I need to visit the grocery too. Come to think of it, wasn't there an art store that opened recently near the park?
Life's gone great. What horror game? What are we talking about?
I know, it's like, this is, I just thinking, this is just what they're getting. Getting us to like the characters, then all of a sudden, it's gonna just...
Well, Ian's gonna fuck up, miss a QTE, kill like half the cast. I can't wait for it to happen.
I'm wondering if it is keys or if it's the mouse or what.
Dude, I don't even know. I don't remember.
Oh, you have to actually bring out an Xbox controller.
Oh no!
Dude, hell yeah, dude.
Hit right bumper. Ah!
Tyson right.
Brighton wouldn't know what to do. The amount of times, Brighton, I've had to have a discussion with you between right bumper and triggers. Oh, what? It's only happened like 1,000 times. I swear to God, every time we talk about controls, you're always like, I'm always like right bumper, and you're like, I'm hitting right bumper. I'm like, no, that's the right trigger. You're like, oh, I'm like, God, look, I fucking damn it.
Look, whenever I heard about trigger things going up, I didn't call triggers. I heard them all going called bumpers. So,
well, you heard incorrectly.
I mean, honestly, you don't really call them GameCube controller triggers. You call them bumpers. Like you click on.
No, they're still triggers because there's the two sets. There's bumpers and triggers.
It's just, man, they weren't
triggers. The way the triggers are designed is they curve.
I understand what they are. It's feel like a trigger.
Making me nervous.
Dude, it's loading up all the QTEs you're gonna have to do.
I know.
Just click. Just try clicking. Alright.
Have you tried clicking
down in the area that you
again?
Oh my God. Clicking.
The cat's name is Berthiel. Or at least that's what Scholar says. It's an odd name to have a cat, in my opinion.
I mean,
but it speaks grace. It speaks grace, much like the one that carries it. It shows in the way he swishes his tail and his eyes follow my hands' every movement.
Yeah, I remember this. It's you know,
bad.
It's, fuck.
Well, no. I'm scared. I'm not sure what he finds fascinating in me, to be honest. I wasn't the very picture of grace when he found me after all. It was a bad idea, carrying 2 heavy bags of newly bought art materials and groceries without help or secure ride home. In hindsight, perhaps I should have bought all these things at the same time. I didn't even make it past the park, and now I'm suffering underneath the glaring afternoon sun, hunched up on a park bench, drenched in sweat, in the company of a cat curiously watching my every movement. I hope it stays where it is. It's just a black cat, but at home they're considered ill omens.
Don't look at me like that. I can act graceful as well if I want to.
Not that I've ever acted graceful in my life, of course. Growing up with rowdy younger brothers and sisters does that. Or maybe it's the opposite. Mama used to call me a little troublemaker before. Well, graceful or not, there's no use moping. A short breather and I'm off home. Besides, it isn't like the company's bad, even if it's a cat, as long as it doesn't bite or cross my path.
Where's your owner, anyway?
He has one, doesn't he? An owner? That's what else the call is for, isn't it? A bandage wrapped around one of its 4 paws, though. I wonder what happened to it. Did he run away?
Well, if you don't have one, I won't be able to take you in. My apartment doesn't allow pets. I tried to bring one home before, a cat. Not black, of course. And Rebecca threw a fit before the landlady could.
Look, it's only a few moments before she starts calling cats racial slurs and shit.
I take a small packet of sweets from one of my bags besides me and pop it open. About to put it in my mouth, he meows. My hand stops.
Do you want one?
He doesn't meow again, as I'm expecting him to. But I take his unblinking gaze as a yes. I shift the piece from my palm and hold it out to him warily. He sniffs it once, twice before.
Baruthia!
Yep.
Like a good, properly trained pet, Baruthia responds as soon as he's called. Recognition comes as soon as my head snaps in the direction of the voice. Miss... yeah, it's hard to miss. What with her height?
I'm sorry. Did my cat hurt you? Miss Santos, was it? I'm surprised to see you here.
Nice to meet you again, Miss McCullough.
Were you harmed in any way? I'm sorry. Baruthiel's not exactly fond of other people. Even ran away from the veterinarian right now.
Oh no, he was just sniffing my hand earlier.
My Baruthiel's a she.
She. All this time I thought the pause in conversation is, if this can be called one, is uncomfortable. We're merely two people working different jobs for the same client. Frankly, meeting like this doesn't happen a lot. If it does, a simple nodding of the heads is enough. Still, trying to be friendly won't hurt. Talk about a cat. Like cats. Oh, you don't like cats? Oh, well,
No, she just doesn't want to talk about her.
I keep my tone total and warm.
I'm actually surprised you have a cat, Miss McCullough.
And why exactly is that? There are a lot of people who have pets.
Yeah, but not a black one. I'm amazed you're taking care of one.
Not a...
I don't understand what you're trying to get at. Is there a problem with my cat?
No, not at all. She's very sweet. Just in other cultures, aren't they a sign of bad luck?
Back at home it is. My grandmother used to tell me stories about it, and
Nothing has happened to me so far.
displeasure is evident on her face. Of course, I've forgotten that for other people, black cats are an omen of good luck. There you go again, running your mouth, Isabella. I rack my brain for a way to remedy the situation, but she holds out her hand.
This is a good place to stop and end this conversation, don't you think so? It is.
Shouldn't have talked
Good
about
to see
cat.
you again, Santos.
You fucked it up.
I did.
Restart the whole playthrough.
I completely dismiss it, if I've ever heard one. That's fine, though. I watch her as she leaves, though she stops shortly before crossing the threshold separating the park and the street. She faces me, looking like there's something she forgot to say.
By the way, about the Ermengarde mansion, with my clients, it's the rights. I mean, I hope you don't mind me asking, but has the deal been finalized?
There's still a few papers they need, but the house is more or less theirs now.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Wait, about the mansion.
The letter. The same one they saw. Whoever she is, she's asking for help. Someone. I want to tell Miss something. That the urban legends aren't just legends anymore. They're real. She's not going to believe me.
Don't mind me. I need to go too. Have a good day, Miss McCullough.
I hastened to pick up all the bags that I left on the bench and ran as fast as my legs could take me. In that moment, what I'm carrying in my hands weighs far lighter than the overwhelming guilt trying to consume me. Home. I want to go home. Anywhere where I don't have to be reminded of the house, of her, of my own cowardice. The food tastes less appetizing tonight. A pity. One would think that someone who has been on a continuous binge of instant noodles would find a home-cooked meal enjoyable, but it isn't. Hunger isn't what's gnawing at me tonight, neither are my sore muscles. The TV runs loudly in the background, but what it says barely registers in my brain. It's hard when the thing you've been trying to forget keeps returning to the forefront of your mind. It distracts you. It eats you, devours you. I wish this would stop. I wish I wasn't the one who picked it up. I wish it had been someone else.
In other local news, a woman was found dead in her home.
Yesterday.
Luxbourne police officials are currently investigating the crime scene, but has classified the case as homicide.
Huh?
The victim, identified as Rose
Yep.
Pamela Cooper, 33 years old, working as a real estate agent.
No, Rose.
Rose?
Discovered lying in a pool of blood in her two-bedroom flat with the words "Help Me" repeatedly written on the walls.
No.
Oh. Shit.
No.
She dead.
This isn't what I want. This is what's supposed to happen. None of this was supposed to happen. No one's supposed to die.
Right,
Those are
well-
stories, right? Legends. That's what everyone keeps telling me, so I rest to the study table and search for my phone. My hand, cold with dread, clings to it as soon as it touches the edges. A piece of folded paper with letter, lying unassumingly beside it, slips to the floor when I pick up the device. I pay it no mind. The more important things. Right now, I need to call her. I was with her. I was just with her not too long ago, and she was okay.
Well, now she's dead.
No.
That is how
it
those
wasn't.
things tend to work.
It wasn't Rose. I'm sure of it. I just talked to her.
Yeah, murder. That's how people die. That's how often people die. Is a lot of people die and like you're just with them and they're okay, and then the next thing you know they're dead.
That's the
fact of life.
Next time, they were like, full of blood. And
dude, look, I constantly worry that like the last time I've like saw someone is the last time I'll ever see them alive. I think about that shit all the time, dude.
A sob escapes me, and hot tears begin to gleam my vision. One after another, they trickle down, weighted by the very same guilt I refuse to admit. I've been carrying from the start. The same one I've been hiding from. The same one that has put the people I care about in danger. My hand shakes as I navigate to Rose's number on the contacts list. She owns you, right? That's what she always does. She'll pick up. She'll tell me
turns out to go with someone's dead.
She'll tell me to turn on the waterworks and call me a wuss afterwards.
She'll answer. Please answer, Rose.
Again and again I dial, whispering, praying, pleading.
Come on, Rose. Don't do this to me. Please pick up.
The phone would answer and be like, Luxembourg police.
Yeah.
Why are you calling
I
us?
know you're
Who
there,
are you?
Rose. You're not dead.
Do you know any
Please
information
tell me
about
you're not.
how this woman died?
I know you're there, Rose. You're not dead. Please tell me you're not.
This adds to the series of deaths and disappearances that has plagued Luxborn in the recent years. The authorities are currently looking at a possible
Maybe
link
there's a
with the
serial
notorious
killer going
Anselm
on.
Butcher case.
Stab.
Anselm Butcher case.
Maybe it's a character we know.
Maybe one that said the N-word.
The TV runs loudly in the background. I definitely.
What would make you suspect the guy who said the N-word of doing anything bad?
A deafening static sounds from my phone speakers. But in my ears, I can only hear the screams.
Yeah, like murdering the woman. That was like a little awkward after he said the N-word.
Or please. The whispers. Help me. We're not safe.
Dude, can't wait till I get to playing it. I'm just gonna murder all of you. All your characters. I'm gonna sit there with a machine gun and just go.
As soon as I sit
down against a machine gun.
I also.
Yeah.
I agree with that sentence. Yeah.
A buzzing sensation jolts me awake. My body still wants to sleep, to feel what I heard, what I saw last night. But it's there, nudging, prodding at me. Still become aware of how awkward my position is, and aches that accompany sleeping in a curled up position the night before, if I even slept at all. The memories are impossible to forget now that Rose is gone. They say it's easier when you say it out loud. Instead, the words weigh heavier on me each time. She's gone. She's gone. Gone because of me. Gone because of one letter I was too curious to look at. I should have been more careful. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I should have destroyed it before anyone else got involved. I should have. The notification light on my laptop blinks incessantly, mocking me. When I look at it, as if it's calling back to a sense of normalcy. Normalcy. I check it, nevertheless, out of habit more than anything. In life incidents, there will be an all-staff emergency meeting from 1 to 2 p.m.
Isabella Santos of Brer Realty.
Attendance is a must. Company changes new hierarchy and policies. We will be discussing during the meeting. Everyone is expected to bring an own copy of their attendance logs and sales reports for the last 6 months to be submitted to your respective managers for review. We are expecting everyone's cooperation.
They're going to try to gain some information here someone from Kilburn.
If this was one of those typical days, I'd be happily comply and get myself to our office. Today my limbs just feel heavy. On one hand, going will keep me busy, take my mind elsewhere. On the other hand, the place itself is a stark reminder of what my own fears have cost me. I want to go.
Okay, well, we didn't even think about that one. All right.
Moping won't get me anywhere. This is just like one of those things, isn't it? You deal with it with a smile no matter how bad it gets and hope for the best. Although my whole body feels like lead and my limbs are sore, I push myself away from the chair and head for the shower.
Into the murder room.
Well, I've seen what happens on this route. Yeah.
Alright.
Well, let's just say you chose poorly.
Well,
have fun, dude.
I'll try.
Don't get your character killed, my guy.
Oh no. The letter I dropped on the floor the last night flies open and passed by, unfolding. No one else but my ESC. Everyone around glares back at me. They sneer. They ridicule. Like living beings fully aware of what they've done. With a huff, I pick it up and shove it into my bag, perhaps with more anger and frustration than I'm used to showing. This too I'll deal with. Somehow I'll find a way to make things right. I have to.
My brain. Just put things together. Keep going.
Before it takes more people from me. Even if I must do it on my own. Papers rushing, telephones ringing, its feet shuffling. Overall, today's like a typical day at work for the Briar Reality Corporation. Except it isn't. The air is thick with tension and unspoken questions. No doubt everyone present has already heard about Rose.
What is a reality company?
Realty company.
Yeah.
If they missed last night's report, they'd likely seen it in the morning news, in the papers, or on various news sites on the internet. Everywhere is a bitter reminder. In fact, everyone's giving me a wide berth, as though the mere mention of Rose would be enough to trigger something in me. It's appreciated, but it only serves to create a bigger hole in the place Rose has left. After lunch, my boss calls for a meeting. I don't have to look up on my way to work to know what it's about. He's in a strange, pensive mood today, probably out of respect for a dead colleague. Oddly, I appreciate it more if you just shouted at me today. Anything is better.
I'm sure you've all heard of what happened to Miss Cooper.
By the way,
she was a valued member of our team, and she
Sir
really
John.
missed. There's no date for
John
a funeral
Snap.
yet,
John
but those who
Snap.
wish to attend,
There's no
kindly
date
speak with
for
your
a funeral
respective
yet.
supervisors.
But those who wish to attend, kindly speak with your respective supervisors.
By the way, has anyone heard about our still AWOL
What's
staff?
that?
I don't know, man.
It was not a Jon Snow.
No, it's just a general Game of Thrones accent.
HR, you know
Oh,
what to
yeah.
do.
General
Santos,
northern
a word?
accent.
Yeah.
In my office.
At the end of it, I must have given, I'd been given the entirety of Rose's workload, including finalizing the White's papers and having been promised an ample compensation for my efforts. I think he's expecting me to be happy about it. Instead, I immerse myself in my work. I have to, anyway, if I want to forget. Employee of the month. Woo. Time flies when you do, and by the time I give notice, it's already late. Everyone's already gone, leaving me in the company of a radio and a member of our tutorial staff. I don't even know his name. Rose likely does. She remembers people easily like that.
The Luxbomb Police Department continues its search for the following reported missing people.
The radio blares one name after another. Hold on a second. Missing. Aren't they? Still, I have to check. Frantic, I turn back to my desktop. Blood tapping fingers against the keys fill the office for the better part of my shift as I look through everything. The background about the place, its history from the current owners, and the list of employees hired under BRC. I'm right. Of course I am. BRC may have a lot of staff, and they may have a lot of hired agents, but I remember those names anywhere. After all, they're also part of the crew who worked with us preparing the mansion for the open house. Then the letters... No, they can't be. I hope it's not what I'm thinking.
But Rose is...
Something snaps into place in a fraction of a moment. These people, Rose...
I need to... No. If it's like this, they still won't believe me. I have to make sure of it first.
Evidence doesn't lie. That's what Ash always says, right? If I have proof, then maybe. I don't want to get my hopes up yet, but maybe there'll be a way I can save them. The letter, my phone, papers, anything that will be useful. I grab all of them and stuff them into my bag. I can't stay here. There's something I need to do. There's something those people should. A noise cut sharply into the room, stopping my hand short of cramming a pen into my bag.
Hello? Anyone there?
Someone must have left the printer open again. Nope. I may be in a hurry, but if I don't turn it off, another person is certainly going to have a fit tomorrow over wasted company resources. Most of the time it's Rose who does the nagging, but the clicking of my pen in my hand is a welcome distraction as I search for the said object. Each stride my feet takes also echoes throughout the empty workplace. I've lost sight of the janitor minutes ago, and with me being the only one left, the tapping of my feet against the wood floor is something I should learn to appreciate. It doesn't take me long to find it. By the time I turn it off, 5 pages are already strewn on the ground, the paper tray having also been left ajar. So I pick up each of it to put someplace proper, but the page that greets me makes my blood run cold. The chill that makes its way up my spine as numbing as the day in the attic. The sheets crinkle under my tense grip. All I can hear is my breathing as it rasps through my gritty teeth.
Get those KTs ready.
But before I can either gather myself, take the first step out of here, total darkness envelops me. As if hearing every horrid thought running inside my head, something steps. Soft creaking, grating through the thin veil of stillness as descended in the room. Every muscle, every bone of my body goes rigid at the sound. Familiar. So familiar now, that my own traitorous curiosity still presses me to take a careful peek over the cubicle's windows. Standing in the only exit to the office, albeit facing away from me. He doesn't even turn around from me to know if it's the same misshapen face, tired clothes, slightly blonde. Same person in the attic. Take a step back. The pen I hold just my hand The scream almost escaped my mouth. I duck under the table as quick as I can. My heart is pounding hard against my chest. I can hear those bum chilling sounds as I walk. Clicking up follows. Tilting squelch of something wet as she walks towards me. Nearer and nearer. It sounds slowly getting louder, and the only thing is what escaped me. My hand closed my mouth. Someone please save me. Anyone. I close my eyes, muttering a confused string of prayers while attempting to stay breathing. Please don't let me.
Use the space bar to keep the pointer right time.
Oh, use the space bar. No. Oh, God.
You have 1 life left, my guy.
How many times did I do this?
Enough.
Oh, dead. Right, dead.
Necrotic paralysis.
Seems so.
Okay.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
When the last line of my prayers have left me, all that remains is a hush. None of her footsteps, nor chilling sounds she makes. Only silence. Is it safe? Nope. No second passes. Nothing comes.
Continue?
Did I just say continue?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's probably game to die. You got like a year.
Nope. I'm not good at these, I'll be honest. I'm not good at these!
There we are.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Who's the relation? Oh, it's Chief Attack of the Ghost, isn't it? Oh. The minutes stretch out before me agonizingly. Is she gone? Slowly open my eyes, take a peek. I don't dare move and make noise. In fact, in the face of terror, I can only beg out silent pleas to whoever is out there. Please, please don't utter noise. I want to live.
Hannah!
Switch seats.
Woo! Do you want us to come up here so that you can be?
No, dude, I'm doing it.
Rotate.
I was gonna say, real quick, we can see who's next after, right?
It's Zach.
Oh, that is
okay,
you.
well then, yeah.
No, I'm good to sit back here, dude.
Yeah, you switch.
This chair's like way comfy.
Way comfy.
I'm gonna like fall asleep tonight.
All the comfy.
fall asleep. Wake me up when important shit happens. Dude, also, I would like to say it's the 17th of October right now.
Ah,
In
yes.
the game, so the story is told
A little bit out of order.
Non-linearly.
Non-linear.
Yeah, we knew. I figured when
Ian kind of mentioned something in the car that he was thinking, oh, this might happen.
because it starts at October 17th and we didn't start then.
So can you move the McDonald's cup out of the way, please?
So we have some things we can look at, but I think that's just like what we've already done. Yeah.
Well, you can look at her profile.
Oh yeah, we can look at her profile. Hana. April 30th, Taurus, 31 years old.
Oh, same.
You're also 31 years old?
No, also Taurus.
Yeah. Eris, former finance manager. Nationality British, religion Anglican, education master's in business administration, major in accounting. Okay, that's why she was all over the papers. Likes bouillabaisse, dogs, fashion, parties and dancing, the beach, children, iconic women, charity, and math. Of the Luxborn upper classes, Hannah is used to living a life of luxury. Absent parents made her crave for attention, though, something she gained from her private tutors and nannies instead. It was never enough, however. She studied hard in order to make her parents proud, going into business so that she could work alongside them. The challenge in her otherwise privileged life was certainly a thrill for her at the very least. She had many suitors, dating different men and women, but it was through work that she had met Luke. It was love at first sight for her. Upon her parents' death, Luke proposed to her. That was the move that led her to the merging of the White Enterprise and Evans Incorporated, and her subsequent retirement. Their 7-year marriage is strained, but Hannah tries her best to make it work.
Hold on, before you go, give me just 1 second. Stop.
What are you Googling? Anglican?
Hey, her birthday's the same day as mine.
Oh.
There we go. Look at that.
White Enterprises or Evans Incorporated? Are you looking up bouillabaisse?
Yeah, I am.
It's a type of food.
Correct. Can you tell me what it is?
No.
Ooh.
I think it's a dessert. Isn't it a dessert?
Doesn't sound like a dessert. I think it sounds more like a meat or something.
I mean, it is a meat.
What kind of meat?
Here, hold on. This is what I wanted to.
Bouillabaisse.
Yeah.
Bouillabaisse.
I was like, I doubt it's bouillabaisse.
Bouillabaisse.
Yeah, I was like, I don't.
Yeah, I couldn't get a good French. I know it's a French word.
Yeah, it's bouillabaisse.
Bouillabaisse.
It's a rich, spicy stew or soup made of various kinds of fish, originally from
Fish
Provence.
stew. From hobbits?
Provence. Yes, from hobbits. You fucking moron.
You're a moron.
Yeah, thank you.
It's far too easy to get them to pay attention, enraptured.
Right, you don't have to do British accent. I'll kill you.
They hang on to my every word and follow my every move. All of it would have been stifling had it not been such stares. Most are respectful, some are hostile if we are honest, and a few are downright inappropriate. After all, I am.
Hannah Wright!
Alright. There's a moment of agitation as a familiar but less than welcome face approaches me with a suggestive smirk on his face. Isn't this...
What?
Does this guy look like someone else to you guys?
Kyle looks like the priest a little.
That's what I was gonna say.
Not at all. You guys are crazy.
Take out this heart, put him in the...
Change his clothes, give him glasses.
Yeah.
It's the priest.
It's very similar, if he's
No,
not.
It's, you guys are just...
There's a moment of agitation as a familiar but less than welcome face approaches me with a suggestive smirk on his face. Of course, I have to keep a benevolent smile and greet him as I greet any good friend. After all, this man can turn heads, being famous in his own right.
Officer Lee! What a pleasant surprise. I didn't think you'd have the time to attend tonight's party.
He's more Luke's friend than mine, really, and I'm quite sure I only invited his wife. Much like I'm only friends with the chief inspector because of Luke, Luke is only friends with Rochelle because of me. Unlike how I treated Lee, however, Luke never hid his animosity for the lead matriarch. It was an odd sort of friendship where we would have awkward double dates. Alright.
You read hard.
Yeah.
Word be hard.
I don't even recall his first name. It started with an N, I think. I might be wrong. No.
Jesus. Can we get over it?
No!
He said the N word once.
So far.
We let PewDiePie get away with it. Come on.
This is more recent.
And also, it came out in 2017.
Adam, we still make jokes about PewDiePie.
Look.
Oh, so it was a heat baby.
What?
I'm not entirely forgiving PewDiePie for that, but it's not like it's.
Anyway, I'm just saying. Let's just move on.
Okay. Aside from being Chief Inspector of Luxembourg Police, Luxembourg, goddammit, Ian. Luxembourg Police, his wife, Rochelle Lee Navance, owns a General Electronics company, fridges and freezers mostly.
Oh, I always have time for my favourite socialite couple. Might I say, you look positively ravishing tonight.
I have a husband.
I see the husband isn't with you.
Well, you know what? The way he eyes me up is enough to make my skin crawl. I just wish Luke was here to fend off the more unseemly of our peers. You know the ones. Men who are just a bit too friendly, staring too long at my assets, and getting close just because my husband is not here. To think they have the gall to do this at my own party. My own house, if I might add. But like any high society woman with her own salt, I know how to deal with it with grace and dignity.
I suppose you are looking pleasant as well. Luke's busy with work, unfortunately. Rochelle isn't here.
A shame. I do hope he isn't causing you much trouble. That husband of yours can be a bit daft sometimes, acting like he's still some young bachelor. The wife sends her regards and her apologies, but something came up with her doctor and she needed to attend to it. You know her, being pregnant and all.
We make small talk. Rather, I'm forced to do so, as he would not leave my side after finding his place there. Much to my chagrin, I have been extricated from the few who flock in hopes of flattering, for I can tolerate them far better than Lee. He's a nice enough person, and I adore his wife, who's obviously the brains behind the two. But there is something unsettling about him. I do not trust him as much as I want to. Oh shit. Why not? He regales me tales of the Luxembourg Police Department, a different affair to the usual gossip I'm privy to, and though I loathe to admit it, is interesting nonetheless. I expect the topic of business to die out quickly, which would be understandable enough due to the confidential nature of his work. But oh boy was I wrong.
So, we're in civvies, I steal and drive off with one of the police mobiles, right? In the mirror, I see the new tank chasing on foot and screaming about theft. The look on his face was priceless when I parked in the garage.
Oh my. You made him chase you all the way home for a prank. What did Rochelle have to say about that?
Rochelle's a strange love and hate affair with Lee. He's a married man who did not grow up past his early 20s, judging by the way he acts. I keep doing that. Surprisingly enough, they've been married for a good 20 years. A lifetime if you compare it to my marriage of 7 years with Luke. I, on the other hand, well, Luke is no Lee. I should be happy about that, I suppose. Although my darling did have his moments.
What?
Yeah, the wife pulled my ear and gave me a good talking to, though. Besides, we live in a flat a block away, so it wasn't much of a grand chase.
Weren't you living in a house near the countryside?
Moved for work, you know. Or you probably don't.
No, I don't. But a flat in downtown. I suppose if that's what you like.
Oh, it's horrid. Hate that tiny place, no matter how convenient it can be for work. 55 square yards are not enough when you need to get away from the wife. I wouldn't mind a place away from the city. Even started looking at the ads. I spotted an interesting lot, actually. Heard it was finally put up for sale. Or that something mansion, you know the one with all the ghost stories.
These people are like millennials, Generation X the most.
Well, he's been married for 20 years.
Okay, he's Generation X.
Well, I'm saying the boomer humor of, you know, fuck my wife from her 80s.
Yeah.
Lol. XD.
I know what he's talking about. There are really only a few urban legends around here. It's...
The Ermagerd Mansion?
Ermagerd?
That's the one. Worthy of a king it is. I'd buy it myself, but Rochelle would only gripe if I brought it up to her. Not to mention all the expenses a place like that. It'll be a real fixer-upper. You also have to find someone willing to work there with how superstitious people can be.
If it becomes a problem, just hire someone to do an exorcism.
Actually, I do know of someone who could be up to the task. You remember the Ludgates party at their Christchurch summer residence?
Of course. It was an excellent soiree. Everything was so classy, too. Such good taste.
Oh, that place was a pigsty until they hired out this interior designer and they turned it into a bloody palace. She worked for the Exodus for their apartment in Soho too, and they recommended her when we were looking up pieces for our beach house in Porto Colom.
That's worse.
I think I have a business card right. No, I must have left it in my other jacket. Anyway, she's called, what's her name? McCullough, Marianne, I believe, yes. But truly, if anyone were to get that place in McCullough, well, they'd be the envy and the talk of the town.
Well, if you put it that way, I might just snatch it up for myself. This place was starting to feel a bit small lately anyway.
Sure, a 3-story penthouse might not fit the description of small for some people. Okay, maybe a lot of people. But it isn't big enough to have the grand parties in. As it is, I only invited about 30 people to this one, and oh, it feels cramped in here. It certainly would be nice if I wouldn't have to ride up an elevator up and down several floors before I can get anywhere as well. Are Luke's words and not mine. Besides, I've been looking for a good anniversary gift. Luke might like this one. Where is he, anyway?
Hey! Back to October 21st.
Luke is dressed to the nines, as he usually is. What?
Oh, I forgot that dude!
This guy?
Yeah! Look, that dude, also gay.
Also super gay?
Also super gay.
Is he guy in glasses gay? Because we're not.
Look, all I'm saying is, the straights are at it again.
Goddamn.
Trying to be gay people. Dude, I'm gonna fuck somebody's wife.
Luke is dressed to the nines, as he usually is, and he looks ready for whatever the day will throw at him. His butler and valet wait at his side, just in case he isn't as ready as he looks. Oh sure, that is normal. What's confused me is the fact that he is on his way out of the penthouse, considering we won't have anywhere to go until much later.
Where are you going?
I am to attend the Triad Autumn Tasting. I do believe I informed you of this 2 weeks ago.
Yes. And might I remind you that I had stricken that off your schedule? Because 1, the doctor told you to stop consuming so much alcohol. And 2, I informed you a few days ago about the open house we are going to attend in its place. I've even found this marvelous interior designer, Mary Ann McCullough.
It's a 3.5-hour drive to Cardiff. I don't have time for this. This is like that little party you threw all over again. You don't inform me of it, and you expect me to stay and be a gracious host when I have business elsewhere. You know how I operate, Hana. Unless this was penciled in, I am sticking to my schedule.
If I may intrude, the madam is correct. Your physician did insist you moderate your drinking, unless you wish to incur acute pancreatitis.
He's also Jerry.
Yeah. And you did have this open house penciled in last Wednesday morning.
Bollocks, I don't remember doing so.
Well, you did. While very hungover, in fact.
He did. Moaned about me being too loud, but gave in after some pushing. Perhaps that was a bit too cruel and manipulative of me, but...
Whose side are you on?
Come on, Luke. You promised we'd do whatever I want this weekend.
Gordon Bennett, fine. I am giving this house tour of yours a chance.
We're so rich, other people's names are curses.
But if it proves to be a waste of time, I am going to Cardiff, and you are going to take a cab home. Are we clear?
It's just a bit of a husband and wife tit for tat, isn't it? All couples have their arguments. Once the honeymoon phase is over, as they seem to call it, reality sits in that you and your partner might not always see eye to eye. Perhaps it's been the years. 7 of them is nothing to scoff at.
I just cannot bloody believe I agreed to this. I was really looking forward to the Triad tasting.
Though sometimes I think it's something a bit more than just a simple disagreement, and I have to stop myself from wondering where we went wrong.
There's always the Triad Christmas tasting in Manchester next month, and that'll only be an 1.5-hour drive.
Have I been neglectful? Have I offended? Have I acted shamefully?
Yes, but Cardiff...
Certainly, any problem can be discussed, as long as he doesn't turn me away.
Well, there goes my good mood. Are you happy now, Hana?
Before you check your relationships with people, and do that.
We're pretty good.
Yeah, you like Luke. Trust me. When you play Luke,
he does not like you. Yeah.
Yeah. I like how I would like to say that you do in fact have relationships with people, but like I don't know if you've ever met.
Yeah, we haven't
That's
met
good.
anyone yet. Yeah. We can also go back to. Also, I'm pretty sure it's not that we have no relationship with us. We are full in a relationship with ourselves, and it's gray, because it's not the same color as this.
Okay.
So, I think you're just full with relationship with yourself because it's yourself.
Are you gonna finish yourself or remain silent?
Look, I have a feeling that he is actually like evil and is like just like beat the fuck out of me if I defend myself. But at the same time, I don't think he's done that in 7 years.
No. I mean, but he probably won't do it with the German butler.
The German butler being
Johannes.
You never know. He might just be like
Johannes.
Fucking
Johannes. Godness.
I'm gonna defend myself.
Yes, I am very happy.
I'll shake it like that.
Because for once in a very long time, we are doing what I want. I'm ecstatic. Understood? And this would be perfect if you stop acting like a child who needs their nappy changed. We will be leaving after lunch for the Ermengarde mansion. You are going to park your rear in the car and keep mum. And you are going to behave during the tour.
Needless to say, Luke looks a bit shocked at my outburst. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, struggling to reply before he crosses his arms to look like, well, a moping child.
Any more rules for this little excursion of yours, Your Highness?
No wine.
No wine? Unacceptable! I am already not allowed to the tasting, and you would deprive me of that simple pleasure?
We now know why he wants to sell it.
If I see you take one sip today, I will put the stocks under lock and key. Do you understand me?
Don't forget the bottles he keeps in his dresser.
Whose side are you on?
Whose side are you on?
How many times in one day can you ask that?
As many times as I need you, traitor.
But I love. He's great.
He's pretty funny.
Yeah.
When he's not saying it.
What?
I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying.
Come on. We've all occasionally thrown around the hard R.
You have. You can say that.
Look, I lived with some very interesting people and went to a very interesting school.
Meanwhile, I'm conflicted. I don't know if I should apologize for changing his plans like that. But by the time we arrive at the mansion, I see his eyes light up in genuine interest. Apologizing is the last thing on my mind. The whole affair with the Ermengarde mansion is certainly an interesting experience. The place has been renovated and restored by the owners to what they claim to be acceptable standards. The mansion itself looks like something befitting a fairy tale or a period piece. It's tastefully decorated, and with a little bit of love and affection, I'm sure it can be a place Luke and I can call home. The number of other prospective buyers that have come from the powerful wealth of Luxburn really certainly did not disappoint, making this estate as prime property. Lees are amongst the group who went with the Rosewoman, and I saw a few other notable faces, though I did not really feel like mingling. Unfortunately, for every one of them, the Wrights are interested in buying. What's been bugging my mind, however, is that Isabel. What is her problem? I still don't quite understand what is happening. One moment she's scrambling to give us the paperwork to finalize the sale, then she's panicking over some prank letter or another.
Dear me, is Isabel alright?
It is apparent that with the way she shakes and by the pallor of her skin, something has really shaken her up.
Isabella, do you need me to call that ambulance?
I am worried, but with my best, but it will be best if she attended to buy someone more
Boy, dude, can you read? Come on, man.
But it will be best if she's attended to by someone more familiar to her, like her partner.
There we are.
2.
You got it.
God, that was. I swear there should be a comma right there. That's weird. But even then, the girl refuses Rose's offered drink and looks just about ready to make a run for it.
No, I'm just feeling a bit out of it. Excuse me. I'll be back. I just need to catch my breath.
As she does so, just as I predicted, her partner falls like a concerned mother. There was an awkward air among us that we were left in the wake of whatever that was. The others murmur and gossip with each other, speaking of the poor, daft girl and telling the tale to whoever was not audience to the act in the first place. It doesn't take too long for the woman Rose to return and pull us aside in the study for what I rightly assume is damage control. Rose invites Marianne too, and hoping to apologize to her as well. But the woman refuses, saying that she is not one of her clients anyway. Sorry. That leaves me, myself, Rose, and Luke. Wait, what? There's no me. The last all too eager to make himself comfortable in the study he's no doubt already claimed as his own.
I can't apologize enough about what just happened. Please forgive Isabella. She's been under a lot of pressure lately. She's young, and all those rumors about this being haunted just got to her head. And it must be this terrible heat, too. Not a drop of rain for days now.
Are you sure it is wise to just let her go like that? Where is the poor dear? She might get hurt.
She's more likely to hurt somebody else, given what just happened.
I told her to sit down and take a break. Already rang someone to pick her up, too.
That might be for the best, dear. But please, we're here to talk about the mansion, yes? Why, I absolutely adore it. Don't you, Luke? Some of the rooms will certainly have to be repurposed. We want to change the appliances and have Marianne lead on the decor, but the whole thing is just lovely.
I guess. It's certainly a lot roomier than our penthouse.
Exactly! Lots of space for guests, parties, a lot of room for little ones to run around too.
Let's not discuss that right now, Buttercup. Anyway, I do think it would be a shame to let this mansion slip past us.
But you haven't even finished touring the house.
Well, we like what we've seen.
I'm making her job easier for her, am I not? No need for loans and long price negotiations. We can just sign a contract and close the deal. Really, you think the woman would be more happy about an easy sale? I know how these estate agents worked, how long they had to wait, and how much they had to spend even just for a single sale. Why, she should be jumping for joy by now. I'm sure the commission on this mansion is nothing to sneeze at, even if she has to split it with the Isabel girl.
Do you think we could have horses here?
Yes, those do sound nice, love. Anyway, if anyone else is interested in buying this property, I assure you that I'm able and willing to give a better offer.
A vineyard would be nice. Or maybe
And we do reward our people quite generously, Rose. So if I were you, I would start on that paperwork.
Helicopter pad.
I pause, and there's a small moment of complete silence where Rose and I just stare critically at Luke. It's an unspoken understanding, a rule between the two of us that we put on a night. With our social setting, where image matters, it's also important to avoid making enemies. And to follow this rule is an easy feat for me. From youth, I've been the well-trained social butterfly, gracious and graceful. Luke, on the other hand...
Oh, wait, what, Luke? No, what? Whatever would we need a helipad for?
Well, he likes to play the fool sometimes, even if he is anything but. As he throws me a wry smile, I shake my head and beckon Rose over. This is to be our home, and there's nothing she or anyone else can do to change my mind. This is a place that speaks of power and importance, and at the same time of safety and comfort. Perhaps we even can have our family here. There's definitely no better gift than this for our special date. Why, everything here is absolutely wonderful. Well, except for this ugly painting in the study.
Don't look at... Why are you always looking at me?
I'm just looking at you to just judge the reaction of both of you guys. I'll look at both of you. It looks like a bad fake of an Edvard Munch painting.
Here's the deal. I'm willing to pay 10% higher than your listing price. If anyone tries to outbid us, just add another 5%. I doubt anyone can, of course. Or, you know what? Just add 15% to the listing price, and we can sign all the paperwork now.
I guess, if that's what you want. That won't be any trouble. I don't have all the papers now. Didn't think this would be a quick sell. I'll have copies sent to you so you can look over them. And if you'd still like to finish the rest of the tour with Isabella's group, you're more than welcome to.
No, I think we're good here. We'd appreciate a private tour of the place a lot more, I think.
All right. Should I let Marianne in, then?
Marianne? Oh, right, she's been way outside the study this whole time, hasn't she? Needs to have a little chat with her to move this little mansion project forward.
Please do.
There's a look of apprehension when the other woman enters the study. Yet, like a professional, I see the moment when she steels herself and masks her worry. Admirable.
We have this project, then?
Of course. Will you be needing anything from us?
Having the floor plans would be a great start, just so that I can look at them beforehand. And if you could tell me when you're available for a meeting so that I can include it in my calendar?
Oh, is a meeting really all that necessary, Marianne? I guess we can send Johans to help you out. You two can start by getting rid of this ugly painting.
A hush falls upon the room at my request.
What painting?
And lo behold, the painting is gone. In its place, a mirror stands, which leads me to look at my own confused expression.
Odd. Well, no matter. Back to the topic at hand. Marianne, dear, we are simply far too busy to meet up.
Free to schedule a question the need for a meeting. Actually,
But I guess we can free up a day to meet with you. I don't really need another Maudlin Monday reading about Maury anyway. The book club can function without me for one day. What time shall we be seeing each other? How does lunch sound?
Besides, my house is a higher priority over a book club. Why, we can hold the meeting in this next meeting in this place. Surely the beauty and grandeur of it all will inspire spirited and lively debates about whether modern-day writers do match up to the classics. I might as well clear up the rest of my week to handle whatever affairs buying this mansion requires of me. Any social activity can be put off until the Ermengarde, or rather the Wrights Mansion, great debut. I'll have my fill of great parties and gatherings, especially when I organize them myself.
That sounds good. Although, with a project of this scope, we might need most of the day to tackle your concerns. A more thorough inspection of the place is also preferable.
Breakfast then! It's a date.
It's really not.
All right. Monday. 10 o'clock sharp. We'll see you then.
Actually, Marianne suggested that we meet at 9, but who's even awake at that unholy hour? I was lucky enough to wake up this morning before Luke went all the way to Cardiff.
Oh, I was awake at 9 o'clock.
No. I know. Fucking 5:30 every morning. Hell yeah.
Dude, don't do it. Scum.
You have a different understanding of what morning is.
Yeah, morning's like, 4 p.m. So I get up.
We say our goodbyes, shake hands, and make it clear without outright saying that we now own this house. By the time we left the mansion grounds, sunset is almost upon us.
So, you really want to buy this place then? That's a bit of a big impulse buy, even coming from you. Not that I'm complaining.
I feel elation when I hear those words coming from him. It's not every day one is able to please someone like Luke. He gives away false flattery to persuade those who starve for his attention and approval. But in the privacy of closed doors, he would often express his grievances. He neither censored himself in front of me, nor spared me from his criticism.
You have been saying the penthouse was getting a bit too small for you. Happy anniversary!
Oh. That time of the year already?
He forgot about it last year, too. I understand that he's a busy man, but...
Is that why you want to buy it?
Yes. You don't like it?
I do, but I remember you used to talk about how you wanted to live next to the beach.
Botany Bay, Kent. Remember the sea, water that stretched on for miles and miles, as far as the eye can see. As a kid, I loved our beach trips, swimming all day as much as I could. I was a well-behaved child, and the only time it was truly difficult when I was refused to get out of the waters, even when my fingers had gone all wrinkly. And even when they managed to pull me out of the water, there was always sandcastles. The day before we married, I told Luke I wanted a house on the beach and a dog. And a kid or two. None of those came true 7 years later.
That was a childish dream. Living next to the beach is so impractical if you really think about it.
I don't know. It's not a bad thought to see you in a bathing suit every day.
Maybe another time, love. We still have forever, don't we?
He says nothing, only grabbing my hand and holding it tight as we spend the rest of the ride home in silence. I miss the sea. Sickering hovering over the loo at 3 in the morning, the picture I paint right now is hardly glamorous. A horribly fishy taste is left in my mouth as I throw up what I had for dinner, and I hate the acrid stench that fills the lavatory. The burning sensation in the back of my throat is no help whatsoever. I can feel another wave of nausea coming up from when the door opens.
Hannah, what are you doing so early out of bed?
I'm fine, love. I must have just eaten something bad.
That's all I managed to say before vomiting into the porcelain throne. Lovely.
Just go back to bed, Luke. I'm going to clean up here.
I refuse to look at him. I don't want him to see me like this. The last time I've had a horrible morning reaching into a toilet was during my college years, being the life of the party. Thoughtless and shameless, I had thrown away months into frivolous merriment and pointless hookups. I didn't even retain any of the connections I made from that time. Sure, they still know of me and I still know of them, and we still do business from time to time, but I've lost touch with anyone who I didn't see on a daily basis. I hardly have any of the friends that I had when I was still Hannah Evans, teachers, fellow university students, drinking buddies, and old conquests like Jack.
No, don't touch me, sweetie. It's disgusting. I'm disgusting.
Luke sits down next to me on the toilet floor and to hold my hair, using if I can't want more fish. He wipes the vomit from the corner of my mouth and just stares.
Do I need to fire someone? I don't feel sick.
Just feeling a bit under the weather, dear. It's been unbearably hot as of late, hasn't it? I do wish it would rain.
Are you sure it wasn't those sweets? I told you not to eat those sweets.
Maybe. Well, don't laugh.
Well, I can't help if you make that sort of face.
He starts chuckling, and soon enough he's in a fit of laughter. This scene happening next to a loo filled with stick just makes the whole thing bizarre, and nearly makes me start giggling as well. I try to stifle those, I smack him on the shoulder.
I'm not making a face, Luke. Stop laughing. Shut up.
When he would not stop laughing, I let myself go as laughter bubbles from my own throat, and I forget where my ill feelings plagued me. We were just a husband and wife, laughing together at a funny face, the little things in life. I let myself go because I know that these moments will not last forever. But if I just knew the terrible things that would come to us, I wouldn't have wished everything I have then, and there are the laughter that stayed. October 26th, Wednesday.
Hiya! Come on now!
The place is bustling with movers, carrying furnishing things in there, along with several trunks of personal belongings taken from our penthouse. What day is this comparatively?
26th.
The 26th?
Yeah. You got Spook by Ghost on the 24th.
Yeah.
It was like 2 days after Spook Ghost.
Yeah. Places, yeah, okay. Luke watches them like a hawk, making sure nothing is handled carelessly or gets...
Careful now! I know your pictures are framed by cheap plastic, but those are framed by African Blackwood and are one-of-a-kind commissioned paintings.
You should have strangled that.
Each one is easily worth a lifetime of what you lot make.
Luke, do the dishwashers go into the kitchen or the butler's pantry?
Pantry, Buttercup. Careful, that's Emma No, you there, put that down. You do not manhandle a Napoleon Abueva.
I can see the exasperation. I have to send the foreman an apologetic glance. Even Johannes rolls his eyes as he goes by. Considering Luke is always like this during a project, Johannes and I have gotten used to it. Poor Marianne, on the other hand, looks a bit stressed at seeing the gigantic mess before quickly going back to work. Everything just has to be perfect, exactly the way he wants it. One little thing out of place, one little thing that didn't fit the image he clearly constructed in his head, and Luke gets bent out of shape.
Sweetie, why don't we go and sort your suits upstairs? Let Johannes and Marianne and the foreman deal with the rest of the work.
We have this, Mrs. Wright.
Yes, please do go before a blood vessel bursts. Bloodstains are so troublesome to clean.
I would just like to say, well, he says that with, like, knowledge.
Right. This is next.
Oh my god, dude.
I know.
Fucking stop. Dude, if you keep doing this, I'm gonna have to do something drastic.
Drastic measure.
I will take drastic and extreme measures.
Alright, no.
Chop off.
He's doing the glasses thing.
Yeah.
No, anime.
Ding! Yeah.
Swing! Yeah. Taking him by the hand, I lead him upstairs into our
hasn't even
bedroom.
reached its final form.
Oh no. This place has been arranged first so that we can get some rest, no matter what state the rest of the mansion is in. I'm definitely glad I can lay down on a soft, comfy bed after what has been a busy morning. Watching Luke act like his life depended on getting his move done is tiring and all its own.
Johan is just gay humor.
God damn it. You're right.
Right.
Stop.
Does that make Luke a gender bent anal guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I have a whole day of this ahead of me. I feel the bed dip beside me as Luke sits down with a sigh.
Well, I can't wait for this to be over.
I don't know. It's fun seeing you all fired up. Here at home and not at work, you know.
You know I can't always be home, Hana. I have a company to run, unless you forgot.
I haven't forgotten. You're the one who insists on being there to make sure each and every little thing is under control. I just really miss you sometimes, and I wish you were at home more often. Why, if you're not careful, I might go a bit loopy and I'll start bringing cats home. And soon enough, one day you'll find yourself going home to a farm just filled with felines that follow you everywhere.
Oh, don't bluff. The things would shred up your precious furniture. Besides, you don't even like cats.
True, true. Dogs are infinitely superior here, of course.
But what about the wet dog smell? The mess? I'm not cleaning up after a mutt, no matter how cute. If you think about it, a cat would be better.
It's not always that we can just lie down and talk about these sort of things. To joke around as if we are teenagers again, with very little problem in the way of responsibilities and roles. To hear his genuine, honest-to-goodness laughter is a rarity. This is just the second time, as of late. And I can only see it as a sign of good things to come.
All good points. I guess we could just have kids. That is, if you prefer dealing with soiled nappies and sick as opposed to dead birds, mice, and litter boxes. I've already told Marianne about turning the second bedroom into a children's room.
I guess sometimes I don't know when I'm crossing the line. I didn't say that I'm a good comedian, did I?
Not this again.
What? I wasn't being serious.
It's not something you take the piss out of. Having a kid is a big responsibility, Hannah. We've talked about this, haven't we? I'm not ready to be a parent. I'd probably end up killing the little brat by the week's end.
You're probably right, but I'm not going to say that. I want to say you'll be a great father, but on the other hand, I don't actually believe that.
Well, then say what you believe.
But I don't know what she believes. She probably believes he would be a great father.
I mean, do what you think is best, my guy.
Carly likes you well enough.
He liked that. To mention our little goddaughter places a conflicted look on his face. Sometimes it is cute when he desires having such a soft spot for the little girl. But then sometimes it is sad and makes you wonder what had happened to make him think so poorly of himself in this regard.
Yes, well, it's Kylie. The tyke likes everybody and, on the off chance she doesn't, likes them well enough as long as they buy her sweets. And sure, that kid is great, but if I get tired of her, I can ship her back to her father at the end of the day. Having kids of our own will be a whole different monster entirely.
You're rich enough to go ship them off somewhere.
I mean, correct. Boarding schools are like a big thing in England, so, you know.
That's one of those Garrick Mach monasteries.
Harry Potter land, or whatever the fuck it.
Griffin, yeah, Gryffindor.
Hogwarts or something
Yep.
like that.
There you go. I've never heard him talk about his father in such anything but a business context. I recall Damien Wright, keeping hearing about him from my own father even before I met Luke. The business world praised him for running a tight ship, all until one mistake led to a great loss for the enterprise. It was then that the news of Luke Wright, prodigy son, successor to the old man, started to show up, and he aided in his recovery and growth up until the Great Recession. I'm getting a bit off track. Regardless, I've never heard him talk about his father like one would talk about family.
I think you'll be a great father.
There's a smile, no matter how half-hearted it would be. He may be. I do really think that. He may not be good or honest man. A part of me knows that, though I try to silence it. But I know Luke well enough that he will be a better father than Damien Wright or Henry is. I love my father, but he has never had the time.
If it is any consolation, I think you'd be a decent mother.
On the other hand, I've never heard of his mother. A silence that was both comfortable and uncomfortable. There is familiarity in each other's company despite the awkwardness that had transpired. Defenses and masks down, with anyone else looking, we are both together and alone in this quiet. But a crash from downstairs startles us both out of our reverie. Luke lets out a heavy sigh before coming up to his feet and straightening his jacket.
I'll have to attend to that then.
Be good, darling. And watch out for your blood pressure.
Gives me a kiss on the cheek before leaving while I lay there in a daze. Alone, as per usual. Really should be used to it by now. I can feel the minutes tick by on me just lying there, feeling miserable and full of self-pity. I've rolled over to lie on my stomach at this point when the face buried in the billows when there's a knock at the door. Grumbling at them to go away doesn't work as a voice comes from the other side.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
Wait, is that today? Oh, yes. People had caught wind of our new mansion the very moment we left the open house. Luke had boasted he could acquire the property in no time and allowed a photo shoot for an interior design magazine to be scheduled for that. Well, there was no complaint. Well, there were complications and it took longer than it usually does for us.
In a minute, Hansi.
Johannes, if you could at least make it through the end.
Tell them I'll be right down, Hansi.
Oh no.
The mansion grounds have been one of the first things to be fixed up, aside from the
Oh,
bedroom.
bitch.
Although it's still a work in progress, I did a promising start. I can already see the flowering patches. He's gonna say the N-word again!
I'm not on Twitter. Hey, and look at this spoiler for Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Goddamn. Luke's favorite daffodil stands out easily, having been transplanted from the pots that used to live at the rooftop of our penthouse. Why, the moving crew thought that Luke was being hard on them, and they clearly didn't see the landscape on his way out. The man looked like he was ready to faint, and Luke seemed ready to kill him by the end of the discussion. It is in the gods to see him near the flowers in quiet admiration. He is hard to miss, the hulk of a man that clearly did not belong, and the big backpack and suitcase he had with him makes him look much larger.
Sup, dude?
It's a peculiar sight seeing someone who looks like he does, handling little delicate things with such care. He looks up at the gardens and does a double take before a friendly face replaces his serene expression.
Miss Wright, yeah? Hi, Zachary Steele here from Luxury Living, ma'am. Hope you weren't waiting too long. But it looks like you're still moving in, huh?
Does he forget they've already met?
Well, no, they didn't really talk when they first met.
Right.
Her husband just called him an N-word. And like,
I understand, but like, then they could have recognized each other. But still,
well, that's what he look, first off, I'd like to say, A, that was a week ago. Second off, B, her husband called him the N-word.
Yeah. Right.
Remember, like, a minute.
Right. I came here too early.
You look familiar.
Yeah, there we are.
We met.
Maybe the game just...
For a very wild social circle, so everyone looks familiar to one point or another. But one would think I'd remember someone who stands out like him. What does she mean?
He's black and 6 foot.
Yeah, I know.
That's what she means.
Struggle to recall.
It's Britain. It's British Landia, so there's more black people. But
yeah,
he's like a whole. Look at those dreads.
Correct. The struggle to recall must have been quite evident on my face as he quickly and kindly answers my question.
Oh, I was with Isabella, your estate agent, when she had the house blessed.
Oh yes, that's right.
You also are like that.
Small world, isn't it?
I should have known you were Miss Wright.
The one and only. Welcome, welcome to Maison de Wright. And yes, we've been in the process of moving in as we were delayed. But it won't be a problem. They're just adding a few things here and there, and you should still be able to do your work. Where's the rest of your crew then, Mr. Steele?
Zach is fine, please. Mr. Steele makes me feel like I'm a mascot for a cleaning product.
Or for 50 Shades.
Anyway,
dude,
I'll be your one-man crew for today.
They hired a
Don't
sexy
worry,
actor.
been doing this gig for a while.
I agree. He's pretty good looking, but also just a character with problems.
Yeah, dude, he has such a good jawline. Oh.
You must be quite the
Sorry.
veteran to
His
handle this on
jawline
your
is just
own.
like, ugh.
God damn.
Look. I also have issues with that show, but his jawline is to like. I
have to say that
I could cut butter on that jawline.
The actor and actress in the main two are like they.
Oh, I think the actress is ugly. So I mean,
Really?
like,
All
yeah,
right.
I dislike the look of the actress.
All right.
The dude though, his fucking abs, I could grind cheese on.
Damn, alright.
We've had a full crew coming into our penthouse the last time we were covered in your magazine.
Veteran? Oh, your words are too kind, Miss Wright.
Hannah, if I get to call you Zach, you have my permission to call me Hannah.
Alrighty then. Anyway, I'm no veteran, but I know my camera well enough to make sure this is a good shoot. You can trust me on that, Miss Wright. Hannah.
Zach proves quickly enough that I can, in fact, trust him. His skills with the camera and experience in the industry, at the very least. He is kind and courteous, listening and following as I lead him around the house. I was worried he's gonna run into fucking Zach, he's just gonna be like,
Oh yeah, saying the N-word. Look, I'm really worried about saying the N-word on live stream. Because, like, again, one of these days I'll become rich and famous and they'll cancel my third fucking Marvel movie because I said it one time. But, I'll get roles in Quentin Tarantino movies.
No, only Quentin Tarantino gets movies in Quentin Tarantino movies and that says the N-word.
No, dude,
Yeah,
trust
you're
me.
sure you're correct.
I think that's like why white actors sign up for Quentin Tarantino movies. Just they can say the N-word.
Leonardo DiCaprio is just like, hey!
No, it's just so much more than Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying.
Not babe. Sorry, that's one.
I mean, yeah.
That's one of my favorite lines.
I know. A really nice fellow, and he treats our household staff well, whether we cross paths with them. I answer his questions to the best of my ability, and he's patient enough to answer mine whenever I get curious enough. For one, I ask what the bags are for. They are quite the magician's toolkit. From inside, he has procured several items to embellish the interior with. Bowls of fruits, lemon, trays with pepper mills, stacks of cookbooks, cutting boards, and glass canisters filled with colorful nuts and grains are brought for the kitchen setting. For the bathroom, there are white towels, seashells, and decorative soaps. There are other things as well, too numerous to count, all in that large backpacks in the suitcase.
Tricks of the trade. Softens up a room, makes a place feel more homey, and fills it up with texture. But you guys probably have better stuff I can use for this.
No lights? Don't tell me all of these are just props.
Well, I've got my tripod here. For things like these, natural light is best. I'll just have to set the shutter speed to a real slow setting, and as long as nobody steps into the shot, it'll look great.
Oh, it better.
We go through the rooms one at a time, although we first tackle the ones that the movers have no business in anymore. The ballroom needs a little preparation with Grit's grand design, although there was some trouble at first, with the wide open space and the pictures being backlit. As in the kitchen, Zachary's props come in handy, considering how Johannes kept the place so neat and sterile, one can practically eat off the floor. We carry on touring the house and taking pictures where we can, with exceptions to the rooms we have yet to gain any purpose of design. Too bad I can't take a sneak peek at his photos yet. Funny enough, he was using a traditional camera. I didn't even know film still existed. With the way he speaks over, I can see that he knows enough about his craft. I'm not too worried about botched photographs. What are you just moving over?
No, I just want a DSLR so bad. It's not.
I know it's not digital.
It's part of the DSLR.
I know digital. I understand. That was my joke. I imagine photography must be cathartic for him, judging by how easy he looks while taking pictures. There are some small snippets of conversation between the clicking of the camera. He even goes as far to talk about the terminology such as shutter speeds and aperture and aspect of technical aspects. I can't quite see the picture as it's made, much like when I watch artists paint on his canvas. But just watching someone passionately practicing on their craft as this is exciting in its own way. Going through the many rooms has been quite the exercise for both of us. Ooh. Despite that, he's been so nice, and I found myself putting on my best smile. But as we're taking pictures in the foyer, that everyone comes into a standstill for a moment. Just a moment. And had I not been paying attention, I wouldn't have even noticed. It was merely a split second when Zachary's rhythm put it to a halt. His finger doesn't move to release the shutter. Oh, Jesus. Yet he also doesn't pull the camera away from his face. His gaze still firmly fixed to the viewfinder. His hands shake, and there's a light stream of sweat on his forehead.
Zachary?
No response.
Zach, is something the matter?
Lowering his camera, he blinks and stares at something behind him, shaking his head. Turning around, though, I see nothing that could have gotten his attention.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, that's all. Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
I struggle to respond this time. There's a sudden weight in my back and an indescribable tightness around my throat. Everything stops. And everything starts again as I manage to choke out.
If you're sure.
I don't know what just happened. It was probably just a dizzy spell. I'm fine. He said he's fine. We continue at the same pace as before, although there's an unspoken agreement that we'll not talk about what happened.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Nah, I just freelance mostly. For magazines, newspapers,
totally
and events.
No, if I
so
remember
you can't really
correctly,
call it a
Zach did
full-time job.
Spook shit.
Yeah.
Until like the end, which everything just becomes spook shit.
Right.
But I get a gun, so I mean,
Not a Zachary.
I mean, how do you know?
That camera is just a gun in the sky.
It's like a James Bond thing.
Yeah.
He turns it to a certain side of speed. Blah blah.
Wait,
Guns
wait.
is strong. And you can keep going.
Well, yeah, I know. I was just thinking.
It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least, not all the time.
What is it that you want to do then?
Maybe I've been out of line, sticking my nose in other people's business, but I can't help but ask. I regret doing so as I see his shoulders slump and the easygoing airheads fade away. He looks torn over whether he wants to talk about it or not.
Films. Documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on this thing, actually.
What thing?
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Very funny.
So, Grand Director, do you want to tell me what Blue Fonzie is all about?
He hesitates. When I refuse to budge on the matter, he gives in and spills it all out. Blue Fonzie, l'heure la plus sombre des Noirs Britanniques. Dark blue, the darkest hours of the Black British. He speaks with passion of one who's gone through the very matter he is concerned with. There's a conviction, knowledge, and experience in his speech. Why, I would have told him that he is an amazing speaker if only I wasn't so engrossed listening. Prejudice and discrimination in schools and in the workplace. Lesser chances for opportunity and higher chances of being treated like a criminal. He spoke of blacks and people of color in general still being treated like second-class citizens, all because of the color of their skin. It was all just positively riveting and sad. It comes to a point when he soon loses steam, he looks abashed, realizing what he had just done.
Sorry, I just got so carried away and...
It's fine. It is really so fascinating to watch people talk about their passion after all. You should see how your eyes light up when you speak so fiercely. You do have very beautiful eyes.
Oh, Lord. Peace. Everyone's coming in.
Thanks, I guess.
I want to say that I understand where he's coming from, but I really don't, do I? I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, and I've lived a charmed life. It hasn't been perfect, but the difficulties I've been through pales in comparison to what others experience on a daily basis. I certainly don't know how I would have fared were it any different. Would I have still met Luke? Would he have still loved me if I were any lesser?
What was your home like? These things you talk about. It sounds like you... Well, I don't mean to pry, I mean.
Live with my older sister and my grandparents. We had a shop selling all sorts of things below our flat. And well, I was one of the few non-white, non-British students in class.
Okay, so he's canonically non-British.
I didn't get pushed around or anything straight up. Even then, I was one of the biggest kids around. But a pencil and notebook would go missing, you know?
Oh, that I knew. Children can be so cruel at times. Of course, it may be a slightly different story when you have personal guards and the stolen item is not a pencil, but an expensive heirloom.
So what about you? How you liking your new house? It's pretty impressive.
It's nice, I suppose.
You suppose? Not big enough?
What? No, oh, don't be a bully. It's just that...
I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
As a little girl, all dolled up and treated like a fragile person, with nursemaids waiting on me hand and foot. All the material possessions anyone could ever want I could ask for on a whim, and it would be handed to me just like that. But I barely saw my parents. Just goodbye kisses in the morning before they went off to who knows where they needed to be next. I saw them more often on the telly or on the papers than I ever did in person.
I remember my old house. It was a lot like this one. Big walls and big holes, but nobody in it. Not really. It makes you think how alone you are.
A pensive mood overcomes us. And there's a moment when neither of us are really sure how to go on from there. Things have gotten a bit too personal, yet it isn't wholly uncomfortable, like as if we're being friends before.
Well, that's normal, ain't it? You just moved here. You'll make home out of it yet.
He certainly makes it easy to believe that. My childhood house is indeed a lot like this one. Just as large and extravagant, and just as empty. I hope he's right.
So, Monsieur le Photographe, you've covered the one and only Ermengarde Mansion. What's next on the agenda?
The interview?
Boring. It's an interior design and housing magazine.
And they want to know what Miss Wright has to say about her interior design and house.
Honor Wright thinks she bought a magnificent house that she can certainly brag about. Blah, blah. Boring. You know what they should print more of? I watched an interesting documentary the other day. Bleu Foncé, The Darkest Hours of the Black British. I recommend you watch it. Those are the things that people should know about. What do they care if I use a purple or green bowl of fruit in my kitchen?
People, right?
Oui. People are shite. What do you think? Do I look good with this angle?
I struck a pose while he was being busy, looking taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting me to just go and say such a crass word. But he recovers quickly, and after snapping a few shots, he grins.
Yeah, vous êtes belle. You want copies of these ones?
Yes, please. So, the big boy knows French. You must have wooed a few ladies. Unless you're into gents. Either way, French is, after all, the language of romance.
Oh, I don't know about quoting fancy poetry, but I've made lunch for a girl before, and they did like that fancy French cuisine.
Can you cook your best?
I can cook just about anything as long as I know the recipe.
C'est magnifique.
It's been too long since I've had a nice and proper chat with a good friend. No, Lee is certainly not a good friend. And although we've just met, Zachary is the sort who can probably befriend anyone. He's just as comfortable a person to be around with. A bit too comfortable. The photo shoot went by with a breeze. And somewhere along the way, as we talk and laugh, I found myself getting a bit too close without realizing. He'll give me the strange look until I back off, and he'll go back to answer questions after I agree to do his little interview. And it's just odd. Well, no. Me being friendly isn't that odd. That's just how I am. Zachary's the one that's being odd. Why, anyone else would absolutely welcome the extra attention I give them. He, on the other hand, looks almost flustered about it. He should be used to different personalities by now, having to deal with various people when he works. And if not, he needs to stop. Perhaps nobody has shown him attention of this kind, but he's a big boy. He should be able to handle me. All it is a friendly touch here, a pretty smile there, and just a swaying of the hips and around. Zachary grew more red every time he noticed. Am I being mean as I find enjoyment in seeing him unravel? He's gonna get cut. Perhaps. That's what I'm doing the interview and beyond that. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing, right? Zachary and I are just having a playful, friendly chat while enjoying the outside view. At least that's how I see it.
I'm sorry, but I'm really getting distracted. Could you maybe stop doing that?
Stop? I'm not sure if I want to, though. On one hand, I want them to stay together, or I want her and Luke to stay together because, like, if not, I fear Luke's gonna just go crazy. But on the other hand, I honestly think Luke's an asshole, and Zach's success so great. So it's like, But
I think I've seen Stop It, but I don't remember. Okay. I don't know. I cannot remember. Save scums. It's up to you, dude. Where do you want to see this relationship go? Just friends, or possibly more than friends? You want to cuck Luke with this man's?
Kinda. If you're gonna cuck someone and you don't want to be caught, maybe having sex with a black man isn't the best.
Well, the guy who just the first time he met the guy and said, "What's with the N-word?"
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll say stop it.
I'll stop if it makes you uncomfortable, sweetie.
Still says sweet. Okay, he liked that.
Well,
sorry.
Look, I know people who just do that all the time. They call people
No,
sweetie.
I should be the one apologizing. Why, you're a shy one, aren't you, big guy?
It's not that, but...
He gestures to the ring on my finger and lets the fact of the matter hang heavily between us. Being told implicitly that I'm being too forward is not a common occurrence. I think I'm most stunned with the fact that he pointed out rather than, well, being rejected. Not that anything's going to happen between us in the first place. I was just going to be some harmless flirting, right?
So, you've never had a girlfriend?
No. No boyfriend either. You know, just in case you were gonna ask for that one next.
And you haven't even had your first kiss?
Not a one, ma'am.
I feel related.
Do you want to have your first kiss today?
Eat shit! Fuckers.
I can't help it. I really can't. I'm trying to apologize lots later. Surely, by the catty smile on my face, it's obviously not just pulling his leg. The laugh I failed to contain certainly gives it away if I still isn't obvious. But still, he lightens up in embarrassment, stammering and sputtering objections.
You're married, and this will be extremely unprofessional.
I never said I would kiss you, silly. Oh, Johans!
No, what? No. Don't call your butler. She's hot.
That would be for the better. I don't think his husband would appreciate it if I made him kiss another man.
I told you it was gay! Yeah.
I do not think he can hear us.
I have a good sense for these things.
Or maybe you've watched this before.
I mean, yeah, but also, like, I have a good sense
But it is hard to think you're not taken, Zachary. Why, whoever becomes your girlfriend will be so lucky to have you. You can cook and take wonderful photographs, wonderful meals, and wonderful memories.
I can play guitar too.
You can? Oh my! Wonderful serenades as well, then. Perhaps I can find a young lady who deserves a fine, strapping young gentleman like yourself.
Let's not get carried away. Besides, I gotta be going. It's getting late and I got someplace else to be.
A shame. I will be expecting you again soon, I hope. For a copy of my photographs, yes?
Of course, I'll even deliver them personally. Just, don't try to make me kiss your butler when I drop by.
As fate would have it, the very moment the words leave his mouth, Johannes comes out of his house. Judging by the side of the raider's eyebrows, he has certainly heard only the tail end of the sentence.
There shall be no kissing of any butlers under this roof. Danke.
But you are not under a roof, are you, Hansi?
To my amusement, he takes a step back, safely placing it within threats of the foil, and then the roof of the house. And just as that way, he's quick to return with a sardonic reply.
I am now. As I was saying, madam, it's about time for supper. Will I be needing to set an extra place at the table?
Oh, what? No, I was just leaving, actually. So, you have a good night, Hana, and you too, Hansi.
Nice to meet you, Zach, honey. You have a safe trip.
He nods with a grin on his face as we say our goodbyes. It is the sweetest I've ever seen. I linger, looking out for him with his relatively tiny bicycle, backpack safely secured on the backpack basket in the front, and suitcase hooked to the back. I watched as he went down the path back to Addison Village until he is nothing more than a blip on the horizon.
Oh god! I just remember what happens.
I cannot help but smile on my face as I go inside for supper.
Oh, it's a good laugh.
That does not sound like a good laugh.
Yeah,
Yeah, it sounds like a
Entering the diner hall causes me so much confusion. It is dark. For a moment, I thought the electric work was not up to par. But for that clearly is not the case, as every other room was bright with artificial light. Finding the light switch is a monumental task, considering the size and unfamiliarity with the room. To make matters worse, the darkness grants the room with a different atmosphere, eerie and frightening. It takes longer than I thought to find the switch, something that will have to be rectified later on. My skin starts to prickle, and there's a distinct feeling of being watched. It unsettles me and only spurs me on my search. And when I do open the lights, there is a hiss.
I'll turn the lights down, woman!
Oof. There, at the end of the hall, is my beloved husband, with his face in one hand and a glass in the other. What is this green drink? Green wine. Green wine. Yes.
You know, acid wine.
The only thing I think is absinthe, but perhaps I can let it go if it only was one glass of wine. Yep. Seeing the toxic green liquid seeming mocking
Luke, what? Are you drinking absinthe?
That's right.
Yes, correct. Yeah, I knew.
know what the doctor said. Absinthe, Luke. Are you actively trying to kill yourself? Because if you are, we can just hit you with a bloody car.
Honeybee, Buttercup, not too loud, please. Besides, it's Lelouch, not too strong. Just hair of the dog that bit me. Helps with the hangover, dearest.
You drank? When?
This morning, love. Don't be mad. I just needed a few drinks, having to deal with those simpletons. And maybe I had one too much. You don't see me whinging about you leaving me to handle them on my own.
I had to attend the photo shoot and interview with Luxury Living. You know that. Let's not make this about me, Luke. This is about you and your drinking problem and...
Oh, I don't know, Hana, darling. What if my drinking problem, as you like to call it, is linked to you? If we think about it that way, this discussion is about you. That was pretty mean of you, leaving me alone to do all the work like that. You can't use the interview as an excuse either, honey. I was informed the moment your little interview was done. So, what was it then, What were you doing?
I'm not. He knows. I'm not gonna lie. Can't.
I was talking with Zachary, the photographer for Luxury Living.
Yeah. No reason to tell lies. It's not like I am the guilty of anything. But Luke's expression turns. He makes me feel like I actually am living for something. Yeah. His way of making me laid bare just to look. It really struck me when we first met years ago.
That giant Negro.
Well.
Yeah, I knew this is coming.
You were
That's all I
having
was
a secret meeting behind my back and it was with him?
What are you implying?
I'm implying nothing.
So, I think when I watched this game, I think they picked the professor, not the priest.
Yeah.
So they showed up to the mansion with Rebecca, not Zach. So this was the first time they heard him say the N-word, not earlier. So when they were doing this, they were like, "Looks kind of an asshole, but maybe he's like just sweet and it's a facade." And then this happened, and they were like, "Absinthe and the N-word." And also the way he says it, the giant Negro. And you're like,
I'm just...
Yikes!
You know better than to trust those media types, Buttercup. He must have been really friendly to occupy your time like that, but all he's looking for is his next big headline.
He's a photographer for an interior design magazine.
Doesn't matter. You let one little thing slip, one wrong move, and it'll blow up in the telly in the morning. He'll go to his journalist friends to gossip and make a quick quid.
So that's the first thing I noted about him. Yeah. What?
Quid pro quo.
Oh. I thought you said real quick. No, his eyes were the first thing I noticed about him. They were like nature, the grass and the trees, wonderful and breathtaking. Now, as I looked at him, they're nothing but the same shade of green as the bloody damn drink in his hand.
He was a perfect gentleman, Luke. I can't say the same for you as of recent.
Excuse me again? We're talking about you, Hana.
No. I am pretty sure we were talking about you and your drinking problem, Luke, right?
Hangover forgotten during the course of the spat, the man jumps to his feet and seethes. It looks like he is barely stopping himself from throwing the nearest thing he can find.
Oh, it is not a problem. I can stop whenever I want.
Says the man without a problem.
And even if it was, I think you can very well stay out of it, as it only affects my own kidneys or liver or whatever the bloody hell that shite pollutes. Whatever aftermath that occurs because of your little chit-chat with the Negro affects the both of us, however.
Look, Luke. Nothing will happen. You have to relax. It was just a friendly chat.
Well, now I think I'm getting jealous. Or I would be if it weren't for this damn headache.
Maybe you should drink more.
Maybe.
Supper was spent in silence with nothing but the occasional sound of silverware. The ground feasted and served, well, grander than usual anyway, mostly likely due to the Luke's complaints of stress. A platter of native oysters for starters, and tranche of turbot with purple sprouting, broccoli, lemon, capers, and anchovy sauce remains. To finish it all off, black tea and a golden syrup sponge pudding with custard. But when our appetites are appeased and the plates are cleared away, Luke stands, kisses me goodnight, and leaves me to stare at my half-empty cup. Lonely the low of night, I sit in a house too big and too empty, foreign and unwelcoming. Even with its warm tone and homely decor, it feels cold. There is no need for tears, however. I know I can get through this like any other obstacle I faced before. This is a minor setback in which I hope to be a long and happy life. To remind myself that this place is for Luke and for our future children fills me with a renewed vigor. Besides, it looks like someone is having a cry already. The wailing is far away and muffled. Yet at the same time, it shakes me to my very core as I hear it. As if the suffering is just standing right behind me. Hearing it sends a chill down my spine and makes my skin prickle with goosebumps. Who is that? Curiosity sinks in as I follow the sorrel sounds into the kitchen. Oh no. And into the wine cellar hatch. Oh god.
Hello? Is anybody down there?
Is someone in my basement?
I'm curious and concerned, but there's no way I'm going into that dark and human underground. I'm not as enthusiastic as Luke, who considers himself quite the connoisseur. However, I also cannot bring myself to go into bed with this racket going on. It was one of the household help. They were shilling and some talking. After all, this wouldn't be the first time I've gone and found one of the maids sobbing their eyes out over one thing or another. As professionals of our staff here, they are still human. More often than not, it was either Johannes or I who'd calm them down, who'd help them figure out how to go on about things. Unfortunately, I'm not in the high spirits right now, so I'm not as fully benevolent. So I will. If I open the hatch, they're gonna kill me. Unless it is just one of the help, and I'm just being baited. If
it's up to you, man.
If I call them out, my hope is that someone else will help come, like Johannes. And he's just like, there's more than one person. And I'm just gonna call him out. So I think that's the best. I knock 3 times. Waiting for any sort of reply gives me no results, and I've already touched the floor of hatch too many times than what I'd like. I take a deep breath before reaching out again to whoever's inside. I've learned from experience that people respond better to kindness than threats. Shouting angrily will not help me coax them out.
You, in the cellar! Do come out. We don't want Luke waking up and finding you in there, do we? That man would go ballistic thinking someone was trying to steal his precious wine.
Still nothing.
You can have a good cry, just not in there, yes? Why don't you come out here and we can have a cuppa and you can tell me all about whatever it is you're bawling about?
With how long I'm standing there, Rabbi, I'm starting to think of myself as a fool. I do not want to acknowledge the other feeling I have, especially as the Wayland took an eerie turn. The thought of being played didn't sit too well with me, and I had to stop myself from getting too hot-headed as I tried another time.
Now you come out of there! That is an order from the lady of the house, do you hear me? Why, I ought to...
I freeze as a hand claps down on my shoulder. The dread I've been feeling all this time makes itself known as I kneel, unmoving, not even daring to breathe. I can feel my heart pounding against my chest, but the touch is gone as I quickly exit and sees me. Oh, it's Johannes. I knew it. She was going to come. It's only Johannes as I see when I look back.
Apologies, madam, for touching you like that. You were not responding to my voice, and you looked about ready to wake the whole mansion up.
I was... I'm sorry. I was getting rather loud, wasn't I? But that crying woman in there, we must do something about her.
He grows silent for a moment and just looks concerned. At least I like to interrupt as it concerns, given how stoic our head butler usually is, or rather unhospitable. It must have been concerned as he takes up a glove and presses the back of his hand at my forehead before his words of inquiry.
I beg your pardon. What crying woman? Are you feeling well, madam?
In the cellar. Can't you hear her?
Madam Hannah, no one is down there.
What?
The cellar is locked. Only Luke and I have duplicate of the keys. Nobody is down there.
I stare at him in disbelief. When I listen once more, I hear no crying. Tearing at the hatch for good measure proves his words to be true, too. The thing won't budge unless I had a key short of using power tools on it.
Perhaps it is time for you to go to bed, madam. You are simply tired and hearing things, a perfectly normal human experience. But if you are still experiencing auditory hallucinations in the morning, you are free to consult with me.
There's a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach as he helps me up to my feet. What he says makes sense, and who am I to question someone who used to be a doctor? Of course he's a drinking doctor. I'm just tired, that's it. Long day of moving, the interview, dealing with Luke, that has all trained me of any promise.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I just need some sleep, that's all.
Of course I'm right. Go on then. Gute Nacht.
Good night, Johannes. Good night, house.
It's just fatigue. That's what I keep telling myself, although I can't ignore the strange feeling in my gut. Either there's something wrong with this house, or there's something wrong with my head. Sleep will be elusive tonight. 28. Luke is already gone by the time I arrive. There isn't a single hide nor hair of him to be found. I'm trying to call him on his level as a bust, as it only goes straight to his voicemail. Back twice in a row he's gone on me. Informed to disappear today of all days is every bit upsetting because of what's to come. The morning is once again filled with a whirlwind of activity. Fortunately, I'm much more refreshed as I took a break from my responsibilities. I haven't the faintest clue where Luke was yesterday. Today is going to be a busy day. Although, unlike Wednesday, the matter of the house isn't right here now, absent once again from his duties. Hopefully he'll be back in time for the party. This is our house, after all. A grand host-wanting party for the wonderful Wright mansion. Every person of importance from Luxborn.
Why did you ruin it?
It's Luxembourg!
Luxborn is invited. There will be a few guests flying in as well. Of course, there will be some people from the media along with friends and acquaintances who are made no less important regardless of their society. Marianne and I had discussed business and last-minute touches to the house before finalizing everything. Not that there isn't much change from the original plans. By owning huge additions to the property itself, the mansion is nearly 100% complete.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
Well, I can't take all of the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the Wright mansion. There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Luke and I had a small tiff about making the second bedroom into a child's playroom, which I insisted was completely practical. In the end, he had to be acquiesced.
Acquiesced.
Acquiesced. I didn't give any choice in the matter. I even bought this wonderful wooden crib from the antique store yesterday, including some toys, just in case anyone brings their baby, of course. Besides, we have little need for actual guest rooms. We hardly have any guests who spend the night. If we absolutely have to, we often choose to foot the bill for their visit to one of our hotels instead, always at Luke's own insistence. And on the off chance that we actually let someone stay, the bedroom is in the opposite wing, still up to the task.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
No, I did not agree to have him having a helipad.
Alright then.
Dude, what if that fucking hell? He's gonna go on a murder spree. It's gonna be because of
Fucking
that helipad.
helipad.
When I'm taking control of that character, there's gonna be like an option. It's gonna be like murder everyone because you didn't get a helipad. I'm gonna kick that button so fast. I'm just gonna go on a murder spree and go. Blah, blah.
Blame the ghost on the helipad.
Well, do we have any
Those
other
also really wanted
concerns?
to help
Anything we need to put on our agenda
Just
before the
look.
party commences?
No, the ghost has died because they tried to land a helicopter and there wasn't a helipad.
Look, the ghost is just.
No, I
drunk
don't think so.
And Luke is the fucking bad guy for this whole thing. It's the plot from that one Sherlock episode.
Not unless
The Hound's
Luke
Basket.
has anything else to say.
Is he around then? It'd be best if we can note down his requests right away, considering the scope of his usual ones.
Around? No. Where is he? Who knows where? I don't. He's in the cellar, dying.
You're dead.
No, he's not around.
She didn't have time to point out the obvious now, did she? After 7 long years, I'd already gotten used to him. I should be by now. Still not, apparently.
But don't you have a party?
I want nothing more to complain, to whinge about how unfair this is. However, airing out one's dirty laundry is simply taboo among high society. To do so will make you a ripe target for the next dinner party chit-chat.
Your mouth is moving, and words are coming out. That means you're whinging.
Vultures, the lot of them, really. Or most of them, at least. There are really always good ones like Rochelle Lee. To put your trust in the wrong person, you'll find yourself eagerly picked apart.
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see.
Nice, yeah, oh my god.
Dude,
That friend he's visiting, he's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
Perhaps I'm being a bit too rash, a bit too hot-headed in divulging details, but I thought to myself, clever, with the plan to dress it up as gossip. Marianne's raised brow to make me unsure whether she's interested or not. Although that does make things better if she has no interest and therefore has no hidden intent to utilize whatever I may say to her.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit how do they say it? A rough patch. His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband.
She's flipped it.
But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long. What do you think?
You were asking for my personal opinion on the matter, ma'am? Do you want me to be honest, or...
Fuck. We're gonna choose one.
What?
We're gonna choose.
I think she can be honest.
Be honest with me, Marianne.
The real
I
talk.
don't need someone to sugarcoat it. I'm not some fragile thing that I'm just going to break down at the slightest thing.
She hesitates, taking a sip of a coffee while I stare into my own cup of tea. The silence stretches on and I almost believe that she'll never answer my question. I suppose that I shouldn't blame her putting her in a tight spot like this. Hesitation is understandable, though I loathe to admit it. She simply wants the whole thing to stay professional. But then, she speaks.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
It's my turn to hesitate now. I really didn't expect such a straightforward question. And to get the heart of the matter, I suppose I'm not as clever as I'd like to think. Or was it really that bad on the outside I can see through our little marital troubles? Surely we aren't that obvious, are we? We've put up the act of perfect couple for years, although it hadn't always been an act. Marianne is just more keen than the average person for us. She's a necessity to her career, and she's been working so closely with us. Yes, that's it.
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle. But, if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else. Someone who won't even give him the time of the day. Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. That's just my 2 pence worth, of course.
So you're saying they should divorce?
Nothing as drastic as that. If they're afraid that it might lead to just that, then maybe that is what's meant to happen in the first place. We shouldn't let our fear control our lives. But it's just a short hiatus is all. Or, couples therapy? And look, I'm really not the best person to ask about relationships. So grain of salt and all that.
Shows off having said a piece, and there's nothing but the smell of coffee and Earl Grey between us. There's a calm despite the nature of what had just been discussed. To say that her words make me start to think it's an understatement. To say that I'm not considering her advice as a lie. And to say that this might just be the calm before the storm is a possibility. Unless I've had shorter marriages, yes, but plenty to celebrate long and happy ones as well. My own parents celebrated their choral anniversary before they passed away. But 7 years? 7 years isn't a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. There isn't a whole lot of time to see what and where our relationship can bring us. And at the same time, 7 years. Well, it hasn't been entirely made up of unhappy years, has it? It won't last forever. It's not supposed to, anyway. I just dread the thought that it might last for a very long time. I dread the thought that these small spats, these little disagreements will turn into an all-out resentment. The idea that we will grow to hate each other with every fibre of our being scares me. I can't even pinpoint the exact moment when our blissful union turns sour. We can get through this, right? I know that I still do love him. I do feel there's still part of him that loves me in return. We just need to get up, heads together and talk about it. Surely he will see some sense. There's a cough before Marianne clears her throat. Must have been quiet for so long and I move to apologize when she stands up. We both end up on our feet and unsure how to proceed. Some sort of awkward shuffle occurs as we decide whether to sit back down or not.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
I'll try to stay and chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
We'll see.
I didn't mean to. We said she's the Irish one.
So, if Foy can be excused?
Foy can be excused.
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive.
It's not Roland Barthes' character.
Most of them are Irish if you know.
Chaos.
Because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
The scene outside the parlor was great, organised mess. Aside from our own household help, we hired the service of the Temp Agency, which provides staff a right enterprise in the hospitality sector. Even our very skilled staff cannot undertake a party this size on their own. Waiters, busboys, hostesses, and their staff captains move around in droves, carrying crockery and silverware good for several dozen people and then some. Chefs and bartenders trail to Johannes looking like scared little children as he escorts them through the kitchen and into the wine cellar. To pursue their stocks with select what can be served at the party and what can be used for cooking.
No, we have a lot to do, and I believe we did not hire snails. Snails are for the dishes.
A string quartet readies up to play for the evening, tuning their instruments as they fill the air with idle chatter. Floral decor worth thousands fill vases, wreaths, and baskets, while white petals are scattered along the driveway up front. An ice sculpture of a reindeer is brought through carefully as a pair. What?
Said faces. Like a fucking peasant. Vase. And they are vases.
Alright.
If you're going to do a British accent, you might as well say it right.
This is followed by a simple cake. Just a 5-tier white chiffon? One with white chocolate mousse, fresh berries, and a light dusting of edible gold leaf. But despite the fact that I told Marianne how I would attend to all this, I find myself unable to focus or care for any of it. I still have our discussion running in my mind, and looking at all of this, I only see Luke. Everywhere. These are all the grand things that Luke wanted to have for the party. I'd wanted a small, elegant, and simple gathering with only a select few invited, namely the people who I would actually trust to enter my home. I did not want any bloody politicians or paparazzi in here, no matter how I'm used to caring. How used I am to catering.
At least be here for your party. Damn it, Luke.
The entire thing is screaming to Luke right. What's that?
Chiffon.
Oh, that's what I got it, right?
Yeah.
I was just going, I was figuring it out.
And I can't help but add another question to my growing list of queries. When did I lose myself? It's always about him nowadays, isn't it? What about Hannah? Well, Hannah Evans. I used to be my own woman who made her own name, her own career, and her own decisions. Sure, I was already the social butterfly that I still am today, but it wasn't all empty, shall I gasp and sitting pretty. I was also lauded for my knowledge and talent. Finance manager wasn't just handed to me, just because my father owned the company. I'd insisted that I start at the bottom so I could work my way to the top and prove myself. And I did. I worked numbers, managed budgets, moved money in accounts, analyzed the competition and market trends. There were the calculation of financial risk, cost reduction opportunities, auditor liaison, and public liaison. Liaison is what I liaison.
Yes, I say.
Liaison and public relations, supervision of staff, and well, I generally had a huge slew of responsibilities. Admittedly, I was already quite the attention seeker even back then, having dedicated most of my youth craving for my parents' approval. Feeling that, I turned to others, looking for praise from anyone who gave it. However fleeting it all was. Luke, oh Luke, the way he looked at me, the way he watched me, took a genuine interest. He had me disgustingly obsessed since day one, hasn't he? He saw me for me, Hannah Evans, with both my faults and my achievements. The man didn't treat me like some damsel in distress or some prize to be won. I remember the nights when before we were married, when we talked about everything and anything. From big things like business, society, and philosophy, to little things such as what we had for breakfast, whether we like cats or dogs. We both prefer dogs. Nowadays, I'm just Luke Wright's wife. It's more my fault, isn't it? They told me that husbands prefer wives who are docile and subordinate. A woman who will always be there for him, yet would never outshine him in all respects except beauty. A wife never needs to be at home and attend his needs, to have children and to take care of them in his absence. They said I have no business working anymore after I was married. I can blame society, but I listened. Before I can fall further into this introspective pit of self-loathing, someone calls my attention.
The guests have arrived, madam.
And Luke?
Running a bit late, I'm afraid.
Late for his own party. That man, I swear. He's probably looking to make a dramatic entrance, knowing him. Open the doors, then. We mustn't tarry.
Cars line up the driveway, peppering the front of the mansion with vehicles of every kind. Grand tours, supercars, even the high-end muscle car too. Convertibles, grand saloons, and other luxury cars can be seen being parked by valets. A handful of cabs drive off, possibly for those who thought it was too troublesome to bring their own cars. There are at least 2 different media events as well. They're all here for what might be considered the biggest event of the year for Luxburn. So far. Who knows what we'll have for the winter holidays.
Welcome everyone. Please, make yourselves at home.
Some of the guests idle, enjoying the warm, if not strange sunshine we're experiencing before gloomy skies eventually return. They greet acquaintances and friends with warm smiles, others less so. From where I stand, I can see the hierarchy of power, the ties that bind these individuals here, whether through convenience or necessity. However, there are other few who are not here to fill the cement their current place in high society, such as that young man with his oriental air, ignorant of the looks he receives from women and men alike.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Man from the Orient! Just like that was the name, I love it.
Well, that rose-haired woman talking on a phone while she looks unsure of why she is here exactly.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
I see Zachary, the talker, as well. He talks to a few of the other comedic crew with an air of familiarity.
I was just here a few days ago, yeah. And the inside is huge, but the staff are pretty helpful if you get lost.
And then there are people like the Chief Inspector. People who I can never be too sure about. People who stand on the border between being suspicious and being trustworthy.
Thank you for the invite, Anna. Husband still missing, I see?
I should be saying the same of your darling Rochelle, Lee. The doctors again?
She told me she'll just be in the gardens. Bet she's lying and that she's somewhere around mingling, gossiping with the other ladies. No offense, but that seems to be all you ladies do at these parties.
And aren't you gossiping right now?
Yes, well, what about Luke? Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing. Don't tell me, let me guess. He's finally drunken himself to death and not wanting a scandal, you've hidden his body. I was wanting to give this housewarming gift to him personally, too. It's a plate that holds a wine glass so he can stop killing himself with liquid lunches. Looks like it's too late for that.
Nothing like that. Besides, this is a hardly polite conversation.
Oh, relax. I'm just trying to be cheeky to lighten the mood. It's not like I want Luke dead.
This man.
The man doesn't serve dodgy plonk like the others when I visit, and he pays his respects well enough. I could use a glass of wine or 3, actually. Michelle's been in a horrid mood. Threw her stilettos at me the other day and almost took an eye out. Not sure if this is how it usually goes, but I blame the pregnancy.
I wouldn't know, would I?
Still no plans for a baby? Well, I guess that's for the best. If it's this bad now, I can't even imagine how bad it'll be when that little baby bump becomes huge.
I mentioned how I don't trust him no matter how hard I try to do so. At least he brought a gift, I suppose.
Why don't you just go inside and have some wine, Lee?
Think I will, thanks.
Greetings such as these carry on with the guests continue to trickle in. Whether we have short conversations or merely shake hands and nod heads, I make sure to attend and welcome each of them. As the first hour passes by, the rest of the stragglers and I adjourn to the ballroom. Any latecomers will have the attention of the porter instead. I have other duties to attend to now. Hosting parties is always the same odd song and dance, no matter how big or small it is. Make sure your guests are well fed, have good company, and will have them generally enjoy themselves. So when my opening remarks are done, when the band is starting to play and the guests have started eating, I find myself wandering around aimlessly until I am pulled aside. For a while I stay with a small group and entertain them before excusing myself. And when they're not quite anymore watching me, I end up watching them. When they don't listen, I do. A local banker is having trouble with his daughter. He wishes her to marry her off, but she wants nothing more than to make music. One of our hotel managers worried about the stolen belongings of one of his patrons, a failing in security which should be brought up to higher authorities soon. Our mayor, well, his cat died. Then there's that rose-haired woman outside. It is hard not to notice her with her distinct locks. She also lacks the grace of the other ladies here, though that does not make her any less beautiful. The stance in the air she exudes instead are strong, and they make her stand out despite her casual attire. Many men have already given her their attention, though each invitation to dance has already been turned down. I approach intrigued, although it is not great mystery what implies her intention. The dancer she keeps sending towards the boy with her oriented hand. She remains unaware, though, even though I stand beside her, pretending that I am there for a drink.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenus, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
The boy comes over, but I do nothing to speak any softer. He merely passes by, and it's a wonder he doesn't hear what I say.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend, then? Because that would explain those rejections.
In all my life, I had never seen such a face go red so fast. The shade of her hair did not help as well. This is just the most pink I've ever seen on a person, really.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
Bushwhacking is a bitch! I wave as I feel the burning of someone's stares. It is chilling, and though I am used to enduring the gaze of others, this one makes the hairs on my back and my neck stand up. Oh shit. Oh shit. My attention is pulled from the girl, and I see a woman staring. Dark-haired and dirty, she looks like a beggar than a guest, and half the mind to call security her when the mouth breaks out into a grin. And all I hear is her laughing. Taunting. Her stare makes my blood run cold. She looks at me like I am nothing but a pig to slaughter for her amusement. Makes my hand shake and I nearly drop my drink. But then in a blink she's gone and the buzz of the party returns.
I'll keep that in mind, but... Are you alright?
Yes, sorry. I just thought I saw something strange. It must be the trick of the light. Anyway, on a right, as you must already know.
Rebecca Gales.
Gales.
Seems familiar, like a fond memory. I recall a kind lady, a private tutor, who treated me like her own daughter when I was young. She even bring me food when there was no need to do so. Usually stovies, which I honestly had been thinking about, though I ate them nonetheless. She brought them for me.
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way. But yeah, that's me. Little Becky. We met once before.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses! And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A. What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert,
Could it be
Alexander,
Ashton?
Andrew?
The more I list off names, the more red and more quiet Becky gets. She starts to look a bit miserable, so body language showed discomfort and stiffness. Perhaps I had triggered a horrid childhood memory. Surely I hadn't been mean when she visited with her mother. I don't quite remember all of it.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone with an earshot, you know? Keep it down.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
A tad bit sad.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie.
Yikes.
You'll have your happy ending yet.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I?
Yep, let's change the first sentence.
God damn it. I need to make it.
Again, my favorite thing
And
is
what makes you
for
think
her
that?
thing. It's only happens once.
Doesn't
I
everybody
have
want
another
their
time.
happy ending?
But for her, Ash is boy from the Orient. And I was like, that is amazing. That is amazing. I think Luke's does that too, or something like that. Or yeah. When you, because I think when Ash and Luke meet, I think it's in Luke's chapter at like the very end of the game. They're both there like. Like, they've met everyone else by that point, and they're just like, who the fuck?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right? You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it. But what do I know?
There's a grimace, although she starts to relax around my presence. How long has it been since we met children? Certainly a long time. She was tiny back then, if I recall correctly.
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about. But have you told him how you feel? And it's been what, 20 years?
17, actually. But no, not yet. He can be a bit dense. I was hoping that maybe he'd notice on his own and...
Well, that won't do. What if you two become husband and wife? He's not to be dense when he's sworn himself to another person. Why, you might just as well consider leaving before the day's even begun.
If that happens, I'll have to give him a good ear bashing, won't I? Whoever anyone ends up with, it's not going to be a perfect relationship anyway. There's going to be things you'll love and things you'll hate about the other person. We're just humans. It's funny. Here I am, trying to give you advice when you did the very same thing back then. I remember you giving me a makeover when we were still kids. And you were the first I told anyone about my... crush.
Do you remember now that she mentions it? Did I give her that yellow summer dress with that pink blouse and petticoat? She must have kept them over, I said in mind. Feels ridiculous remembering all that years later talk about boys and how they go crazy for pretty girls, as if it's some gospel every woman should adhere to. It was so easy to say such things then, without me not knowing any better. Though looking at her now, she must have kept some of what I said in mind. Perhaps I did say something good at the time, enough for her to take it to heart. But all that didn't matter in the moment, so I mulled over what she said in my head. What Becky told me was very different from what Marianne told me. There was no time to ponder over them, however, as a hushed sense of the once lively crowd. The music of strings never chattered slowly. It was close to grinding halt as the doors from the foyer opened. The last of the latecomers should have arrived moments ago, and anyone else this late would simply be too embarrassed to show their face, so this can only be one person, or rather, one man. There's one man who was audacious enough to arrive at his own party so late.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
Unlike I, who was raised in Spotlight, simply grew used to its presence, he sought it out at every chance he could, even when there was no spotlight that shone, and I'll never put it against him when he smiles like that. He did so quite brilliantly under the scrutiny when he challenged his own showmanship. You can tell by the way people's eyes light up as he speaks. How they listen and enraptured even though if he's doing it for simple greeting. Little wavers his hands here, little smile there, and a bigger swagger. I always tell them that it was not good to be a businessman, but do well to entertain him. I love the sight of him, especially when he looks at me and beckons me over to humbly share his place. Not a single second is wasted, so I excuse myself from Becky's side and make my way to the
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen, if you would excuse my presumptuousness. So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
There's a round of applause, cheers, and even some hoots. Guests approach us from left and right and try and shake Luke's hand and greet him personally, praises on their lips. It's because of this that I do not see her. I do not see her until she is dangerously close with fury in her eyes and is already spitting venom. Johannes restrains her, taking care not to unnecessarily harm the pregnant woman. But that is little to deter her rage, and the man has no choice but let her go lest an unborn child is hurt. Although it may be too late for that, as I see an empty glass of wine in her. How much is she imbibed?
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle? Perhaps you need to sit down and...
No! Shut it, you monster! I ain't talking to you! I'm talking to this scumbag over here! You bloody bastard standing there with your smarmy smile!
She interrupts me, jabbing her finger in the direction before she rounds on Luke. Even as whispers and murmurs break out among the guests, all I can focus on is the heat of her moment. Obviously intoxicating, judging by the smell of alcohol in her breath. I'm not ticked off by this least little display of hers, at least not yet. But I'm absolutely pissed by the fact she endangered her own baby by drinking. There is a considerable amount of restraint and grace that I must exercise while I wait for her tantrums to subside. I keep a patient if tight smile on my face. Luke's expression on the other hand is indecipherable.
Watch your tongue! You're on thin ice, Rochelle. Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
I did.
And I told you with great emphasis not to. Now we have a drunk, hormonal, pregnant woman causing a stir. What is even going on?
I'm just about to ask the exact same thing.
I don't know. But Rochelle, do calm down before you hurt yourself. I can't understand a word you're saying.
Where is that husband of yours? Lee! Collect your wife right now!
Don't you fucking talk like I'm not here and you're not responsible, you ass! You told me that I should wait for you in the gardens!
Excuse me? What is this nonsense?
Crazy talk! That's all it is! Just completely and utterly mad!
I have some thoughts stirring.
Has anyone seen the Chief Inspector?
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility. God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What?
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman! Security! Johannes, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
So now that Johannes returns the security along with the concerned-looking Officer Lee. They surround her and move to escort the hysterical woman. Judging by his pale face, he has heard the whole thing, and I feel nothing but pity for the man.
I'm so sorry for her behaviour. She's been under a lot of stress. And the alcohol. Talking nonsense, that's all it is. You're not allowed to drink because of the baby, Shelley. What are you thinking?
Nothing to see here, people. Move along.
So really nothing here but the ramblings of a trunk. Yes, that's right. There's no way what Rochelle says is the truth. What she says doesn't match up. I know Luke. Such a scandalous meeting ought to be arranged. He won't do in such an exposed place, especially not near his precious flowers. And he definitely won't promise responsibility of our child unless it can't be helped. Besides, Luke will never go so far as to sleep with another woman, right? Okay, fine, who am I kidding? If I am to be completely honest with myself, he might cheat. It's a bit of a temptation with alcohol, and he just might. And that doesn't that just make my blood boil? To even think of the slightest possibility of infidelity? He isn't too far off when he told me how Luke still acted like some young hotshot bachelor. Makes me think, oh no. Alright.
So, whose advice do you take?
See, this is where I'm worried that if I break up with him, he's just gonna snap. The more we learn about this man, the more you say
I'm gonna go on a killing spree with this character, sort of fucking god. My goal at the end of this is to see how many characters I can kill off with just the last 2 people. God damn it. On purpose. I want to be the reason they die. I'm not just gonna let people die, but I want to see if I can just fucking murder some people.
God damn.
I'm just gonna see. I was, from what I've heard about this game, it's actually the way to get the best ending is you actually have to kill characters to get like the best ending, because the one where everyone lives is not necessarily, it's not technically the best ending. So, but I don't know.
I was gonna say is I mean, what we could do is it's like 12:12. I do have work in like 6 hours.
So does Ian, I think, right?
Yeah.
Well, fucking nerds. Well, we should at least finish this chapter. At least.
You're almost done.
I think so.
So which one are you gonna do? Perhaps break is needed, or you need to work for a happy ending.
I'm gonna try. Becky's words still fresh.
God, you guys keep picking all the answers that I've seen, and I'm so annoyed.
It's because they're the good.
No,
not really good.
Can't
good
wait for this.
Not really good as in good, but like good as in like more than I want. And I can't help but think that the girl, pink lucky one, she has a point. If I love Luke, I have to fight for him, don't I? So far, I've been doing nothing but sitting on my behind, hoping it'll fix itself. This whole mess definitely isn't going to fix itself. Why can't you just... This whole mess definitely isn't going to fix itself. How dare that woman try to drag our name and our relationship through the mud with her lies? And at my own party? Determination fires me up as I take a step forward into the middle of the fray. All the while she's been screaming. I signal for security to stop, and I can already feel the glower on my face as I stare into hers. She wilts as soon as she sees me. She starts to grow anxious and her protests die down. I can see as her haughty, angry expression turns into a horrified realization. Rightfully so, she should be scared. What is this thing they say again? Never wake a sleeping dragon? They often think that Luke is the one in charge, that he is the one to be feared and appeased. They think me as only the payment for life. Oh no! They forget that I'm just as capable to swear this back. Oh no!
I invite you, my friend, into my house on a day of merriment, and you insult my name and accuse my husband of infidelity. What have I ever done to make you treat us with such disrespect? You are no longer welcome in any of our estates, our properties, and our businesses, and we will no longer patronize yours. Now, escort the girl and make sure she isn't standing even an inch within our grounds.
She looks devastated. Reasonable. This does make her into a pariah, doesn't it? I should feel concerned, but I can't feel an inkling of mercy within me. I don't know what her plan was. I don't know what she wanted to make out of this. The money? Luke? It doesn't matter what she wanted.
You won't show your face to me ever again if you know what is good for you, Rochelle. Take her away.
The tension is thick in the air, and the silence that embraces the weakness is that one proudly hear a pin drop. There are worried and almost fearful glances from some of the guests, but they all know this is well within my right. She is the one who started this whole drama. It just so happens that I'm the one ending it. As long as everyone holds their tongue and don't interfere, none of the consequences matter to me. Especially when my darling looks at me with such a different shine in his eyes. It almost seems as he's proud of what I'm done, that it spurs me on more than anything. Nonetheless, I still act upset because this does not change what just happened. He still has a lot to answer to. Because even if the woman is lying, there's always an inkling of truth in every lie. So when I turn on him, to say that the shock he displays during me gratification is an understatement. Of course, there's no reason to make a husband and wife spat in a public spectacle. Some privacy will generate the least number of headaches and complications. Everyone is still far too busy in the ballroom, and most of the staff are still in the kitchen. A sharp glance at anyone who would go through the doors, and all it takes to make them retreat. The most private we can get with me dragging Luke all the way to our bedroom is the foyer.
And you?
We are going to talk about this, Lucille Mitchell-Wright.
Lucille.
Not now, but we will talk about this.
Right! I swear that is not my child, no matter what that woman says. Hana, darling, you believe me, don't you?
I believe that it isn't your child. But you never said that you did not cheat on me with her. We'll have a talk about that tomorrow, among other things.
What for? What other things?
About us, Luke. This isn't right, this doubting each other and not talking. That's why we'll talk. If anyone needs me, I'll be in our room. I'm in no mood to be talking with anyone about anything, especially nosy baggers who have no business with any of it.
Should I be worried? Scared? Because you know threats do not work with me, Hana.
None of those. You should know I'm not your enemy, Luke. I need rest. That's all.
Of course, you must be so tired. You've earned some peace. I'll take over the party from here.
Good night, love.
Good night, Buttercup.
Sometimes I forget that leaving Luke to handle a party is a horrible idea. Alright, I think that's...
Nope.
Nope.
Dude, it doesn't go on for too much longer, but
He's been cornering the dining halls and mess with a few of his drunk friends living about. At least a dozen men and women are scattered about, sleeping like they're in alcohol-induced comas. Even Arthur Lee is there, sipping up the effects and still clutching a bottle of a 1998 Himalaya. Himalaya? I don't know. Imagine, no doubt, Lucas served some of his stories in absinthe. Judging by the faint burnt smell, they had set fire to the latter too, no it going on. There is only so much I can tolerate, as we have Johannes retrieve every single one and get them in a cab. And they are everywhere. At the table on it and underneath it, and some are even in the kitchen.
Nap time is over, Kinder. Time to go.
And oh dear, does this piss off Valet, although he is still a man of silent fury. Although it is a little treat to hear him utter curses in German from the other word. I imagine Luke will be amused as well, as if it isn't his guests that are being thrown out. Instead, he was brooding in his seat, rolling a stack of daffodil in between his fingers.
He's energetic. And you aren't drunk. That, or you are getting better with handling your hangovers without your dog hairs. Should I be looking out the window to see if the sky has turned red and if pigs have started to fly?
I am unfortunately completely sober, Hana.
And how does it feel not being hungover?
Still miserable.
It'll get better.
Or so they say. You wanted to talk about something?
You know, for once, I wish you were hungover. Maybe this isn't the best time for this talk.
No, please. I do not like loose ends. And this is a bloody ugly loose end.
Then, first things first, I want you to be honest with me, just between the two of us. Without others to impress, without people listening in. Just you and me. Did you or did you not sleep with Rochelle Lee and got her pregnant?
I didn't get her pregnant. But the thought of having a child with her? Can you just imagine it? Or rather, don't. I can already see it. It'll look like that ruddy pig boy from that Young Wizard book.
I don't care about Once Upon a Time. What I'm asking is if you were with her the other night during my
Him not showing up in most of the gatherings I've hosted in the past is nothing new, of course. The one I've had last week was no different. It's merely another thing I've gotten used to in between us and things turn sour. But after Rochelle's outburst last night, I won't deny feeling the disappointment. The betrayal. What's done is done, however, though at the very least I still want to hear the truth from him.
She made me meet with her the night of your party. But I swear, I only agreed to go so that I could tell her I wasn't having none of it. It isn't my baby. I don't even think it's Lee's. Poor bloke. I mean, I probably slept with her once. We were probably incredibly drunk, but that would have been a long time ago before she was preggo.
Are you sure, Luke? You're not making anything up or leaving anything out?
Of course not. I swear it on my mother's grave.
He swears it, he says as he hands me the flower with such tenderness. And I believe him.
Well, if that's all you wanted to talk about, you shouldn't have made me worry.
For the sake of my sanity and for the sake of our marriage, I'll pretend that you never said any of that. Are you sure you aren't drunk now?
Haven't had a single drop and hating it.
Would you like something to drink? Because I'm not done. I have something else to tell you.
No thanks, maybe I will after this little talk you wanted to have. I already told you, and you already said you believe me that the brat isn't my child. I already spilled that I might have had drunken sex with her once, and you wish to wipe that off your memory. So do we have anything else to talk about? Because have at it. I'm all ears.
You're pretty miffed for someone who just admitted to his wife that he's cheated.
And you're stalling. I can tell that incident has you shaken up. So why don't you just spit it out and get this all over with?
I'm pregnant.
What? Come again?
You heard me.
You've got to be kidding, right? This must be some kind of joke. Are you taking the piss at me? Because, woman, I don't need a second fake pregnancy.
That's a sentence.
Yep. Instead of answering, however, I still silence and let the matter of the fact sink into his head. His face heats up for a moment before he goes pale. He raises a hand in the hopes of asking for a drink, but the moaning staff is still busy evicting the last of his inebriated companions, and he doesn't even bother to bark out orders if he's lost his own very voice. Actually, he looks like he's on the verge of hyperventilating.
This is Hana, darling. I need some air. How long have you been?
3 months. And the twins. Although we don't know yet if they're a boy or a girl or both.
Good God! Twins! I'm going to be a father to 2 tiny babies. Breathe, Luke. Breathe.
Goodness, Luke, I'm the one who's pregnant here, not you.
No, don't touch me! Stay away!
Oh, gee, no. Scream cuts off my amusement, and without thinking, Luke and I rush to the foyer. There sends a crazed look Chief Inspector trashing about as he tries to make it up on the stairs while Johannes holds him back.
What is going on here?
Und tschüss. All the Schweinehunde must leave, including you, Chef Inspector. This one is very problematic and will not leave.
No, you can't make me leave! I need to stay here for her! I need to help her!
Oh, Rochelle? She's probably already at home, dearie. Or she might have already gone and skipped town. Who knows?
Oh, for the love of... There's no point talking logic in him. Lee, go home. You're drunk.
Can't you hear her crying? She was crying, just weeping and in so much pain last night. I couldn't help her. Drunk, sobbing bastard that I am. But my help. She needs my help. Tell your fucking stupid lapdog to let go of me, Luke! Or I'm gonna knock him down and I'm gonna knock the 2 of you down too!
Language! I've already dealt with your wife, so don't make me deal with you, Lee. Or I swear I'll...
Hana, enough. Don't stress yourself over him. It'll be bad for the twins. So go back to your breakfast and let me handle this, okay?
Are you sure?
Why wouldn't I be? Now, go ahead and do something less stressful.
Go ahead and do nothing. There's so much to do, it seems, when I step on the plate and try to take responsibility for something. Perhaps because everything is already being handled by someone hired specifically for that job. And with Johannes overseeing the staff and Luke handling everything else as a whole, this doesn't leave much for me. I can't even take the job of delegation because all it takes is a word from the senior staff and everyone will be taken care of for me. Moving in here a few days ago may have been very well the choice that took the most effort from me. And that didn't take any real effort at all.
Yes, Hana, go buy a mansion in the middle of nowhere. Good idea. Great plan.
There are no dishes to set aside and busy myself with. Any mess left behind is now nearly non-existent. Someone I count while eating cake is supposed to be my next plan. Last, there isn't even one to finish off, and I don't really know what brought me to the kitchen in the first place. It's not like I'm craving anything else, nor do I have any unfinished business left here.
Foreshadowing's a bitch, isn't it?
But there's a calling to this room. Speaking of calling, why not just do that? Might as well, since I have nothing else to do. At least that will require some effort on my part. With how cut off the rest of Luxborn the mansion is, and with how long it was abandoned before we moved in, having a landline is out of the question. The solution is supposed to be our mobiles, even though I think it isn't much considering how spotty the signals are. I'll take a bit of maneuvering to give them as file as a single bar as it is. It takes a bit, as I said it would. I have to park my rear in one of the cold drawers, but that suits me just fine. Another matter that needs my effort is who to call. She must not be whom we named, is certainly off the list. That doesn't leave much in the category of close friends who attended the party, along with the category of who else is awake at this early hour. So soon enough, a managing call that goes, and the call goes through.
Hello, Rebecca Gales here. Who's this?
Good morning, Becky.
Hannah? Oh wait, how did you get my number?
You responded to your RSVP through the phone. It's all saved in here, of course. I thought I'd like to say hi and make plans and get together sometime. Also, I'd love to hear news about your mother and father and about you, my dear. Oh, I hope I didn't wake you up.
Oh, you're good. It's sports day at school today, so I was just prepping for that.
Figures that you'd be a teacher as well. I'm sure your students must absolutely adore you.
Don't know about that.
Mathematics?
History, actually. Anyway, it's real nice to know you've got my number. I was going to ask for yours because Mom wanted to keep in touch.
You could have asked, silly girl. I would have gladly given it to you.
Couldn't, though, because, well, the thing that happened. But really am sorry, though. I gotta run. School, schedule, stuff. Is there anything else you want to say? Don't want to use the mobile while driving?
Oh, of course, of course. I shouldn't keep you, but I wanted to thank you for your company yesterday.
Not a problem.
And for that other thing as well.
What for now?
For what you said to me, with what had happened. It's been very helpful in...
Strange clicking note runs out most of the words, too. I doubt she can understand what I'm saying. Oh, hey, you there? And the line completely downs. I can feel a headache coming along, the shift's building up, starting from a light throbbing on the side of my head. The static is gone, and that helps a lot. But there's still that incessant horrible clicking. Again, and again, and again. Which doesn't make sense. The mobile's turned off, isn't it? And if it isn't coming from the phone, then where? Looking about, I can't help but my eyes will be drawn to the hatch leading into the wine cellar once more. That's when the clicking stops. I can hear that crying, that familiar crying from before. What happened the other day when I was told that nobody should have been down there? I try to forget it because Val settled me so. One can hardly do that when I'm looking at the very thing I'm trying to forget. Somebody's crying down there again, but if I leave it alone, it simply won't stop bothering me for the rest of the day. He might have forgotten to lock it with the party going on.
This again! If somebody is pulling my leg, I will not be happy!
Alright. Just gonna... True enough, all it takes is a bit of a bull to open the hatch. As I look down the cellar, a sense of uneasiness washes over me. It isn't just a sudden onset of vertigo and nausea, but also the darkness. It's suffocating. As I look down, it feels as if it's looking back at me. I'm worried that someone will suddenly pull me into the deep. The cries down beneath, the shrieks that start echoing in my head, high and shrill like nails being dragged across a chalkboard. They're all screaming, shouting at me. I can just feel her rage. Help me! She wants to drown me, drag me down, and crush me in the very depths of darkness until there is nothing left of me. The deep abyss waits for me, for my death. They're all calling for it. This is a nightmare. There's a rope around my neck, and I can feel the rest of me being torn apart, and they're still screaming. I'm screaming, though it's not my voice that escapes my lips. It claws through, climbing up and forcing its way up my throat like putrid bile. I choke and gag as I scream and shriek at the same time. I'm me, but not me. Oh, find the ghost influence? The fuck? Okay. Press tab to skip. Oh, shit. Oh, alright. The fuck? And. The fuck you? Alright, I think 3 is what I got. It pushes me down to my knees before I'm prone and vulnerable on my stomach. Ah, shit. It makes me tumble, and I can just feel my whole body seizing, writhing on the floor. Everything and nothing hurts. It feels like I'm on the verge of death, and I'm not dying. I nearly wish I am.
Hannah? Hannah, what is going on in there?
Why are you?
Prince!
Seeing Luke, something snaps back, and I'm able to take a gasp of air in my own violation for the first time in what felt like centuries. I would have rejoiced and cried for his name if the pain did not still not rack my body. Instead, all I can do is stare listlessly as he comes to my side and lifts me, cradling me in his arms. He tries to get me to my feet, perhaps to take me out of here, but all he's able to do is get me to sit, making sure I'm not trashing me on the floor. I can still feel my muscles spasm, limbs jerking like a puppet's on a string. Luke holds me tight and keeps me still so I do not hurt myself anymore. Whatever it is that happened is my mind fading back to it. Eventually the pain dies down to a dull ache and my own tongue stops filling my cup. It's only now that I feel the wetness on my cheeks, tears dripping down my face. Coughing marks my body now and I don't feel like choking. And it just all feels so horrible. But I don't care. I don't care.
Please.
What happened here? Who did this to you?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
Shh, it's alright. You're safe now, Hana. You're safe now.
Zachary!
That ended a lot better for you than the person I saw. So hey, it was that.
Alright.
In the one I saw, no, she got possessed by the ghosts.
Oh damn.
So
Did they fill the thing?
I don't remember. I just remember them getting possessed by the ghosts. They chose the same option he did to try to make the relationship work. So I thought that was what led to it. It might have failed with QT. That might have let it not happen. But yeah, they get possessed by the ghosts, and then they like fall like insanely in love with Luke to the point of like obsession, like lose their own personality and stuff. It's weird. But yeah, dude, I cannot wait. You guys are so fucked.
What?
I'm just gonna look. Here's the thing. You guys have been doing like almost exactly what I've been seeing from like the other playthrough. So my only goal is to just like fuck it all up. I'm basically playing the traitor in a co-op video game.
Alright.
Please don't completely mess it up. Like by that I mean.
That's all for now, folks.
What are you doing? What the fuck?
We're still streaming.
I mean, I figured we were still streaming.
Yeah.
You said you act like there's anyone actually there.
No, I mean, it's gonna go up on your YouTube channel, and for some random guy that watches this whole thing in like 10 years, he's like, I found one video on this ancient thing called YouTube.
6 hours. Yeah. Look, just end the fucking stream.